Hi, everyone. This is Michael Silvers with Power Team. I am so glad that you're all on with us today. It's going to take a little bit of time, I know, for everybody to get on as the stream opens up. It's funny, I'm timing myself already. I haven't even started. Um, but what we'd like everybody to do is to start sharing, because as you share this stream out, there'll be more and more people coming on, and you want like-minded individuals to be part of what you're doing. The more you surround yourself with people who are like-minded, the more that you'll be able to create, that empowered business, that large business that you want. So as you're getting on right now, we haven't begun yet. We're just chatting right now. If you want to type in where you're from, that would be fantastic. Your name and where you're from. Hi, how are you? That would be great, because then we know, that you're out there. This is interactive. The greatest thing about a live stream now is because you can chat and you can also be interactive. So become interactive with us. Know through the days that you can tell us celebrations, thing you've learned, what you learned, how it's going to fit into your business. As it fits into your business, how that's going to look. And any questions from any speaker that's on, you can definitely type in questions. All the speaker will be watching that. Hey, from Seattle. And I'm turning away. You won't be able to hear from me in a minute. I think it's getting sunny. So this is good. This is a good time. And so start to share this. Put this out in the Facebook streams. Start a watch party. Host it. Oh, I got to do that. So I'm jumping right now on my Twitch account, and I'm going to host a watch party. It's amazing what you can do with technology, right? And I'm multitasking too at the same time. I watch it to pop up on the feed. It comes up live. I look, there we go. Power Team Global. Oh, look, it's me. You're going to hear me. Just ignore that part. So I'm going to actually turn the sound down. So I'm going to host a watch party. And again, there's a little delay. So if you're listening on 2 or 3 devices, it might come out at different timings. So pick the one device. You can host it across platforms. So right now I'm going to host a watch party. I'm going to it's called a host channel. There we go. And I'm hosting right now. I'm very excited. And I'm going to type hello to myself just to make sure everything. See, you can also test the technology. There we go. It popped right up. That's awesome. So whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, whatever stream you're on, host a party. Start a live. Share. Have them with you. Take the link. Go to powerteamlive.com. Share it across all your platforms, because it's education and training today. And those are the people that you want with you and with us as we learn, as we educate, as we have an amazing day today. We have one of the gentlemen who, when it comes to internet marketing, basically founded what there is right now. And you're going to hear some tremendous information. That's Mike Phil saying. We've got Laurel Langmaker. It's a great day. Right? It'll start good. Laurel Langmaker. I can't even get it out right now. I have to redo that. She'll be on later. She's created multiple businesses, been in the personal development world and business training all around the world. And we have so many great speakers on today. The first one up in about 9 minutes is going to blow your socks off. So it's because she's created multi-million-dollar businesses. And you want to hear what she has. There we go. Numbers are going up. It takes people time to get on. So know that when you start a stream and when you start going, usually you want to give people anywhere from 1 to 3 minutes to start moving forward, to click on their buttons, to get placement. So I'd like you all, as we do the day, let me just see with the team. Okay, great, fantastic. Okay, great. So you want a team behind you. As you do a live stream, have somebody else listening to it so they can make comments. So the team you'll see will be making comments through the day, because what they're going to be doing is taking what we say and putting it up for you, so you get it another way. You get to hear it, you get to listen to it. The other thing too is get ready to take notes today. You want to take notes. You want to see how it works for your business. So if you're going to start a business, if you're in business already, how do those notes frame you up? Move around. I'll be moving you around once in a while. I'll be saying, go ahead and put your arms up. It just keeps the blood flow. It's also called heightening the state. When your state is heightened, you're in a better learning state. You're ready for more. You're ready to take it in. And it keeps that flow moving. It just, every day, it keeps the motion of the power of what you can do. Make sure that you have something to drink. Okay. So this is iced tea. I know it's in a mason jar. They're great. We have them in the house. My wife bought them. I use them instead of cups now. I think it's the funniest thing. So I love the mason jar. So I got my iced tea ready to go. Oh, look at that. I just knocked my own power off. Oh, hopefully the power in my house. So it was out all morning. That's not what just happened, but I've now charged up my computer fully. So I'm ready no matter what. Um, and you want to make sure that, have some food through the day. Take care of yourself through the day. Be ready to learn, but don't go anywhere because we have 5 impactful hours. We're going to have Mr. Bill Walsh, our CEO. Look, we went, if you take a look at Power Team and a company that had, 300 plus events a year, went from all these live events to basically sitting in Miami together, and he'll talk about it, and looking at a hotel go from literally 90% to 18% occupancy. And Bill had that look like we're making a shift, and he did. And within, I think it was, I got to look at the exact date, but like a week and a half later, we had a 12-hour summit with Mark Victor Hansen and Sharon Lechter. That's what you do with your business. And so now we're with you every single day. Mondays we have our 3 p.m. with the Entrepreneur Afternoon. Tuesday we do internet and network, social media, internet marketing and social media. Wednesday evening it's really to be a speaker. That's 6 p.m. We have networks at noon, so we are networking with you. Write that down on the team. We'll type it out too. And then we have our Thursday summits, and we're there for you all the time. We have a team also that has trainings. In 2005, we started with, you can take a look at the beginning of Rainmaker. And Rainmaker is a 2.5-day boot camp that changed my life. And most of us have taken it that are part of Power Team. Actually, everybody part of Power Team has taken Rainmaker. And it really finding out your why and your daily procedures and how to talk to a billionaire and joint venturing and money flow and what your daily money is. That's what you want. And take a look at, in the first year went over 3,000 people bought it in all over the world. And Bill was speaking all over. So we've been doing that for at least 15 years. Plus we have speaker camps. And as an organization, we have masterminds. We have a joint venture fund. And the greatest thing that Bill did was listen to every greatest speaker on the planet and then became one himself. I come from an organization. I've been in the business 20 years. I've pulled people on and off stages. I've been on some of the largest stages in the world, but on some of the biggest speaker. What you hear from Bill today is by far information that is going to take you to another level. So that's the day we have. And I know I've only got a couple minutes before I pop on the first speaker. So I wanted to make sure that you're ready for today. I wanted to make sure that you have the information that you need today, that you put it into your funnel, and that you find out where that piece of information fits into your business. And for those of you that say, after the end of today, Power Team is where I'd like to be, I'm getting excited, so my whole computer's moving. There's something with you guys. I don't know what it is, but it's the information was brilliant. The stream of the day, you have networking at noon. You have calls every day, and then you're going back to hundreds of live events. I want to see how I can play. Maybe I'm great at masterminds. Maybe I'm a speaker. Well, maybe I'm starting a new business. So whatever that is, I'm going to spend time with you. I'm the Executive Vice President for Global Training, and we're looking for more because we're going to be doing this for years to come, plus all of our live events. So if that's you, if you're the one who wants to activate that side of yourself and play and joint venture with a company that is out there doing it, right? And really sort of rocking the house, you're going to text right now. That's right now. You're going to text SBA, that's for Small Business Advisor, to 26786. Text SBA to 26786. I will contact you personally, right? But do that because you know that you are ready to rock. If you have a little question about how to build a business, we can go through that. I'm also going to invite you to our virtual mastermind so you can mastermind with other people internationally that are building their businesses. So text right now, don't wait, SBA to 26786, SBA to 26786. I will connect with you this afternoon. We will set up a time. I will invite you to the virtual mastermind that's next Tuesday, and we will get you rocking and rolling. So anybody in business, anybody who knows you see this through the day, you go, I like what Power Team's putting on. It's amazing what they've done. Go to powerteamlive.com and just take a look at just some of what we have. You can go to powerteam.com and you can see all of our courses. And we are ready to play. We are ready to take those that are serious, right? Work hard and play harder. And we're ready to work with you. So SBA to 26786. I know some of you are international. It came up before. We'll give you the link of how to connect with us for those who are international. But now we're going to make a shift. A what? A shift. That's right. See, I see this beautiful lady in the bottom of my screen getting ready to go. There you go. She's excited. And I'm telling you, it's about energy. It's about every time I turn my head, I know you can't hear me, so I'll do the best not to turn my head. I don't always want a mic tagging. I do have a podcast mic because I do podcasts, but this way I'm straight at you. Everybody got that? All right. Are we ready to go? Let's get our hands in the air and get some energy going. Say, I love to learn more. That's right. Here we go. All right. Our first incredible speaker of the day. And you know, the great thing is, I love the bio she sent originally. It's short and it gets to it. Sometimes you also, we have bios that are like 4 pages long. I'm like, all right, just what are the bullet points that the audience needs to know? Because every speaker also in the speaker world, you've got to learn also how to earn your right, let alone when we put you up on stage, everybody's ready to go. Here we go. So, Susie Crowder, self-made millionaire. Let's give that a big round of applause. Best-selling author, sold her business for millions. What's the word? Millions. Built 2 $10 million companies. All right. If you haven't done that yet, you are in the right place. And this is the information that you'll be taking in. She has helped thousands. How many? Thousands launch, scale, and build their companies. Without any further ado, let's give a huge, and by the way, this is like bringing somebody up on stage so you can type applause. We'll eventually get a tidbit on that. I'm going to look for some sound bites on that. But let's give a big, huge, thunderous round of applause for Susie Carter. Susie, how are you?
I'll do it for them. Woo! Look, I have a clapper on hand because every now and then you need to give yourself a hand. So I'm just saying.
You are good. All right, Susie, take it away.
So thank you. I'm so excited. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for the Power Team, right? So this has been an amazing opportunity to play with you all, to reach you all. And I love when you chat in the chat box so that I can see you, I can help you, I can support you. So whatever questions you have, I'm a good multitasker. So Michael did tell you, you know, how I started. I didn't always start out that way, right? This was a journey. My vocation was I started out as a hairdresser, built a multi-million-dollar salon and spa, and entrepreneurs kept saying, oh my gosh, can you do this for me? And I was scared of y'all at first, right? Like, no, I only know about this industry. And so slowly but surely, I went into the entrepreneurial space and built another multi-million-dollar business, built the largest training and development company in the beauty industry, and then took over one of the largest training and development companies and built that to 10 million. Right. So this journey called entrepreneur is a roller coaster, right? It's like up, down, up, down, up, down. And when I look at, you know, how we relate to it, right? This is business. If you can see this, this is business, up, down, up, down, up, down, right? And as entrepreneurs, right, this is, I'm having a great month. I'm having a bad month, great month, bad month. Well, right now, you know, we're in a trying time. And so I want to talk about today, how do you leverage this time? How do you maximize this time? Never in the history have we been sequestered at home like this. So that's a blessing. And I need you to shift your mindset to think that this can be a blessing. This time can be a blessing. And this time, people are still spending money. People are still taking action. You're here. Just look at that, right? I see Dagmar, you're here. Marion, you're here, right? So there's a lot of people here and in the face of no agreement. And so I want to look at some fast cash. Like, what can you do? What can you do in this time that will leverage what you're up to and what you're doing, right? And listen to how do you leverage your business. 80% of the small businesses fail in the first 5 years, right? We're going to teach you the Power Team, my business, each speaker's business of how can you be that 20%? How can you be that 20%, right? 40% of small businesses are owned by women. That is a breakthrough. 88% of small businesses make less than $100,000 a year. On my watch, that doesn't work for me, right? And the reality is we just don't know what we don't know. How do I build a multi-million-dollar business? 5% of the companies are doing 100,000 to 250. 2.4 are doing 250 to 500,000. Only 1% hit that $1 million mark. So I don't know about you, but I want to be in the 1%. If you want to be in the 1%, put that in the chat box, because that's going to be the game changer. It's not crowded in the 1%. Let me say that again. It's not crowded in the 1%, right? Jamie, I see you. I want Michelle, I want to see you be in the 1%, right? So you can look at, how do I build and leverage my business, right? I've been doing this for almost 30 years. Now, I know I'm a little seasoned, so I've learned the hard way. I've learned, from my trials and errors, my bloody knees and my bloody elbows. And I want to support you in not having the bloody knees and bloody elbows. You might have some other things, but I want you to look at, how can we support you? How can I support you? So let's look at this time to set up your business, and let's look at this time and leverage. How do I leverage what I'm up to? How do I leverage this time, right? And the fastest way to cash, and Michael said it before, is affiliates, right? Who is your ideal partner? I grew my business so fast because I had strategic partners. Strategic partners are those people that I don't compete with, I'm not in competition with, I'm in complement with. So I want you to make a list, and as I'm writing, I want you to think about, who are those businesses that your product, your services in complement with, right? I'm a huge referring partner. So my clients, graphic designers, funnel designers, marketers, speaker, trainer, I don't do any of that. So those are great partners for me that I'm in complement with, not competition with. During this time, I do want to say, during this time, people are still spending money. So I'm still having sales. I still have people in programs. I'm busier than ever, because we know that when times are tough, we've got to make it happen. All the laziness goes away, right? This is the best time to be entrepreneurs. Businesses are birthed in a recession, in a depression. New businesses are birthed ongoingly, right? So I want you to look at the affiliates. Who can be that partner for me? Who already is existing? Who has that database? That's why when we look at the Power Team, they've got some amazing resources for us. And I say us because I'm part of the team, right? Number 2 in your fast cash is, whatever you're doing, how can I make it fun for my clients? Look, clients love prizes, they love cash, and they love recognition. So in any kind of promotion, you want to make sure you have those 3 things: prizes, cash, and promotion. I just did a promotion for my highest clients. I look at my A clients, and those are the people that spend the most money. And we just sent them this huge box of Omaha steaks, just as a way to reward them for being amazing customers. How yummy is that, right? So what kind of promotion can you do? We're having a virtual summit, so we're doing a promotion that if you refer people, you can come for free, right? So if people are having cash flow issues, come for free, right? We'll support you. We shifted our live event to virtual events, very similar to what Bill's done, right? Speed of the leader, speed of the gang, to go, how do we pivot in this time, not go to bed, right? Turn off that TV, turn off the naysayers, turn off the negative, right? So we have, when you refer someone, you can get a free ticket. If you refer 5 people, I've got this an amazing influencer box that we're giving people, and then your name goes in a drawing to win my services and my coaching. Now, that might not seem like a big deal, but I'll give you an example. Melissa Evans is a client. We spent 2 hours together, 90 minutes. In 90 minutes, we created a strategy that she implemented the next weekend and did $126,000 in strategy, right? So I just want to look at, it doesn't have to be hard. Somebody put that in the chat box. It doesn't have to be hard, right? What you think about, you talk about. What you talk about, you bring about. Okay, number 3, fast cash, is let's look at, what's that gift that people say that you have, and they're always picking your brain for it, right? Mine was financial strategy and selling from the stage and back of the room sales and product development. That was just something I was naturally good at that I did for myself. So I started helping other people do it. So let's create a VIP day, and they don't have to be in person. They're virtual. 90% of everything I do is virtual. Even before this pandemic, 90% is virtual. I'm on back-to-back Zoom calls, platforms just like this, serving clients all over the world. So I want us to get out of our box of what business looks like, and let's reinvent it. Fast cash, virtual events. Virtual events gets you in front of a lot of people. You get in front of a lot of people, give some juicy information, right? Give 80% content. Someone put that in the chat. Michelle, help me out. 80% content, 20% invitation. This isn't a sell fest. We're not selling you. We're serving you. I want you to serve, not sell. Serve, not sell. When you serve, when you educate, then the sales will come. There's strategy around it. But I want you to look at virtual events can be the fastest way to build relationships, the fastest ways to build those connections, the fastest way for people to really see the value that you give and you contribute. Since all this happened, we've been doing live virtual events for our clients every single Monday at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, just to give back to our community. Because we know if you look at how do I bring value to my tribe and my community, so that I can look at bringing that value. And when times get better, when we flip the switch back on, our economy's back on, they're going to remember that, right? They're going to remember that. The fourth thing is dial for dollars. Okay, now I know some of you think that's old school, but some of you are not picking up your phone. You're not calling people. You're not connecting with people. You're trying to do it all online. And you can't do it all online. Relationships are built. Relationships are built and relationships are earned, right? So dial for dollars. Every week in my schedule, I have scheduled days to dial for dollars. I'm calling clients. I'm checking in with clients. I'm following up with clients, right? I'm using software that helps me remind me who I'm supposed to follow up with, because look, I'm busy and I know you're busy too, right? So when I look at that, I use something called Pipe Drive. Pipe Drive helps me look at how many sales I have in the pipe, right? How do I serve? What information I need next to get to that next level? So dial for dollars. Schedule time in your calendar. If it's not in the calendar, it's not getting done. If it's not in the calendar, it's not getting done. So I have everything in my calendar, right? That keeps me focused. I get 10 times more stuff done because it's in my calendar versus sitting back and trying to remember what to do, right? The next thing, daily. Sales time daily, especially if you're just launching. I need you to look at sales time daily, minimum 2 hours. I need you to do a minimum of 2 hours. You're like, Susie, I don't know who to call. Okay, let's generate some leads, right? Let's get into forums. Let's get into Facebook forums. Let's get interviewed on podcasts. There's something called podcastguest.com that you can go and put your profile there, and you can go and be interviewed and people choose you to be a podcast guest. That's a great way because we're stuck at home, but I'm on anywhere between 5 and 7 podcasts each and every week. So my name is out there. I'm out there talking about what we're doing, how we're doing it, how we're serving the market. So how can you get on podcasts? From the podcast, you get the leads that come in, then you're having your sales time daily, right? Hold an event and give tickets valued at $499 to $2,000, but don't make the price that, just have it valued at that. Now, some of this is so subjective. People are like, well, how do you have that value? Well, let's look at the speaker's time. Let's look at the information that you're giving. When you hire me as a coach, you're not paying for my time, you're paying for my intellectual property. I'm helping you to the fast highway to your profitability in your business. Profitability, not just cash, not just top line. I'm looking at profitability. Profitability is the value that I, as a business owner, bring to you. Profitability is the value that I, as the business owner, bring to the organization. So hold an event, hold a virtual event, get the tickets, get a high value so that people see the value in it. Once they've experienced you, once they've had the value, then they're ready to make that happen. Now, this next one is one that I see people leave on the table all the time. It's asking for referrals. So you have a handful of clients, or maybe you're just starting out. Who do you know that would love some support in their business, in their personal life, with their fitness, whatever your niche is, right? Whatever your niche is, ask for referrals, right? And then when you get that, reward the person that gave you the referral, right? What gets rewarded gets repeated. What gets rewarded gets repeated, right? So I want to look at, how do you reach out to big name partners? Because that's usually the biggest challenge, is people don't know how. They're like, Susie, what do I say? How do I say it? Come from a place of service, right? Be of service, of servant heart, right? Subscribe to their newsletter, follow them on social. I like to send a little gift, right? So my little gift box right here. So this is my referral box that I send my gifts in, that's branded with my logo, branded with what I'm up to, branded with what I'm doing, right? I put a copy of my book in there, right? I have a branded water bottle. Everything's branded, but it's all a gift to serve that person. Offer to help them with their challenges. How can you support either bringing customers to their webinar, to their summit, to their opportunity? How can you support them? Come from that servant heart first. And when you look at coming from service, the law of reciprocity will come around. It may not come around directly from that partner. So I'm not attached to serving that person. I'm aligned with serving that person. So your homework is, I want you to look at creating a list of at least 20, look, 20, this is 20. Here, I'll go twice. 20 strategic partners that you can align with. Now, another great fast cash is what we call flash sale. That's something that you can do a 5-day sale, do a promotion, do a free ticket, do a complimentary assessment or analysis, a try before you buy. One of my best flash sales that I do annually is when my service is free for a year. Now, when you start coaching with me and you work with me, that's a big ticket item. So I get my clients out there holding the flag saying, you need to work with Susie, she's amazing. You need to work with Susie, she's amazing. And then their name goes into a drawing, and then we choose one person to win my services free for a year. That's my consulting services free for a year. That is bananas, right? And I've done this in every industry. I've done it in every industry. So I've had clients do it in manufacturing. I've had clients do it in salons and spas. I've had coaches, consultants, speakers do it to go, how do I really leverage my relationships? And what do they want? They want your time. They want your expertise, right? So look at what my clients want in a flash sale, right? Now, when you're doing a flash sale, there has to be follow-up. Michelle put the chat box. There has to be follow-up. That's where 80% of small businesses fail. We're one hit wonder. Oh, I sent an email out, nobody replied. Oh, I sent that promotion out, nobody replied. Oh, I did that webinar, nobody signed up. Well, are you following up? Do you have a follow-up strategy? What's the follow-up strategy? What are you saying with them, right? What are you doing? In your VIP days, I want you to look at selling solutions, selling results, right? Give case studies of how people won with you, how they win with you. When I have a client, Constance Carter, and Constance was the largest African-American real estate agent in Northern California. And she worked with me and she tripled her business by implementing some of these fast cash, right? Tripled her business. How many of you would love to triple your business, right? Lauren Gartland started working with her. 2 months into working with her, she increased her sales by 25%. 25% in her business was an additional $772,000. How did we do that? We put systems in place. We removed a highly toxic team member, right? We snatched her power back, meaning she wasn't saying what she needed to say. We looked at her pricing strategy and went after her dream customers, right? So we increased cash flow, we increased profit, we increased team morale. Right. So I want you to look at what are the little things that I can do that would make a profound difference in my business. How can I get clients to raise their hand to say, I want to spend more time with you? Because spending more time with me will allow me to find the need and fill the need. Juicy stuff. So what's happening and what I'm seeing in the marketplace right now is we're afraid, right? We're afraid to pivot. We're afraid to move. We're afraid to do anything. And I want to say that in this time, right, I want you to use fear as a motivation for you, because fear is a flag of the unknown and the flag of going into your future, right? So it's shifting your mindset around fear. Right? So we as speakers, as trainers, as consultants, right, we're trained to have this glossy, pretty exterior look, have it all together, right? And when we do that, we're not being authentic and we're not being true to ourselves. So I want you to look at what are the things that I need to do to be focused and leverage this time, right? It's like we have these really pretty bags. So this is you, this really pretty bag, and you're carrying it around. If you're a guy, it's, you know, it could be camo. If you're a guy, it's camo. I just want to say, right? And so we're worried about all these things, right? We're worried about our family, you know, and we're holding on to this, and we're not being free, and we're not talking about our stuff. And it's like you put it in your bag and you're carrying it around, and it's all in your head, right? And then we're worried about our clients. Are our clients going to stay, get more clients? Are clients paying? Are they going to pay me what I'm worth, right? What do I need to do to be strategic? And we put that in a bag or a sparkly bag, right? And we're carrying that bag around quietly. You don't even have to say anything, but that bag is starting to weigh down. We've got some stuff in the bag now, right? You can hear it. It's heavy. And then most of all, we're looking at, we're all nervous about our health, and we're all, you know, shutting down, and most of my clients are freaking out right now. Well, there's only so much we can do. I've got to work on your mindset, because your net worth will only grow as high as your self-worth, right? And so your health, you're carrying that around with worry and fear, and it's keeping you from playing big and playing bold, right? And then you have people gossiping about you, team members gossiping, people gossiping, you know, saying the haters, because there's always haters, right? Like they're drinking the haterade. And so you're worried in that conversation of what your family's saying. Your family thinks you're cuckoo. My family still thinks I'm cuckoo, by the way, right? And you're carrying that around in your bag, and you can start to see that the bag is starting to get really, really heavy. Look, it really is starting to get really heavy, right? And then we're really worried about the fear and the scarcity. Are you loving my exercise, Bill?
I'm loving it, man. I'm telling you what, like, where's my rocks at? I need some of that stuff here.
You gotta get your rocks, man. You got your rocks there. Then last but not least is we're worried about the money, right? And the money is scaring us. And so what I'm here to say is this what's in your bag. Notice what you're carrying around. Notice what's stopping you. Notice that it's all a conversation, and you can put your bag down. Because what you need to do is be in radical action. Benjamin Franklin said, take the coin in your purse, invest them in your mind, and your mind will fill your purse overflowing. So that's just juicy, 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 juicy.
So listen, everybody. Obviously, you know that if you have a business you wish to scale, and listen, we do business coaching too. But I'm telling you, if your business is north of a couple 100,000 and you want to take it to a couple million, and you can get the private time of someone or through the program she offers, get a free coaching session today. You know, all you got to do is go on that link, go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. She'll give you 20 minutes with her or a member of her team to work with. Take that time. It's absolutely priceless time. Susie, I love you. I appreciate you. I got to let you run.
I love you too. Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Today. You're the bomb.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. So I hope you guys are getting plugged in today. I know you just plugging in. More people are just starting to join too. Please get the watch parties going. Make sure that you keep sharing this stuff. We'll have gifts all day long for you, so don't worry about that. I will tell you this, though, that our next speaker is someone I've had a chance to know now for more than 15 years. And he let me speak on his stage 15 years ago when one of the speakers couldn't make it, and the speaker actually said, you should have this guy on your stage. And we've been great friends ever since. But I'll tell you that today, for those that are on, you are going to get access to an amazing, amazing special offer that you'll never see probably again. But he's going to share with you some tips on how to market your stuff online. How do you begin to sell your product, your service online? How do you do it right away? He's not only a founder of many companies and multi-million-dollar launches, he's just a great guy to be around. You know, his wife, Michelle, is literally one of the nice people you'll ever meet in your life that's always about add value first. If there's a guy that really represents add value first in the economy today, that's our next speaker. So I want to just turn it over to him, ask him some questions, kind of let him go on a roll because he has so much content for you in 30 minutes. But let me see if I can bring on Mr. Mike Filsaime. Mike, you on there somewhere? Let me see if I can bring you on the stream.
Yeah, there
Mike,
we go.
How are you, brother?
Good. Can you hear
timing.
me?
I can hear you loud and clear. So if you could just take a few minutes, and first of all, thanks for being on the Digital Success Summit with Power Team. We're excited to have you here. If you could just take a few minutes and share a bit of your story and how did you get to where you're at today? I would love for you to share some of that with the audience.
I'll be happy to. And I know that, Bill, we got 30 minutes, so I'll keep that going quick. And I don't want to take too much time taking away from any part of the presentation, but if you can just put a big applause in the comments there for Bill Walsh and the entire team at Power Team. When Bill asked me to do anything or be anywhere, whether it's get on a plane or drive to an event or show up like here for a virtual event, and everybody's putting in. And for Susie before, she started off with a clap, so I got my little back scratch, a little hand here. We're gonna keep it going. So yeah, so let's give it up for Bill Walsh and the team. Bill is somebody that I consider a dear friend. I've been to his house. I've had the opportunity to see him work. He's just a miracle worker when it comes to what he does with businesses. And we do something called the Marketers Cruise every year, and we love all of our speakers that come on there, and they all do very, very well. But Bill Walsh, as the one-armed man does this much. It doesn't end with how many people he brings on. So just wanted to give a shout out to somebody that's been very, very influential for us. So Bill, to answer that question, I'm 53 years old, going to be this year. You can see this is what happens when the color of the hair starts, that your color gets faked out. The grays over here always come in first. So it's a lot more gray than it looks. I could tell you that. And like many people my age, or I would say over 40, we have a previous career. There's many people that are coming online right now, and many of you that are 25 years and younger maybe have been doing this your whole life. But when people like Bill and myself, when we got started, many of us have a previous career. So my story is essentially this. I'm a math guy. I'm a science guy. I love things like quantum physics, the universe, all types of, the cosmos, astrophysics, all that type of stuff. That's probably my number one passion. When it comes to math and science, I was the guy that was smarter than the teacher, basically, when it came to those things, and certainly computer science when it came to computer programming in school. It was such a new thing, and I was hacking away on a Commodore 64, and when my math teacher was sent to Stony Brook University for a year to learn how to come back and teach it to the students, I was years ahead of him, and he absolutely adored me. Where I didn't excel very well was in a couple of places. I don't have the discipline for homework. I'm just not wired that way. When I understood how the math equation worked, it was like, test me, but don't ask me for the same question 700 times repeated. I just didn't work that way. And I'm also the type of person that loves a good movie and loves a good story. When it comes down to telling you the name of the character, I might struggle a little bit. And if you do anything in multiple choice and you give me something that looks similar, I'll probably choose the wrong answer. So when it came to being tested in anything outside of math and science, I was a C student at best, because I just wasn't one of those people that could get motivated by studying. Put a 1 in the chat if that relates to you. I know not everybody's like that. Some people are bookworms and study worms and everything like that, but I just want to know if I'm alone here. So just put a 1 in the comments there, and we'll see if I'm all alone on that type of person. Somebody that didn't have the patience for homework. I don't see anybody saying anything, so I could be the only one. We'll see what comes up here. Here we go. We got a couple of 1s for support there for me. So the reason I bring that up, Bill, is I immediately gravitated towards computer science. I went to New York Institute of Technology. There we go. They're all showing up. There's a little bit of a delay. Thank you. I went to New York Institute of Technology to study computer science. I was a computer program. At the age of 17, I sold my first software to Lottery Players magazine. It was the first software of its kind that checked lottery tickets before the computers did it, because there was no computers back then. And you would check it on your home computer. And I sold that for $25,000 at the age of 18, something that I wrote on a Commodore 64 and converted it to an IBM. So I was getting married. I was working at Pathmark, making about $7 an hour. Part-time was maybe $9,000 a year. And my brother and my dad were in the car industry. And as I'm getting married, there wasn't much of a job for people my age. At that time, to do computer science, computer engineering. It wasn't like today, like creating iPhone apps. So I dropped out after 3 years, still with a love of computers, went into the car business for 14 years, revolutionized things in the car business, bringing the first computerized inventory systems in, computerized leasing, computerized key systems, business development centers, internet departments, well before any other dealership, certainly on Long Island, was doing it. We were pioneering that stuff. And I worked my way very quickly to sales manager, general sales manager, finance director, general sales manager, and then general manager of the largest Toyota dealership in the Northeast region and the second largest Hyundai dealership in the United States. So I learned my salesmanship there. But Bill, a lot of people will say, Mike Filsame is, an internet marketer that's been doing this for almost 2 decades now, since 2002. I'll say, yes, that is likely true. But more than that, I'm a software developer. There's nothing that I've done. The over $20 million launches that we've done over the years have all been tied to software. I was the co-founder of Webinar Jam, EverWebinar. I sold that company. Kartra was the seeds of my mind, but had some partners, partnerships are like marriages. They didn't work out. So I took my own route. I kind of see myself in that situation with that previous company as Steve Jobs, that had the passion for the Lisa and the Macintosh, but things didn't work out. And I found myself out of my own company that I started and people running with my ideas. So I took my 2-year non-compete and restarted again with some partners, that let me be the visionary and the CEO of that. But having said that, that's me. I'm more of a software developer. Butterfly Marketing, Evergreen Business System, Pay.com, Deal Guardian, GrooveCart, GrooveFunnels. All of these things are that's the way that I work. I like to create tools that I know as a really good marketer that are missing out in the industry, whether it's the affordability, the use, or the functions and the features and the user experience, everything, and all combined, making them work together. That's what I set out to do, and that's what we're doing now with GrooveFunnels. And I don't know if I'm supposed to just roll, Bill, or if you're there, and if you're going to come back, I'll wait 3 seconds. And if I don't,
buddy, you're doing great. Just keep on a roll. I want you to share as much great content as you can during this time. It's a short period of time, but you're on a roll and you're doing great. So just stay on the roll. I'll be back towards the end.
Okay, so Bill, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna not bury the lead here. I think, folks, you're going to appreciate what I have to offer because it's not a pitch, but it might as well be. But you don't have to give us any money for it. So here's what I want to ask, and I understand there's like a little bit of a delay. There's like a 7 or 10 second delay. So I'm going to assume some of the answers rather than sitting and waiting for 7 seconds and looking for this. But this is what we've done. We have a software platform called GrooveFunnels, and GrooveFunnels is a suite of products that has a page and funnel builder that I can promise you is better than any page and funnel builder on the market today. It's easier to use. It has better templates. They convert better. And it's about 8 years newer in technology than anything that's out on the market. Many of the other things out there were built on Bootstrap. More importantly, it fully integrates with the following. We have Groove Sell and Groove Affiliate. And then we have a bunch of other products that that do your email marketing, your membership, your video. It's a built-in blog, help desk, e-commerce, and all that stuff. But there's a cost to that. There's a cost to GrooveFunnels. But here's something that we're doing right now. We've decided about 3 weeks ago, we wanted to do something a little bit different. As I got inspiration from the CEO of Uber Conference. Uber Conference is something like Zoom, and for $299 a month, you have their premium business model. So I saw something at the top when somebody shared a link to do a conference. I'm like, what happened to Skype, Slack, or Zoom? What is this Uber Conference? And they said, oh, you can get a premium account right now. It's a $299 a month value, and you could get it for free with no credit card. And I read the letter from the CEO and I said, that is great. What could we do to give back to the industry? And here's what we've decided to do. We have decided to give you access for life without a credit card. Okay. What that means is if you're listening to this, you will be able to get Groove Pages and Groove Sell and Groove Affiliate, the affiliate platform. So obviously we have about 11 products. Some stuff are for video, memberships, doing the blog. We can't give away the entire suite of products. I think you understand that, right? Without any monetization ability. Otherwise, we'd go out of business, right? But what we've decided to do, instead of putting a paywall around GrooveFunnels, we've snapped off the 2 hero products, something that you would refer to as lead pages or ClickFunnels, that you're paying $99 or $299 a month for. And we're going to give you that for free without a credit card. And you will have access to it for life. You'll never, ever, ever pay us for access to that. Now, you need to sell your products, as Susan was saying before, or Susie. I apologize if I forget. And many of the speakers that are going to be coming on, and Bill as well. In fact, I can promise you, Bill will be moving his digital products to this platform. It's brand new. What that means, you can set up your products, your upsells, your order bumps, your downsells, your recurring billing, your dollar trials, everything. This is something that you would see over at Infusionsoft or Samcart or Pay Kickstart, where they're charging you $99 a month for 4 checkboxes, $149 for additional checkboxes, and then $199 a month for a full suite. Well, what we're doing is we're giving you the entire full suite. Now, please do not go and sign up, because you're not going to get the bonus that I'm going to. So don't rush anywhere. You want to make sure that you use the link that we provided for Bill Walsh. Bill, if you guys can put that up on the screen right there, they can text Groove to 26786, or Bill, you can let me know if that's the call to action you want. Otherwise, we could give them the one that has your URL, but I'm going to leave that for you to say. That's going to bring you to GrooveSell. GrooveSell is going to tell you that you get access to GrooveSell and Groove Affiliate for life without a credit card, which is basically the world's best shopping cart. Wait till you see what this thing can do. With 30 minutes, I figured I would jump right here, because if I start demoing this software, it could be 40 minutes and Bill's going to be knocking, going, Mike, we love what you're doing, but we have other guests. And I want to respect that. So we have plenty of time for that when it's free. So text Groove to 26786. You're going to get GrooveSell and Groove Affiliate for free for life, and you will not have to put a credit card. This is not a dollar trial. I'm not going to say this lasts for 6 months. This offer will eventually go away, and this is going to start selling at $99, $199, and $299 a month. Right now, we're helping out people that are struggling right now to keep their businesses alive without asking for anything in return. Now, when you go through, will there be an upsell? There's a very cheeky upsell. It's me with a video going, what are we doing here? What does this say? This is not an upsell. And you'll go to a page that says that the URL ends with, this is not an upsell. And that page will tell you that you're getting Groove pages. And you will get access to Groove pages, which is what we use to build our sites at over Groove Digital, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I can promise you, we will be the #1 page and funnel builder, taking over the category king within 18 months. And after that, we believe that everybody will be using our platform. We're just better. We're easier to use. We're more powerful. Our pages convert better. And we just got a lot. I'm not here to talk more about that. As I said, that will be the upsell, and that will be free. It's a fake upsell. It's us saying, hey, we've got another thing we want to give you, and it's absolutely free. There's not even an add to cart button. Just click the button below that says thank you. And then you will have GrooveSell, Groove Pages, and Groove Affiliates. Why are we doing that? Well, we're hoping that you love our software, and we can build a relationship with you over time in the Facebook group. Maybe you'll join when things get back to normal. You'll come to GrooveCon, where Bill speaks. You'll come to the Marketers Cruise, where Bill is one of the leaders there that helps us make that event what it is. And perhaps, whether it's now or in the future, you might decide to upgrade to the entire suite of GrooveFunnels for the other 11 products. And right now, when you get in, you'll see there's a lifetime offer, or a ridiculous offer to get that. For less than the month, the price of 4 payments of ClickFunnels, you'll be able to get the entire suite and never make a payment again. That's if you want to upgrade. So, but even if you don't, you get Groove Pages for life without a credit card, GrooveSell and Groove Affiliate for life without a credit card. Now, here's the bonus when you text Groove to 26786. We will allow you to use custom domains because right now, your page would have to be something like powerteam.groovepages.com. But for the people that are texting Groove, to just open up your phone, text Groove to 26786, as you see right here on the screen, right here, if I can do that. Always wanted to do that. And just do that. That's going to send you a link where you could sign up. And we're tracking the signups here. And those folks are going to get unlocked. Also, the custom domain, so you can have full branding. There's no more reasons at that point, holding back anything from group pages. So, Bill, I can talk a lot sometimes, and what seems to me like 7 minutes can be 30 minutes. I want to respect.
I'm back. It'd be really good, Marcus, if you could just share with everybody, what are some great things that they could market online now? What are you finding is doing the best to sell online, and what should someone do if they're at home? And let's say they are a subject matter expert, but we converted from live events to digital in 11 days. But I also spent, I don't even know how much, $20,000, $30,000 just learning some of this stuff, signing up for courses and learning this. But what are some things you would recommend people could market, or is it easy to market? Let's say they're an author, coach, consultant. Can they put some of this stuff on your platform and start, selling their programs in the next 48 hours?
Absolutely. So our platform is essentially for digital marketers, right? It's the passion project expert, the infopreneur, the person with the intellectual property. If your business starts with "I will teach you how to," then this platform is for you. If you can envision yourself saying, "Leave your name and email address on the form below, and I'm going to show you the 7 things you should or shouldn't ever do in this particular niche to solve this problem," making money, how to save money, how to lose weight, how to eat right, how to eat paleo, how to be vegan, how to flip houses, how to anything, how to get 6-pack abs. We know that, we have people that teach people how to do auto body paint from home. If the word "how to" exists, that means you can be not just a digital marketer, but that translates to being an author. Then authors can be speakers and vice versa. You can have coaching and consulting and ascension programs, and you can deliver your content through automation. And what we want to do is get you to realize that the most important thing that you want to do is focus on you. For Bill Walsh, that means being Bill Walsh. When you have to get duct tape and you're a closet warrior, which we all were. Bill has a team. I have a team. Not everybody does. When you're at home and saying, "Bill, I love what all the speakers are saying, but how do I make all this work?" Most people are going to tell you, you need a help desk software, that's Zendesk. You need a page builder, that's ClickFunnels. You need an email marketing solution, that's ActiveCampaign. What we're doing here, Bill, is allowing people to be the talent that they are. And so enough talking about the technology. I promise you, being for free, you're going to find out how easy it is. To answer your question a little bit more clearly, Bill, here's what I've noticed. After the COVID-19 scare came about, and there's some serious things going on, and some people can't adapt, Bill, right? Like you, you're an alchemist. And I don't mean that because of just your ability. You look at my brother, who owns a school, and he has a pre-K early learning center. Kids are 6 months old to 5 years old, and the parents drop their kids off every single day, and they give them a check every single week. My brother was put out of business by this silent enemy. And even if he wanted to go back, which would be foolish, the government won't let him, right? And that's probably a good thing for everybody. So I say to my brother, what goes on? He says, "Mike, we bring in $120,000 a month. And my expenses are 90, 95, sometimes 100. I make between $20,000 and $30,000 a month. My business is over, but just because I don't have to pay the teachers anymore," he says, "I still got rent, unemployment insurance, all these things. My business is $40,000 a month to run, and I still got to pay that. And on top of that, I've got my own bills at 10 grand a month to run my house. So I'm going negative. And you know what? I don't necessarily have an answer for my brother. He hasn't been preparing himself to be a passion project expert. I talk to him every day and start saying, "You've got to make some backup plans." And you know what my brother's doing? He's calling me every single day. He's realizing that this isn't something that he had a failed business. This is something he doesn't have a choice. He might have to go where the opportunities are. So in this industry, my industry, what we're all on, digital marketers, did we see a dip? Yes, we did, for a week. It was so bad. It was deer in the headlights. Everybody said, "What's going on?" The world was telling us that it was coming to an end, and toilet paper and all this different stuff. And we didn't know what was going on, who the enemy was, how bad it was. And it got so bad for a week, we made some knee-jerk reactions. But I got to tell you, when I talk to people like Bill and everybody I talk to, the weirdest thing, Bill, I'm not kidding you. This is not any, hyperbole at all. Everybody that I'm talking to is saying we're having our best month and our best year ever. We don't know what's going on. And this is what I'm thinking. We are protected somewhat in a bubble. We have our digital online businesses that are in many cases selling to people that have digital online businesses. And we have our own economy that we're continuing to buy we're kind of like we're on Mars with our own economy and the virus is over there on Earth, if that makes sense. This is the industry to be in right now. More than ever, this is a time where the technology suits working from home. There's a reason why Zoom went from 10 million users to 200 million users overnight. This doesn't kill the economy for everybody. And we have a responsibility, not just to ourselves and to our spouses and to our families, also to our customers that depend on us, for me keeping the software going and everything like that. We want to keep moving forward. Entrepreneurs, God bless the United States and other countries that believe in capitalism, because it is the people like Bill Walsh and the speakers that he's bringing on that are motivating all of us right now in this time, not through hype, by real possibilities and action plans that tell you, you can go watch CNN. And you know what CNN says 24 hours a day? Breaking news, how many people are sick and how many people have died. It says breaking news. You tell me how that's breaking news. That is just, that's a timer. That's a countdown timer. And we know how to be a little bit more careful. And this is a tragic thing that's going on. But that can go in one ear, in your ear, and get stuck in your mind and paralyze you. That is the poison. Stay away from that television. Follow people that are doing what Bill Walsh is doing, getting the leaders in this world, that other people in your house might walk by and see Susie, forget me if it was Susan, talking and maybe saying to you, what are you doing, listening to your motivational speaker? You're damn right. Bill Walsh has brought the industry leaders to you to let you know that you cannot be brainwashed by that box. It will poison your mind and tell you that there's doom and gloom. There's a great line from a movie. I think it was Oblivion. I'm not sure. I get the movies confused, but it was with Will Smith talking to his son, who's his actual real son in the movie. And he said to his son something like, there's no such thing as fear. Fear is in the mind. Danger is very real. So that is a very profound point. I really love that. There are some dangerous things out there, dangerous things that we can do by inaction or going outside and not protecting ourselves with PPE and all those different things. But to allow fear is something that is created in the mind. It's not being able to process the danger and navigate around it. And it paralyzes you. And that box, and I'm pointing to my box over there, that television is set to get clicks and scare you and get you watching. It's a 24-hour news cycle there's other countries other than the US where the news is actually news. Our news says things like this: there's a new drug coming out for COVID-19, but can it be more harm than good? Find out at the end of the broadcast. That is nonsense. And I think you get that. I'll digress here. My point is that there is great opportunity. Bill is bringing you some people that are giving you a game plan. Take all of the information, take notes, leave only for bathroom breaks and to take a sip of water, codify the information and take action on what suits your need. First, have a goal in mind. Set an action plan. Not every speaker is for you, right? If you're running maybe a different type of business, maybe you don't need software or whatever the case is. Find out the speakers that align, and I can promise you, 80% of them are going to appeal to you, and to every single person here. There'll be every speaker here will also cater to 80% of the people. So you want to make sure that you're getting all this information, taking notes, taking action, and believe that this is possible. Believe that this is possible.
Hey, Mike, buddy, this has been awesome, pal. Thanks for first of all, thanks for your time as always. I always know that and I feel the same way. You told me to be somewhere, I'd be there for you. I don't care if it was 5 people or 5,000, and I know that we began to promote your cruises a couple of years ago, and I think 2 years in a row, we were #1 in promotion.
Absolutely.
That's really thankful to our customers, right, that love the experience, met new people. But I just want to thank you because you're always adding value. You know, I would tell you, and you can use this if you want, that I call Mike Filsaime an innovationist. Innovationist. Right?
I like that word.
Pretty cool title, but he really does. No matter what he's done over the last 15 years, we've been friends. There's always something. There's always 4 or 5 versions in the tank that are coming in the future. And I think that's the big thing is if you're listening today, think what you're going to put in the tank today that you'll still be selling 3 to 5 years from tomorrow. Does that make sense? So you're building your tomorrow today to always program to win in advance. So any last words of wisdom you'd like to share, Mike?
Excuse me. Yeah, just this. I'm home. It's going to take me 2 minutes, Bill, so I'll try to say it as quick as I can, maybe in under a minute. We're home, and I'm taking up a hobby because, you know, we get out of the house less. So I'm taking up playing guitar because it's something I've always wanted to do. And Donna said, then Mike, just do it. You can take lessons. I got a guitar. I went on Amazon. I do what I do all the time. I get excited and I buy all the best stuff in the world. And I get this guitar and I cannot get this thing to play. So I watched this kid on YouTube, and this kid on YouTube, he says, here is my 1-year journey. It was like watching grass grow. Every single video, you can't tell the difference. The first video starts out, bam, 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 bam. He's trying to play Mary Had a Little Lamb and he can't. The next day, he's doing it without any distortion. But 3 days later, it's getting a little better. This is going through, and now he starts doing every single week. By about 3 months, I don't see any difference, Bill. Nothing. He's basically going like this. And he's like, that's an A chord. And then he corrects it on the screen. He says, see what I didn't even know it was a G chord. 5 months later, you don't notice anything different from the 4th month. My point is, at the end of 12 months, he was playing Sweet Child of Mine by Guns N' Roses, just strumming along like this. His fingers are moving. And I nearly almost cried. I'm not even kidding you. It was the first time in my life I said to myself, I don't know if that scared me or inspired me. That looks very hard. I don't know if I have the patience to suck at something like that after 3 months, but I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to stick with it. And so the moral of that story, Bill, that I want to leave everybody with is you cannot go outside and put your eyes down next to the blade of grass and wait for it to grow. You will never see results. Take the instructions that Bill and the team and the speakers here are giving you. And if you don't see results after a month, understand you're on the right path. You're watching grass grow. After a year, you'll have a full field of grass, but you're not going to see your results right away. You're going to say, there's something wrong with me. No, you're just learning to play guitar. It takes time.
We teach our speakers that, Mike. We tell them that 0 to 100 is practice. Until you've done 100 presentations, I don't want to hear a word, right? That just didn't work. I didn't sell. I didn't close. Have you hit 100 yet? No. Well, then I don't want to talk to you to hit 100. Because once you've done 100, right, you understand that all of a sudden the 101st, I promise, is 100 times better than the first. Right. You know, so just stay with it. So listen, I love you, buddy. Thanks for plugging in.
Love you too, man.
Once again, one more time, guys, if you're listening, watching, right there, just text the word groove. A lot of folks have already. Text the word groove to 26786. Get access to the software. Take advantage of this offer that Mike's put out there. I promise you it'll be great, and you're going to love it. So with that, Mike, I'll let you go. Thanks so much.
Great. Virtual hug to all of you and Bill and the team. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Michael, how are you, buddy?
Hey, really good. How you doing?
I'm going to give it right back to you. Michael did a great job. What a great offer. Back to you. It's going to still stay right on time.
All right, fantastic.
I'll hop off and you can go.
Thank you, Bill. Mike Filsaime, text groove to 26786. The man is off the chart what he's created. It's brilliant. It's easy. He creates it so it becomes simple, not easy, but simple. And you definitely want to do that. All right, we're going to move right along because we stay on time. We respect your time. We respect the speaker's time, and it's part of what we do. So our next speaker is, well, first of all, let's do a quick warm up. Put your arms up. Everybody get ready. All right, put your arms up in the air. Go left. I go right. Right. Everybody go right. I go left. All right, put your arms down. Fantastic. Now you ready? Get a little sip of water, whatever it takes. Get going. Get something to write. And here we go. I'm watching actually. I'm actually still thinking what Mike said. I actually took some notes. It's just brilliant. Okay. Our next speaker. I'm looking at him down below. He's smiling. That's always a good thing when they're smiling and ready to go. Andy Sokol. Here we go. Bio at the age of 6. Andy caught the entrepreneurial bug with a lemonade stand. Oh, my grandkids are talking about that right now. I'm going to have to talk to you. At that time, he knew all that he wanted to do was be in business as a career. After graduating from one of the top business schools in Florida. In 1995, he opened up a litigation support business serving lawyers in Southern Florida. That business still operates today, 25 years later. That's called residual income, people. So there's many ways to skin this cat. In 2003, he started a shredding business and later sold it to a multinational competitor because they weren't able to steal his customers away. After selling the shredding company, Andy wrote a book called Pay Me Forever, which teaches small business owners how to build their businesses by retaining more clients and getting more referrals. In addition to running his business and speaking at conferences all over the US, Andy consults lawyers and other business owners on how to use technology and automation to get more done in less time so they can make more money and have more fun with friends and family. Without any further ado, I'm going to bring him to the stage with a huge thunderous round of applause. Let's everybody give it up for Andy Sokol. Andy, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Good to see you.
Really, it's a good day, isn't it?
Yes, it's a great day.
All right, have fun with them.
I'm glad to be here. You know, this Digital Success Summit has been pretty amazing, and I'm glad to be a part of it. You have some great speakers.
They're yours, Andy. You take it away.
Great. So, I've been working since I was a kid, selling lemonade, shining shoes, washing cars, mowing lawns, all those types of things. And my dad was an attorney, my mom a paralegal, and I was supposed to go to law school, but I didn't want to do that. I always wanted to go into business with my little brother, so I went to business school. It took me 16 years to graduate college, and it was because I had 4 kids along the way, and I worked full time. So, my brother graduated at the same time as me, and he was 6 years younger. So I said to him, Jeremy, hey, you want to go into business together? He said, sure, let's do it. So we both quit our jobs, and we opened up a litigation support company. We worked our butts off. We worked about 80 hours a week on average. We had a commute of an hour and a half each way. And sometimes we worked so late that we just decided to sleep there. It was always just work, work, work all day, every day. So one night after work, my brother called me, dude, you got to get over here. My wife left me. Everything's gone. So I went to his house, and he was right. All their wedding gifts were gone. All the Christmas decorations were gone. All the drawers in the house were empty. And he got her on the phone, and I heard her tell him, you guys work way too much. And I didn't sign up for this. I'm out of here. So when I left his house and went home, all I could think about was my own wife, Lisa, saying to me when we started the company, this is your last chance, Andy. You better make this work or we're through. And recently her voice just saying to me, Andy, I am so tired of being a stay-at-home mom. And my daughter, Christy, she's 6, saying to me, Dad, why is it that you don't take me to gymnastics practice? And my 3 boys, Derek, Brian, and Austin, and they're telling me, hey, Dad, how come you don't go to football practice and watch us play? And so I knew something had to change. And so I went to Jeremy the next day and I said, listen, we've got to start hiring people. We got to hire somebody now. So we hired Angel, and Angel was our first employee, and he really was an angel. After that, we started getting better equipment. We started getting better software. We started getting better systems. We started hiring more people, and slowly, a little bit at a time over the next few years, things got a lot better. I was able to spend more time with my family. I was going to marriage counseling with my wife. Jeremy and I got rid of our 10-year-old cars. We both got new houses. I even got a new motorcycle. Jeremy got remarried, had a kid, had a little newborn son, and everything was good. Life was good, and the business was growing. And then one day we're on our way to marriage counseling, and the phone rings. It's Amy, my brother's new wife, and she said, I said, hey Amy, how's it going? She says, Jeremy woke up this morning. He was dizzy and he passed out and he collapsed. He's at the hospital. You better get here right away. I actually lost my brother a couple of days later. He left behind a new wife and a new son, Corey. We had just got the business set to a point where we were making money. Things were great. We had time to spend with our family and friends. Everything was going just fine. And all of a sudden, now he's gone. Now, the whole reason why I went into business was because I did not want to be one of those people that worked their whole life at a job, finally retired, and then died. But now, Jeremy was gone. So, I knew that I was going to have to start, doing his job and mine at the same time. I knew that was going to have to be for a while. But I knew there had to be a better way than that. I knew there had to be a better way. If McDonald's can hire 16-year-olds and they can run their business, worldwide corporation, then there had to be a better way for me to get systems, the right balance in my life so I could actually have a life again. So I started to work, but this time on the problem. I wanted to figure out what I needed to do. And so I started taking classes. I started reading books. I started studying from gurus. I started hiring consultants. I started getting new systems and adding new automation until finally I figured out a way to build that business to a point, again, where it pretty much now runs itself. So what I want all the listeners today to be able to do is also have that same business where it either runs itself pretty much and you can enjoy life and keep it for a long, long time, or you can build a business that's a cash machine that you can actually sell for maximum profit. So that's what I want to do here today. So if you're interested in working with us later, then I've been asked to tell you to go to ipowerteam.com and Andy Sokol. And that's my name. Just select my name, Andy Sokol, if you're interested in a free consultation afterwards. So I'm going to share with you 3 critical steps today that if you do what I say, and you do what I do, you act on what I share with you today, you're going to be able to make immediate changes in your business, and you're going to be able to keep your clients longer, maybe even forever. You're going to get more leads, and you're going to get more referrals, all through automation. So let's get started. So the first critical step, take care of the customers you already have. Now you might be thinking, there's a lot of effort to do that. Why do I really need to worry about that? I don't have time to do one more thing in my business. And here's the thing. The SBA has statistics that say that 82% of the reasons why customers leave a business is because they either don't feel appreciated, they don't feel loved, they don't feel important, they're not taken care of with good customer service, all those types of things. So if 82% of the reasons why they leave is important to the SBA, then it should be important to you, right? So you can control that. The other reasons why people leave, you really can't control, because you will lose a customer here and there from time to time. But we can control the 82%. So that's the thing. That's the secret. And the secret is that it's cheaper to keep your customers longer than it is to go and find a new customer. It's cheaper to sell them new things and just keep on selling them additional things. You already have a relationship than trying to figure out who you want to sell to. And that's a mistake that a lot of business owners make. They make the mistake that they don't worry about the customers they already have. They only worry about getting new customers. And then what happens is those customers don't feel the love, and then they leave and they go find another option. It's also pretty easy. Once you have a relationship with a customer and they're used to working with you, it's pretty easy to stay in front of them and keep that relationship going. It's pretty easy, just and inexpensive to really take care of that customer, and it's really no effort as well. We have a customer, Jan, that we started with way back in the day, one of our very first customers, almost 25 years ago. And Jan worked at a national law firm all over the country. They had offices all over the country, and she worked there, and she ordered up from our company pretty regularly. And one day the orders stopped, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. So here we are, a fairly new business, and all of a sudden one of our customers quits ordering from us. And so I I decided, let me just call her and find out what's going on. And I called and I realized that she no longer worked there anymore. Explained everything, right? So I went there and I talked to other people that I had relationships with at that firm. And I said, hey, what happened? Where did Jan go? And typically they're not allowed to tell you when somebody leaves. But I had good relationships and they told me where she went, her new job. So I showed up there. I actually drove over and showed up to congratulate her on her new job, on her new company. And because of that, she was so excited that she introduced me to everybody that was there at her new firm. And that new firm became a brand new customer for us that we still have to this day. And we also still have the other company, the other firm that she used to work at, we still have them as a customer as well. So that's how this works when you take care of your clients and you make sure that everything is going well. The next thing you want to do is you want to ask for referrals. Yes. Step number 2, ask for referrals. So the secret here is birds of a feather flock together. What that means is that you need to figure out who your customers are and where do they hang out. Because if you can figure that out, then you can be one of them and go hang out with them as well. And if you work with us, we can help you do that. We can help you figure out what's the best way to find and show up and be a part, be like your customers and be there. Because if you're there where your customers are, then what happens is they will introduce you to people that are also there. They'll introduce you, and then you can, you can meet people right then. So that's a huge thing. So the third thing you want to do is critical step number 3. Automate your process with systems. If you automate your process with systems, this is the way to go. Because why do you want to have a manual world, in a manual life in a digital world? This is a digital age that we're in, right? So you might be thinking, why do I even need a client retention system? Well, the secret is that if you don't have a system, if you don't have a program for client retention, you're not going to have client retention. That's the secret. So imagine a system that if you set it up, that without fail, without forgetting, things just happen automatically, you're able to stay in front of your clients on a regular basis without even trying. They don't really realize that you're not actually in front of them. They think you are because through automation, through technology, through software tools. And so what happens is you are now staying in front of them on a regular basis, and they remember you. They don't forget who you are. Because you have to remember this, your competitors are constantly soliciting, seducing, and trying to steal your customers away. So if you have automation systems, it makes it easy so you don't forget and you get to stay in front of them. It's not really difficult. And if you work with us, we help you implement that sort of thing. Now, I wanted to tell you, we have a customer that, in the beginning when we were getting started, we started to give chocolate. And we started to give Hershey's chocolate kisses. And the Hershey's chocolate kisses, the ones with the little point on the top, people loved getting those glued to their invoices. In fact, they actually started looking forward to getting those chocolate kisses glued to their invoices. Kind of a funny thing. So as we got busier and busier and busier, we started getting complaints that the tip was getting knocked off. And so here we are trying to do a good thing, something to be fun, and we're getting complaints. So I decided, let's go ahead and keep the chocolate concept. Let's just change the chocolate to a flat chocolate. And so I went out and bought a bunch of variety bags, different flavors, and started using those instead. So every time one of our guys would deliver a project, it would have one of those chocolates on it. And what would happen was our customers really loved it. And we actually got requests for us to give them specific flavors of chocolates. You talk about really trying to do things for your clients. Now, how are we supposed to remember this? Well, we put this information in our system. So that way, whenever we had a delivery to a specific customer, if they had a request for a specific type of chocolate, we actually gave it to them. So this stuff is pretty easy to do, and it's not a problem at all. Also with systems, we used to have a shredding business. And in the shredding world, a lot of our customers really only needed us once a year. Some of them, used us more often, once a month or, once a week, but the bulk of our customers really needed us once a year for that annual shredding event to get, to clean out the warehouse and things like that. And so if they only needed us once a year, I didn't want them to forget about us during that whole time. So we automated systems in the shredding business as well, because, we had figured these things out from the other company. And so that made it easy to stay in front and on top of mind of our clients. In fact, while we were running that business, a multinational competitor in our area was trying to steal our customers away, and they couldn't. And so what they did was they approached us and they bought us out. And that was that. It was a great day. I'm glad we did it. And it was a great experience. But that's the power of automating your client retention system. So if you're still watching my presentation, I assume that you're interested in learning how to work with us further. So what I want you to do is to click right here. It says ipowerteam.com/freedom. Just click my name. My name is Andy Sokol. Click on that, and that'll let you set up a free consultation. So that way I can discuss with you what's going on in your business, what you're doing and what you're not doing to grow your business. If you have a client retention system or not, and what if you do, what are you doing and what are you not doing? And so during that call, I will promise you that we're going to give you some great tidbits, give you some strategies. Whether or not you work with us going forward, you'll still have some great strategies you can start implementing right away in your business. And so I look forward to working with you and having that call.
Andy, thank you so much. It's great too, because it's funny how I think one thing that this done for everybody is it's put them at home, but it's also had them realize I can't do this myself. And so what it does is it's then brought, right, I need a mentor, I need a coach. Something like that is really critical.
Well, you're right, because a lot of people think this is too hard, or using new software tools. I really don't have the time. I'm running my business. I'm working my butt off. And what they don't realize is that if you don't put a system in place, then all you're doing is replacing customers with new leads, with new customers, and you're not keeping the old customers happy. So they're leaving while you're getting new customers. You're not really getting anywhere. You're not growing your business. It's kind of like that proverbial running on a hamster wheel. And when you're running on the hamster wheel, you run, but nothing's happening. You're not going anywhere. And so if you don't have a system, you really can't grow a business that lets you either have a life that you can enjoy, because that's the purpose of going in business, right? Where you can enjoy time with your friends and family, and and because you're making so much money, or you can just really sell it for maximum value and go do something else. So I did a little bit of both.
That's right. And because what we don't want is don't create another job, right? Don't create the thing that takes your life away. So Andy, you were amazing. Thank you so much. For everybody out there, to work with Andy, just go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. It was great to have you on with us. And Andy, just have a wonderful day.
You too, and keep up the good work. This is an awesome Success Summit. Very proud to be part of it.
Thank you. All right, Andy, we'll see you soon. Goodbye, Andy.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. Again, to work with Andy, you want to do that now. Go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. So for those of you who just jumped on, my name is Michael Silvers. I'm the Executive Vice President for Global Training for Power Team. And I can't wait to meet all of you in the future. I'll give you a way to reach out to me so we can make connection. I can get you part of our mastermind. And if you like what you see today, we are looking for speakers and trainers and coaches, and also people to facilitate masterminds and those that need a jump in their business. So we'll be talking about that later. But we keep moving. We keep rolling along. I see our next speaker. She is ready to go. I'm going to I just put down the, right, always have the speaker bio. And remember, this is like bringing somebody onto stage. So give them a big round of applause. If you're in the middle of work listening to this and you can't, right, you're not going to have people too close to you right now. But if for some reason maybe your business partner is sleeping over there, you can do a big round of applause like that. Okay, and you can type applause, applause, applause. So here we go, here we go, here we go. Jennifer Horswell. Jennifer, give yourselves a round of applause. We're just excited you're even here with us. Jennifer is the president and founder of Engagement PR and Marketing, a communications, public relations, marketing, and brand experience agency. Jennifer is an expert in understanding how brands carry weight in buyers' decision-making processes. You know, you can have all the buyers in the world, and if they don't make a decision, they're not buyers. And how to build and protect those brands from company growth and long-term viability. Jennifer has worked with companies of all sizes, from visionary startups with and without funding to Fortune 25 companies. Give that a round of applause. As a speaker, Jennifer has shared stages with A-list celebrities: Mark Wahlberg, Gene Simmons, Christy Brinkley, Brooke Shields, John Travolta. I could go on and on and on. But without any further ado, and a huge, thunderous round of applause, let's give it up for Jennifer Horswell. Jennifer, you're on.
Yay! Hi, everybody. Thank you, Michael. And thank you so much to Bill and the entire Power team. I am so excited for this opportunity to share with you how to become the go-to expert in your industry. Michael, I know you know something about this. So let's start with why. Why might you want to become the go-to expert in your industry? What will it do for you? Well, when you're the expert, people look to you for information, opinion, guidance, expertise. They believe in you and they believe in the information that you share. People buy from people they trust. When they believe in you, they trust in you. And when they trust in you, they will tell everyone else to buy from you. And then you can raise your prices, increase your business revenue, serve more people, and change the world. Isn't that really what we all dream of? That our solutions, our expertise, that our business can change the world for the better? So what does it take to become the go-to expert in your industry? A strong brand, a compelling message, a plan, and a desire to change the world. These things are the thing really about go-to experts is that they have opinions. They're not afraid to share them. They know what they stand for and they know what they stand against, and they have sound thoughts on topics that are important to their clients, to their community or tribe, and to their industry. I have built dozens of brands into the go-to resource over the course of my career, both in businesses large and small, and I know that I can teach you. My favorite win in my career was turning around the US oncology brand from unknown and unliked in the community oncology industry into the go-to resource for community cancer research and evidence-based oncology guidelines. Within the first year, we went from 0 media stories to inclusion in more than 350 stories. And this was actually before social media was really a thing. So I'm not saying that these results are typical, but they certainly are possible, and I can show you how to do that. So why do you think most businesses fail in the first few years? The long and the short of it is because no one knows them. No one trusts them to solve their problems, and no one really understands their value. When these 3 things precede your ask for your business, you won't even have to ask for the close. People will come to you ready, willing, and eager to buy from you. Who thinks this sounds great? Right, I do in the comment section. So why do you think most people have trouble effectively marketing their brand? It's simple. They aren't clear on what their brand is. Despite what most people think, you are not all things to all people. Just because you believe that everyone could benefit from your services does not mean that everyone wants to buy from you or is in the position to buy from you or even cares about the solutions that you have to offer. Yes, everyone can likely benefit from the insurance you sell or the office products you peddle or the happier life, more inner peace, body efficient vitamins, skincare products, or the strategic approach to business that you're going to teach them. But not everyone is willing to buy from you right now, and some are. Knowing the difference between these people is paramount in building your brand as the go-to expert. You need to know exactly whom you're speaking to. You only care about the people who are willing and able to buy from you right now. The others you will cultivate. They may or may not come on board later. That's what your funnel is for, your customer journey. But right now, what we're focusing on is building your brand into the go-to expert. And you have to build rapport with these low-hanging fruit. Give them a reason to trust you. Show them that their investment in time and money with your company and your brand is going to benefit them in the way that they want to be benefited, not in the way that you think they should benefit. Your brand is all about them, not you. The irony, right, is the weirdest thing about a brand is that it's about you, but it's not ever really about you. You never really get to decide what your brand is. Other people decide what your brand is to them based on their experience with you and your company. Most people have trouble effectively marketing their brand simply because they don't understand what it is. They don't know their place in the market, and they don't understand why people buy from them. When you build your brand with purpose, you'll understand these things, and the purpose becomes crystal clear. That makes your message crystal clear. And the people, companies, and teams who are ready to buy from you will buy from you because they will know you, like you, and trust you. So the more successful I became at building brands throughout my career, the more people got to know me for this skill, and the more my phone rang. And in fact, my phone rang so many times that my business was actually built on my reputation alone. And that is like sitting on a pot of gold. And that's what I want to do for you. Help you build your brand into the authority of your industry. The one whose reputation is driven by results, culture, and who knows you. Today's world is less about who you know, and it's really all about who knows you and who understands the value that they will receive by working with you. What I'm really good at is understanding people, perceptions, feelings, human psychology, and what drives people to know, like, and trust brands. When we build your brand on purpose with vision, focus, drive, your customers find you. They're drawn to you like a magnet, and they come to you dying to work with you because they have already sold themselves on the value that they're going to receive from the products and services that you sell. So who wants more clients knocking on your door? Who wants to be seen as the expert in your field? Who wants to grow their business based on their reputation and results? Who wants to help achieve results that turn heads? Of course you do. That's why you're here, tuned in to the iPower Team Success Summit with Bill Walsh and all these great speakers. And then that's what I do, is I turn people and brands into industry experts. Today, I do have a few open spots to work with entrepreneurs, business owners, management, and people who want to become known for their expertise. You do not have to own a business to become a go-to expert. You can build your career inside of a corporation, large and small. The strategy is the same. So if you're interested in building your brand into a mega success, go to ipowerteam.com/freedom and request time on my calendar, Jennifer Horsepool. Good branding, that's a whole nother talk. There's limited spots, so reserve yours right now. It's free. I'm also giving away 10 tips on how to get your brand into the media. So go to that same link, ipowerteam.com/freedom, pick Jennifer Horsepool, and I will get you your free copy. So who knows that Bill Gates was quoted as saying, if I was down to my last dollar of my marketing budget, I'd spend it on public relations. Why do you think that is? Getting other people to share your message with their audience builds your credibility. Credibility leads to trust. Trust leads to sales. Sales lead to you being able to change the world. Who's seeing the pattern here? Seth Godin says, people do not buy products and services. They buy relations, stories, and magic. So what do you want to be known for? Who cares? And how can you be seen, known, and trusted? How much easier do you think that closing deals would be if people pre-sold themselves on the value you provide before you even have the sales call? That's what becoming the go-to expert can do for you. Who wants more of that, right? I do in the comment section. Of course you do. Go to ipowerteam.com, sign up for my thing. Once you understand what you want to be known for, you can start to develop your culture. Your culture dictates your brand. For example, JetBlue Airways. They have a mission to inspire humanity, both in the air and on the ground. Their vision is continual emphasis on providing competitive rates for customers for all our destinations. And their values are safety, caring, integrity, inclusivity and diversity, passion, and fun. So who can see that this can provide the roadmap? These mission, vision, values can provide the roadmap in hiring, training, decision-making, marketing, you name it. It gives you the roadmap. Coca-Cola has a mission, loved brands done sustainably for a better shared future. Coca-Cola looks at themselves as stewards of the community, not just a soft drink. So their vision is to craft brands and choice drinks that people love to refresh and them in body and spirit. The values, we nurture a culture with a passion to refresh the world. We make a difference. That's big. Their value words are curious, empowered, inclusive, agile, do the right thing. These are the cultures of these two companies that they're trying to build. They use this mission, vision, values to create their roadmap. These words have meaning and power, and they're how they do business, how business gets done for those corporations in the public and behind closed doors. So how do you want people to feel when they hear your company's name? What do you hope people will say about you and your company? Do you want them to say they're really smart? They're always honest. They're resourceful. They're empowering. They solve my biggest problems. They're fun, reliable, trustworthy. They put my needs before your own. Most helpful people that I've ever met. They make me feel important. True professionals. They get results. I can't live without them. That's my favorite. So what problem are you solving? How are you doing it differently than everyone else who's solving that same problem? These are some of the questions that we answer in explicit detail through my programs so that you have a crystal clear vision on who you are and how you want to be known. And then we create the plan and set you to go. Next, we worry about who cares? Who cares? This is perhaps the most misunderstood portion of marketing. So again, why do most businesses fail? They don't understand who is ready, willing, and able to buy from them right now. No one else matters. The rest will sit at varying stages of the buying cycle until you move them through your funnel and down your customer journey. You must do this strategically. People are not sitting around waiting for you to suddenly serve them. You have to attract them. You attract them by understanding them, their needs, their wants, their problems, their desires. And you also really need to understand their fears. People will open their purse strings more to avoid a fear than to achieve a desire. Why is that true? Well, the answer, our brains are wired for protection. It's a natural human instinct. It's also true that people will spend more money on a want than a need. So how do you craft your messaging to attract them like metal to a magnet? In my program, we delve in deep into people's wants, needs, desires, fears, problems, and purse strings. Money is rarely the reason people don't buy. It might be their excuse, but it's not their reason. If they're telling you that they can't afford your services, you haven't sold them on your value, which brings us to the next point, building trust. To become the go-to expert, you must be seen, known, and trusted by the right people. The people who care about who you are and the solutions you provide. You have to understand where they are, what they read, what they watch, what they listen to, where they visit, who they hang out with, what are their biggest problems. We use this data to get you into the right places, quoted in the right media, featured in the right TV shows, radio shows, podcasts. And then once you're in the media, we teach you how to leverage it. You have to leverage your social posts. Engagement creates bonds. Bonds build trust. Trust builds credibility. Credibility leads to sales. Sales lead to results. Results lead to more ways you can serve the same people and others just like them. The cost of not building your brand into the go-to media resource or the go-to resource could mean the difference of not just your sanity from chasing clients, because that's true, not just your ability to serve clients and grow, it's also the cost of your bottom line revenue. Who wants to make more money? Who wants to be better known, liked, trusted? Who wants to see their name in print, on TV, hear themselves on the radio, podcasts, and more? Who wants followers that turn into customers? Of course you do. Who wants more customers who bring you more new customers? Of course you do. These are all the results of building your brand into the go-to resource. These are all the results that I can help you achieve when you coach with me. So my why. Why am I doing this? Why am I willing to give up hours of my time for free to help you build your business? It's because I truly believe that the answers to the world's biggest problems lie within all of us. In her book, Outwitting the Devil, Sharon Lechter quotes Napoleon Hill. The only true way to find happiness is by helping others find theirs. I believe that in full force. I believe that your dreams, especially ones that are starting and running a business, were given to you by a higher power to serve a distinct purpose while you are here on earth. And if you die with those dreams inside of you, you have failed your mission here on earth. That's what I believe. Tom Brokaw wrote a book in the 1980s titled The Greatest Generation. It's all about the amazing businesses, leagues, organizations, and people that people built while we were in the Great Depression. Organizations like the YMCA and Little League, and board games like Scrabble and Monopoly, and then my all-time favorite discovery, the chocolate chip cookie. That's true. And I'm sure it's actually maybe a sanity saver during all this time of quarantine. Everybody's making chocolate chip cookies. But it's also a little known fact that more millionaires were made during the Great Depression than any other era in history. Why do you think that is? I'm not suggesting that we're going into depression, but I do know that people are a little scared about the economy right now. And I know that the solutions to prevent this and every other problem that plague our individual and collective worlds lie within the dreams within your head. My job is to turn those dreams into reality. It's my why. I thrive on empowering people to be the greatest versions of themselves, and that is done strategically and on purpose. So if this sounds good to you and you want to build your brand into the go-to expert in your industry, go to ipowerteam.com/freedom, request a complimentary session with me. This will give us time to talk so I can understand your brand, where you want to take it, and whether my program is right for you. Don't forget about my free gift, 10 tips for getting your name in the media. I see that Michael is on. My time is up. ipowerteam.com, Jennifer Horsepool. I build you into the go-to expert.
Oh, yeah, Jennifer. Thank you so much. And for those of you, let the energy, the knowledge, what she can do for you, you want to work with Jennifer. She's the one. Yeah, Jennifer, you rock. Definitely, absolutely go to www.ipowerteam. Put it up, everybody. Put that back up.
ipowerteam.com/freedom.
There, she's got it. She's down. I love it. Jennifer, much for being on the stream. You were to the minute. I love it. I saw that rap. I'm like, oh, she is good. So Jennifer, thank you again for being on today. We'll be talking about you again later. It will all be good. And, you know, for everybody out there, this is information you need for your business and you need it now. They are here for you. And so go ahead and go to ipowerteam.com/freedom and you'll find Jennifer and set up that appointment. Jennifer, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. And thank you, Bill, and the entire team. Cheryl Brenner, you rock. Bye.
Awesome. Bye, Jennifer. Whoa. Okay, everybody ready for more? Here we go. We're going to just go right into the next speaker because it keeps the momentum. It keeps the energy. Yeah, you can grab a drink of water. You can do what you need. And I'll talk about working with us again right after the next two. So it's a great time. It's very exciting. Yes, she does rock. And go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. All right, fantastic. Here we go. And for those of you who just got on, we're excited to have you on. We'll talk a little bit more about Power Team later on. We did that earlier. My name is Michael Silvers. I'm head of global training and really looking for coaches, trainers, speakers, people starting a new business. Those of you that need that tweak, how to get to that first million, that first 10 million, We are here for you, but we are bringing content all day today to you. We are here all about content to make sure that you're learning. You can rewatch this, and we have something very exciting coming up in just a few weeks. Here we go. Our next speaker, Rhody Kate, with performance improvement experience working for big global brands like Starbucks. Thank you so much, by the way, since I am a Pacific Northwesterner. Yum Brands and Mary Kay. Rhody Kate is known for her work helping leaders develop strategy and drive business results. With over 20 years of experience coaching leaders and helping them improve performance and business outcomes, Rhody is passionate about helping individuals get focused on important, increase their productivity, and achieve their wildest goals. As a master facilitator, she's amazing. Rhody has facilitated workshops for leaders around the world in cities like Hong Kong, Shanghai, Kuala Lumpur, Moscow, Amsterdam, giving the leaders processes and tools. You've heard a lot about that today. It's critical in your business to successfully deliver on business objectives. Today, through experiential coaching programs focused on successful outcomes, Rhody can give you processes, tools, and strategies you need to get the results you want. Without any further ado, and she's going to rock your world, let's give it up for Rhody Kate.
Hi there.
Hi there.
How are you?
Really good.
What a great day. So appreciate being here. I am really excited always to be with the Power Team group. And today, what I really want to chat with you about is all the kind of the way you may be feeling inside around the amount of things that are going after your attention, right? Our attention span today is getting totally attacked. We are getting it from work. We're getting it from our children's school because, of course, we're now teaching and doing all these things with kids, right? Even the news and social media and sporting events. Okay, we don't have any right now, but you know what I mean. The draft, though, was kind of really interesting. I found that fun. They're getting us so much information. We've got it in the top lines. We've got it in the bottom lines. It's just information after information bombarding our brain and bombarding us. And then to on top of that, with our attention span, we're getting interrupted every few seconds, right? Your phone blows up. You've got lots of texts and emails and things coming to you. Maybe a customer hasn't received their shipment yet, so that's really coming up. Maybe your daughter needs help trying out for something at school, although that's probably less likely, but maybe your son needs help with homework, right? And the new puppy, probably the new puppy needs to go out like right now, okay? And we all know why. So there's a lot of things that are interrupting us. And where the interruptions used to be every hour or so or whatever, it seems like it's every second. So it becomes important to understand what is happening to our attention. And speaking of interruptions, that's a great example. I didn't time it that way, but sometimes God intervenes and takes good care of us. In addition to our attention span, we've got a lot to do. No one else can do what you can do. There are fewer people to do what we need to do, right? You are wearing multiple hats. You might be wearing all the hats if you're a small business, right? And you've got to do it all because you're worried. You're worried about your business, and you're worried maybe about keeping your job. And this might be worries that not even about the virus and things that have been going on. These are things that people feel all the time, and I hear it a lot from people inside corporation businesses as well as people that run their own business. Right? Frankly, we're all overwhelmed. So what happens with a scattered attention span and your huge list of to-dos, it leaves you with a personal energy crisis. Right? You're exhausted, you're tired. The little energy you do have, you don't even have to focus on the important things in your life or to have fun, which, by the way, is very important, right? We know that. We don't always believe it and do it, but we do know it, I think, at heart. It also can leave you fuzzy-headed, right? Your thoughts are scattered, you're unfocused, you're not thinking as clearly as you would like to be, which is impacting decision-making, which, again, that's not the thing we want to have impacted. And maybe even for some of you, it's leaving you with a little bit of sense of panic, like wondering what do I do first, what do I do next, all those types of things. So the question is, what if there's a better way? A way to help clear your head so that you can make great decisions, to use the right tools and processes that will help you accomplish more of the important, to rule your technology and your environment so they support you and lift the burden from your shoulders. How does that sound? Pretty good? Interested? Maybe put something in the chat box. You want to hear more? Are you ready to hear more? Well, I'm going to assume we can, because this is what I call a talking head scenario. This is not, as a facilitator, is not my method of my preferred method. I love interaction and I love to have an experience with someone because that's how we learn. But you know, today is what we have, and we're doing the very best we can. Before we get into the content, I want to take a minute to thank Bill Walsh and Michael and Cheryl and everyone on the Power team who makes this summit possible, because we are feeling isolated, and this is the time for us to come together and learn from each other, so that it's kind of like that bow, right? I'm going to pretend like I'm this big marksman. I'm not. But you know, I did go to camp once, right? So when you pull back the bow, right, you take that step back. What happens when you release? You go really far. Well, I don't think you release with both hands, right? But when you release with this hand, you go so much further. So it's really important, as we're stepping back, that we're really gathering the momentum in this. So thanks, Bill and Michael. We really appreciate it. Okay, so what are we going to talk about today in the next literally 15 minutes? I'm going to share with you the 4 keys to increasing your productivity, right? Things that you can use right now when we get done and start implementing. And at the end, I'm going to share with you an experiential coaching opportunity for those who are really serious about increasing productivity and being able to see results in 30 days, right? Think of it as a 30-day challenge. So we'll have some opportunities at the end for that. And of course, a great coaching session, as Jennifer said, and Andy said, and all the others before, there was an opportunity to talk to each one of us. That's a great, again, Bill and Power Team really provides so many opportunities. All right, so let's get started. In order to start, we need to start with our big, beautiful brain. It's a wonderful thing, and it's kind of causing a lot of fuss, right? It's important for us to take a look at what the brain is doing today. So I'm going to try to share the screen, Michael, and hopefully I can do that. And so you'll let me know. I've got too much. Okay, I'm going to see what I can do. Give me one more second. I am almost there. Okay.
Okay. I'll put the screen up if it's shared.
Okay. Oh, okay, great. So I should be blank right now. And then now it's still blank. I'm moving on to the next one. Here we go. All right. So this is how our brain works. Let's say this is you, right? You're warm and professional looking, you're friendly, you've got this open, openness about you, you're approachable, right? You feel good. If you look like this, you're feeling great. Let's say you're a man, you're the male version of this. Things are really fabulous, right? You look good, you're gonna rock it, you're doing great things. Let's think about what they see. This is what the other person sees. Now, what's going on here, right? Now, don't worry, it's really not you. It's our human brains. And Jennifer actually alluded to this as well. We are designed to smell out a threat. Our brain is always trying to figure out, who is this person in front of us? And this is how our brain reacts. They're saying, hey, are you a threat or are you an ally? And this is important to understand, because we're working right now, when we're in this moment, we're in the back of the brain, right? This is our really basic instinctual, right? The back of the brain that helps us react, and it just kicked into gear. Scientists call it the amygdala hijacked, and it's really important to us, right? This is why we're here today, is because our people didn't get eaten, right? They weren't someone's lunch, and now we get to walk the earth. So it is an important thing. But today, with our environment, we more often need to work in the front of the brain. This is where the executive decision-making happens. This is where we problem solve. And this is also where we make good decisions, right? Where we're really clear. And the question is, how do you move from the back of the brain to the front of the brain? And I think some of you might already know, and I hope some of you are still and already doing this. It's mindfulness, right? Mindful activities really quiet the active part of the brain. It tames that tiger response, and it helps us work more into the front of the brain. And this is the first key to extraordinary productivity. Most of us know how important it is. There's a ton of studies out there, and it's, I'm not scientific, but it's gray matter, white matter, all these crazy things. But the end of it is, regardless of what's going on in the moment, the seemingness of doing nothing allows us to get centered and sort of like that bow, pull back so we can go even further. And there's a ton of other health benefits. So what I'd love to see in the chat is one of your favorite mindful practices. And as you write in that, I will ask one of the basic and easiest ones to practice anywhere. So if you're in a stressful meeting or on a stressful call, is deep breathing, right? Breathing in. And there's a lot of different methodologies. I'm a fan of squared breathing, which is literally visualizing a square. You breathe in, you hold, you breathe out, you hold. So you like literally looking at a square, and you can do that for 4 seconds each, 6 seconds, whatever, 8 minutes, 8 seconds, whatever works for you, right? So this is something that you need to get your brain out of that tiger response. And remember, on that great day when you're feeling wonderful and you feel like you're connecting with people, they're always, doesn't matter, they're always thinking about you from, are you a threat or an ally? And you want to get through those first few seconds pretty quickly. Okay, so that's key one. Oh, tapping. So someone says tapping. That's a great one too. We do that. And then there's an 8-second delay to social media. That's great to know. All right, but tapping's a good one. So the second key though, after mindfulness, is changing your thinking. And so the way that we act is a direct result of the way we think and what we believe. So when a thought comes into our head though, we make a choice to believe it or not, or to accept it. And so here's how it works. So let's take an example. If you behave in a particular way, let's say you believe that you have to give your all, because you maybe learned that as a kid, to everything you do, right? All the time and energy that you do, you're going to wear yourself out, right? Reality is maybe all tasks aren't created equally. So rather than the belief that you give your all to everything, maybe change the way you think about that to, I will give my all to the really important. And it sounds really small, and it sounds like a slight shift, but what you have to understand about then about the way our brain works is when we think something, we do it. So a lot of people work about habits and change management and all those types of things, which are important. But if you don't address the thought, the belief system, everything else, it's hard to do. But when you address the way you think and you change the way you think, it flows out. The actions just come naturally because you believe it. For example, people who believe, okay, this is great. There are some people that believe people will like you more if you say yes to every request. If you believe that, what are you going to do? You're going to say yes to everything, even things that maybe aren't so good for you. So again, watching your beliefs. So I have an assignment for you if you choose to accept it, right? Take the next 7 days and think about what you're thinking about. Record notes throughout the day about what you're saying to others and to yourself about getting things done, about your productivity. And then at the end of the week, take a look for patterns, look for recurring thoughts, if you will, and then think about what that thought drives you to do. And then at this point, you're going to know what to do. You're going to know what to change. It's pretty easy. So the second one is to change your thinking. We don't have a lot of time, so we obviously will be able to spend more time if we work together a little bit more one-on-one or in a group setting. The third one is really one of my favorites, actually, and it's really all about evaluating time and energy, the time and energy that you spend on something, and its return. So I think of it as the time ROI. So here's what's going to happen. Let's dig a little deeper because I think this is important and we should spend a little bit of time on it. So we've got your typical 2x2 matrix. Everything above the line is what's important, the tasks that are important, that are just important. The things below, not important. The items that'll be on the left will be urgent, and the items on the right will be not urgent. So let's take a look at each one. So what's important and urgent? These are crises. This is literally the kitchen's on fire. So important and urgent makes sense. Baby crying, of course, fits into that. Some meetings and phone calls are absolutely important and urgent and things you need to do. When you look at this particular quadrant, what's the return on the time and energy? So on the left, you have time and energy. What's the return on that? It's equal. What you put in, you get out. That seems fair. That seems worth our energy, worth our time. Let's move down to not important. Not important and urgent. These are distractions. These are interruptions. I said silly reports, mostly because useless reports could get in there. Being in corporate America, though actually I was so privileged to work with such great brands, every once in a while there's a report that you just wonder, why am I doing this? It has no value, right? Some meetings and some calls absolutely fall into this. And what happens here, the value on this is not so great. What you put in, you're not really getting out. I actually like to call the distractions one my sister, because what is important and urgent to her is not important to urgent necessarily to me. Sometimes it is, but this is normally what happens. That's why interruptions is a big part of this. When someone else comes to you and interrupts you, your phone rings, right? It's an interruption that you didn't plan for, and it takes about 11 minutes sometimes for our brain to get back into the mindset of where we were before we were interrupted, right? So it really becomes important. Let's look at I'm going so fast, I'm sorry, hopefully the visuals are helping you. Let's look at the not important and not urgent. And these are really the time wasters, right? Busy work. And this is about all the excess, right? Maybe video game is relaxing and you need that, but maybe too much is not good, or watching TV or even reading. I mean, there's anything we do to excess that becomes a time waster. And sometimes it's about avoiding something you're doing. So you do these other things, right? We all can fall into that, and we do want to watch that particular piece, because the return on this, there just isn't a return on this. It is a time waster. And we have a lot of sneaky things. When you really start to look at what you're doing and looking at increasing your productivity, you're going to find some sneaky guys right in this quadrant. We all do. And I've been talking about this for years. I think I first learned this with Covey and the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and then leaders, and lots of different things over the years. I still, every once in a while, go, doggone it, how did that happen? And then the fourth. So this is actually what the quadrant's number 2. Doesn't matter. I don't label it that way because I think it's confusing. But this quadrant is important, but not urgent. And this is where the magic is, right? This is about development. This is about getting better. This is what you're doing today. When you do these types of things, you're really putting money in the bank really now for later. You're getting better at your business. You're maybe doing some strategic or some critical thinking. You're working on relationships. And oh, by the way, here's exercise. So exercise is always fun in this one, because very rarely does someone pop up in the middle of a meeting and just go, oh my gosh, I must go out and exercise right now, right? It's something that we can easily put off. And so this is what comes in. This very, very important quadrant is where the magic happens, right? What we put in, we return on so much more. So when we think about our quadrants, the challenge for you here is to do this little chart this week. If you choose to accept this challenge, this mission, if you will, spend about 10 minutes every day at the end of the day, or whenever you want to, be thinking about the last 24 hours. What things did you do, and what quadrants did they fit into? And I tell you what, at the end of the week, you'll know really clearly what you need to do. And from that point, just work on one thing. The key here is to lessen the time spent and the energy spent, because energy is precious, right? We only have so much of it, on crisis, on distractions and time wasters, and move it into development, right? We don't need to go all the way, but we need to spend more time on it. There's very few people that have ever come to me, and I've done this training probably good 10 years, I've never had anyone go, yes, I am so good in this quadrant, I'm going to not work on it. So this is usually a place where all of us can get better, and it really increases your productivity. And if we had more time, we'd obviously go into it. The final one for us.
Hey, how are you? Listen, we're right on the timeline. We're right over the time. So what is the last tip, quickly?
Oh, okay. Just as about ruling your technology and keeping on. Oh, my timer was off. Okay. Anyway, so what we do have is we have an option for you to. You know what? Here's the deal. Just look me up. Just go
right
to
there, on the screen right there. So it's on the screen. ipowerteam.com/freedom. I want you guys to tell that Rhody is a literally knowledge bank that lives everything she teaches. So if you get a chance to work with her, I highly recommend it. Hey, listen, love you and appreciate you. Thanks so much for jumping on today.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Rhody. Awesome. Hey, listen, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying today. I know we've got a lot of good stuff on here, a lot of good speakers, but the bottom line is figure out the ones that you need help with first. Get plugged into their coaching sessions. Utilize that time. We have a very special keynote coming up right now, and this is an individual I've been good friends with for, almost 20 years now. She's quite brilliant at what she does. She's a serial entrepreneur. She's had plenty of failures, just like I've had plenty of failures, plenty of massive wins, massive public deals. But today she's going to share with you some new ideas on innovating wealth, right? What is the new wealth formula? I guess is a great way to look at it, right? What are the new things you do right now? She's traveled the world. She's a New York Times bestselling author. She's an amazing mom. She has literally built companies all over the world. In addition to that, she's got a brand new offer she'll talk to you guys about today. Hasn't been seen before. You'll be one of the first ones to hear about this today. I highly recommend what she has to offer. You take advantage of. But it's really fun to watch someone like our next speaker that has literally gone through the gauntlet of success and failure, but have come out the other side winning and making a big difference in a lot of people's lives. So I recommend you take a lot of notes on what she talks about today. And if what she talks about is a good fit for you, take advantage of it. Once again, I would like to open up the lines, open up the streams. Let me see if I can bring on Ms. Laurel Langmeyer. Laurel, how are you? Can I see you there somewhere? Let's see. We got the game in there. There we go.
Wait, where's
the game? Will come up later. We can bring that up later. How you doing, first of all?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. Thanks for jumping on today.
Up. There we go. I'm right next to you there.
Yeah, we can bring up the game. We can bring up your PowerPoint later once I get off the screen, and you can add
awesome.
About that. But quickly, just share with everybody a bit of your background, a bit of your story, and why it's so important to take action today. Don't wait for these things to be over. Take action right now. I'd love a bit of your story and why they should take action right now. Would be awesome.
All right. So my backstory, obviously grew up in a farm in Nebraska. A lot of people know that. And became a millionaire at 34 when I knew I was going to be a single mom. So a lot of people who have all sorts of traumas and dramas, I've been through them. And where do I even begin? So I have a finance degree, exercise physiology degree. I think one of my biggest yes moments was when I built fitness centers for Chevron on offshore oil rigs. So I did that at 24 years old on a big multi-million-dollar contract. And then in 96, so I did a lot of stuff in there. In 1996, so pivotal year, met Sharon Lechter, Robert Kiyosaki, became the master distributor of the cash flow game. And then in 2000, 2001, started my own work. And since then, been known as the Millionaire Maker. I wrote that in 2006. Have the Millionaire Maker game, which is up and behind me. So you'll get to know, and I'll tell you more about that in a little while. But why now is, like some of my mentors say, our team is like a SEALs team in training, ready to really teach you about money. Like we have been training as a collective team since 1996. And I put together an expert team from financial experts, tax experts, lawyers. Right now, trust, wills, and durable powers of attorney are critical. There's so much going on in today's pandemic that what you do is either going to have you thrive or barely survive. So, Bill, it's just a very, very critical time.
I know you get the opportunity to travel and speak around the world, and now you're speaking every day digitally. But I think it'd be really great if you could just talk about some ideas and tips and concepts that you use right now, but also one of the new projects you're working on. And if you could look at me, I think you're looking to a different camera. You might have two cameras set up there. Look at your camera to the right. There you go. Whatever that camera is, you're looking straight this way. That looks much better. There you go. Otherwise, it's like you're looking like this, and I'd rather have you looking at the camera. So
I realized I was looking at your face right there on my screen. I was like, hey,
right.
All right. Yeah. So can I pop up my PowerPoint? And I'm just going to go through some.
You can. Yeah. We'll bring the PowerPoint. Let me jump off the screen. Put the PowerPoint right on. I'll just jump off there. You can dive.
Okay. Perfect. And then I'm going to take it away. Can you see that, Bill? I think they keep there. I know they can see me and they can keep it. All right. Let's talk about what I do. Talk about what's critical to you. All right. Welcome, all of you. Thank you, Bill, for having me. I'm blessed to have you in my life. And just so continuing to support. Yeah, you and I have been on an extraordinary getting to know each other well over 20 years, like I said before my son Logan was born. And I say today what's so critical is you got to know money. And we have been training for decades to this very moment, because some of you are barely surviving, right? I put categories in, or people into 3 categories. Is that you're barely surviving, you're just getting by, you're laid off and on vacation, as Sharon Lecter says, drifting, or you are getting ready to just pounce on the most amazing opportunities you're ever going to see. So I'm going to speak to all 3 of you. And this is what I do. I teach you how to be a millionaire. This is a Millionaire Matrix. And our cool new thing that we've been doing, and it's not really new to us, it's new to the way we're doing it, is teaching how to make money. So I took my 3-day offline workshop, which was a Wednesday night to a Friday night, which is really 48 hours, but we do it on a Wednesday night, a Thursday, and a Friday. We teach you to make money. I teach you a marketplace technology where actually I can guarantee you make money if you do everything I say, and everyone did. So amazing success. We did it for our first time since 2015 and 16, when I actually made up the ability and the process to do this. So it's called the marketplace technology, and everyone buys and sells. Not only inside the group, you actually go outside to your database. If you don't have a database, you will be getting one. You're going to leave with database, you're going to leave with contacts, you're going to leave with potential joint ventures. We've had people actually form partnerships together. We're going to teach how to make money. So I'm going to talk about that. But when you think about the scheme of being a millionaire, and I just want to give some context, because I'm not Susie Orman, I'm not Dave Ramsey, I'm not Dave Bach, and I'm not a traditional financial, person. I'm a money expert, and I do all the alternatives. And just like if you go to a hospital, right, you're going to get the traditional, medicine, you go to traditional medicine, and then you have the alternatives. Just like you have traditional finance, you have the alternatives. And come to find out, for most of you, if you look across the top of the screen, how to act, think, and make money the way the wealthy do is in the alternatives. So like I was a gas and oil and real estate millionaire in 1999. And that means I owned the working wells in Texas and Oklahoma. Didn't buy it on the stock market. So we're going to talk more about how do you make it, how do you keep it, how do you invest it, and how do you do it with a team. I don't do it for you. I'm not a financial planner. I'm not a tax expert. I've just been doing entrepreneurship for so long and selling companies. I'm having so much fun. And now the greatest time in the history of all of your life. I'm calling this, if Bill's still out there listening, you want to jump in and ask questions, but I'm calling this most indiscriminate crash in the history of our lives. We have had more unemployment since 1929. We've never seen, March 17th, the market dropped to as low as 1929. 1933, the system was built, of which we now are seeing that, yes, we have a virus, but we have a huge financial infrastructure that's going on. And most people, because you didn't learn money, don't even realize what's going on. So let's get to what's going on. I just want to show you this Millionaire Matrix. And any of you, anytime, if you want to text 26786, look at 26786, type in the word Laurel, spell my name right, Loral, and I can get you any of these slides, any of the information, just here to totally serve and help you get through this. So here's the problem, and this is taught in US vernacular, but I've taught all over the world except for Antarctica. So it's really important that you start really understanding, why you don't know enough about money is we're not taught. So let's just give you an out right away. You're not taught about money at all. Most people aren't even taught how to balance a checkbook, much less learn about a P&L and a balance sheet and a cash flow statement. So here's what we're taught. In 1933, 7 of the wealthiest families went to Jekyll Island. The entire central banking system was formed. The industrial age began. It was during the war, and away went the industrial age, school systems, financial institutes, media. It all began. Right. So here's what we're taught. We are taught, this is actually some of the Canadian vernacular. Sorry, I just did a Canadian broadcast on this. So if your annual salary in Canada is $169,000 or more, in the US it's $89,000, you're considered the top 25% of the wealthy in your country. You've got to be kidding. And then you're taxed 15 to 56% in Canada. In the US, it's between 30 and 40% on average. Then you're taught to put money into a 401k, right? The synonymous Canadian versions are RSPs and TFSAs. I'm married to a Canadian, by the way. So if you wonder why I teach back and forth in both countries, has been living in both countries. And then we're taught if you are really, really good in America, you go on a holiday or vacation, you go on vacation for 2 weeks. If you're in other countries, they call it a holiday, you might get 3 or 4 because you're really good. And then you're taught that debt and credit cards are bad. You're taught to retire, which isn't even it's not even a financial word. It's an agricultural word that means to put cattle to pasture to die. You're not cows, you're not dying. And the worst thing, in America, you file taxes on April 15th, and in other countries, you file on a fixed date. So here's what we're taught, right? Follow the sheep, right? I'm not saying don't have a job. Do not hear that. I'm just saying you have no deductions. You make it, right? Kiyosaki put it in the Rich Dad Poor Dad book. You make it, you get taxed, you get to spend what's left. That's a choice. Here's what the wealthy do. And this isn't Laurel's version. I think that's why Bill and I get along, is we have studied so many people. I have studied just wealthy families. I mean, you should see my library of just money books and how people created wealth. And that matrix isn't just mine either. It's a culmination of studying families, and all families do. Like, think of Bill Gates. Made money. Yes, it became Microsoft. Kept money, had to get incorporated, had to get trust. Then he had to get a foundation, right? Because it was so much money. Learned to invest. He's off Wall Street. He's got tons of real estate, right? Nobody even really discloses the rest of his holdings. And I sure guarantee he did not do it by himself. So if you think about anyone who's ever become wealthy, they made it, they kept it, they invested it with a team, right? So I just put it together in some simple terms. But here is more detail, right? So in Canada and other parts of the world, they're called partnerships, corporations, cooperatives. In America, they're an S Corp, a C Corp, an LLC, limited partnership, or a trust. So because your company makes money, and here's what I want you to write down. If you're not writing notes out there in this amazing summit, you must write notes. So here's the easiest way I teach this. Companies make money, individuals get taxed. So does that mean don't be an employee? No, but if you have a high income, you're going to be the highest taxed in the world. So when you're a company, in Canada, you have 3,200 pages of tax code. Ready for this? If you're in the United States, over 81,000 pages of tax code. So you can make money in your company. Now you have the legal right to do deductions. Your car, your computer, your phone, your kids could even work for the company. Women, you could have a wardrobe allowance. You can do a healthcare and spa allowance. Like, you get to make it, spend it legally. Then you put money into a vehicle called a solo or a Roth, right? TSA is also for Canada, or RSPs. And by the way, I know superannuations. I have these kinds of teams all over the world. So I don't know where you're listening to from Bill's audience and where part of the world, but we can help you. We have resources everywhere. The point is the pattern of money that we're never taught. Right? What we're taught is if you need to make money, go get a job. What I'm going to teach you is you're going to need to make money, be an entrepreneur. And never in the history of our life, I thought 2008, 9, 10 was fun. This today is world class. You have all the time in the world. You can watch Netflix and Hulu, or you can learn how to be an entrepreneur and make money, which is why I created this virtual meetup and marketplace is what I'm calling it. So you get to come live for 48 hours and make money. Like, I literally have people making $2,900, $3,200. I think the winner by the time we were done is well over $4,500 in a couple-day period. And this is real new money. So it's not difficult. You're just not trained. So think about it. You're taught to make money. Most people, they think, oh my gosh, I need more money. They think I got to get a second job. No, you need to be an entrepreneur. And it's a perfect time for your kids. I'm going to give you all this book, right? Which has come out of my world-class book for this time. It's called Put More Cash in Your Pocket. Again, any of the resources and things you want, you're going to text the 26786 to Laurel, L-O-R-A-L, spell my name right, and we will get them out to you. So I want you to think like companies make money, right? Then you get deductions. Then you put money away, which is also another corporate deduction. And you're not going to go on vacations. You're going to go on business trips. You're going to use debt and credit. And in this time, and in this moment, it's not only indiscriminate because you have all these asset classes you could become a millionaire in. It's also very indiscriminate because any age can do it, right? You don't have to be somebody that's a Gen X or a baby boomer that has a lot of money. As a millennial, you can do it. As a teenager, you can do it. I got teenagers that are working to become millionaires. And I have like some 17, 18-year-olds that'll probably be a millionaire by the time of 2021. It's indiscriminate right now. It is the greatest time for those of you to lean in and pay attention and learn. So debt and credit is used very, very wisely. Earlier today, I did an interview with Barry Beebe, world-leading economist. I've interviewed Harry Dent. I am talking to some of the greatest people about money in this time and what to do. And that's why I'm here for you today. It's not about how you're going to feel about it, how you're going to meditate about it, how you're going to navigate. I'm going to teach you to make money. I'm going to teach you where to put it. You're going to make the decision. I'm going to teach you where your options are and how do you evaluate it? How do you have money rules? Like so many people don't know. And how do you use debt properly? Now, you're not going to retire. You're going to have Freedom Day, and you're going to file taxes throughout the year. So the reason I wanted to give this context is there's actually one more column coming, and it's called digital currency. And it's been in the works for years. Do not think the COVID virus is the reason all of a sudden Canada and the United States is going to come up with a digital dollar. They've been working on it. There are countries like Malta. There are countries around the world that live, and a lot of the folks in Puerto Rico that I know, in Medellin, Colombia that I know, Cartagena, like there are so many countries already moving to digital currency, and that's a whole nother topic. So when you text, if you're interested in crypto, if you're interested in cannabis, if you're interested in real estate, I'd love to know what you're interested in so we can start learning and teaching. What are your choices? So from here on in my presentation, just quick, I'm going to give you a the left side is what we're taught, the right side, which is where you want to live, on the right side of your screen, right? And the corporate income. So if you have employed and you're laid off, of the, I think upward of 30 million people laid off, then this is a perfect time to not be on holiday, not do big Netflix and just become an entrepreneur and learn to make some money. I call it the 21st century lemonade stand. You literally, I will teach you how to make money in 3 to 5 minutes. Like it's that simple. You say, oh, that's not true. This has got to be some. It's true. I've done it for years and years and years and created it. Bill can attest to it. I'm sure a lot of his clients can as well. So here's what you do today, though. Let's get to, so that's kind of my big scope is what do I teach? I teach you how to live corporate life. It's not even a program. It's a lifestyle. Once you start a corporation and you live in an LLC or you live in an S Corp or a C Corp, you're not going to just end it, right? You're going to figure out how to continue to be a great entrepreneur. So as you continue to learn how to be a great entrepreneur, you learn how to do deductions. You start, being with the people, not your family and friends. A lot of times your family and friends are your biggest saboteur. So I want you to be with people who are living corporate life. Like we live it, we breathe it. We know how to use debt. We know how to use credit. Here's what you need to do today if you haven't done it already. These are like the number 1, 2, and 3. Oh, whoops, I have a little typo in there. It should be pivot. So I actually have to make a little note of that. So number 1, stop the bleeding. So I'm going to give you a couple of tips. If you haven't stopped the bleeding, you have to, and you have to be very, very careful. So there's all sorts of forbearance programs. There's all sorts of, stimulus packages. Canada's getting $2,000 a month for 4 months for doing nothing. My concern for most people that are just getting checks is you're going to spend it like a big paycheck because you have no plan. All right. So here's a way to think about it. Like we live our lives, me, like entrepreneurs, wealth builders, we live our life through P&Ls and cash flow statements. Most of you live your life by your checkbook balance, and it doesn't work. So you've got to be very careful as you navigate through this time right now. We're through probably, I'm not going to say the worst 6 to 7, 8 weeks of it, because I think May is going to be madness. I just made that up actually, but it's true. It's going to be the most maddening, defining month, I think, of all of the virus. Why? Because states are opening up and no one knows how to do business if you open up at 25%. So I'm going to come back to today in a moment. I want to get back to where we started. March 17th, the market crashed. Now it's recovered and you could have done a lot of moves. Like I use a software and I'm willing to give it to you for free as well. I use a software that took me out of the market. I only lost 2.8%. Some of you lost 30%, 40%. Your 401ks are plummeted and you're just praying the market's going to bring you back. You may want to say, today's the time I'm going to diversify. Maybe I'm going to look around this community that I live in. And I'm going to say, some of these mom and pop shops and some of these businesses need a partner, and I have money and they need a partner, and we're going to bring this business back. And I'll come back to that because you have a huge opportunity, to own some of your community, right? There's creators and there's consumers. Most people live and consume the community. They don't create in the community. Us entrepreneurs, we create jobs, we create opportunities, we create all sorts of things. But what you have to do is stop the bleeding. You've got to get as lean as you can right now. So be very careful. If you don't pay your mortgage, I can promise you, I know lenders, I know service providers, it's going to have, yes, you had a forbearance, like it's going to note it on your credit. You're going to, long-term, my prediction, and most financial folks would say you're going to get in trouble by not paying a mortgage. If you're a tenant, you want to rent again, it's going to be documented how you behave in this economy. So don't just think this isn't going to work. You need to be very strategic. I have a Facebook group called Millionaires in Training where I have a first aid kit and I teach you exactly how to script call your credit card companies. I would hope by now you stopped the bleeding. You did that. If you didn't, there's still time to do it. There's still a lot of forgiveness to extend your payments. pay only interest, get it in writing, be very, very careful with yourself. And I'd love to help guide you through that, stopping the bleeding, but get as lean as you can so you can pivot. Sorry about that typo, pivot to new money. And that is where we made up this Meetup and Marketplace. And I've actually had this technology since 2007. So I've been doing it for a very long time, teaching you how to make money. See, and a lot of people, you know, because I was in the secret too, say, well, yeah, but it's really my mindset about money. No, it's not your mindset about money. It is, you don't have an offer, you don't have a price, and you're not asking for the cash, meaning you're not selling to serve. So I need you to really pivot and let me help you make some new money, and then let's position for growth. Because May, again, it's going to be very maddening. There's going to be so much going on. And if you're still head in the sand on vacation, not realizing what to do, you're not going to come out of it very well. And literally, we're in the greatest transition of wealth in the history of our lives. People are buying things that are falling on the ground. And if you are not in that conversation with people who know how to evaluate and look at things, you're going to just be left behind like usual, right? Now, I love that Bill actually set it up. You know, I've won some, I've lost some, I win more than I lose. But a lot of you aren't even in the game. Right. And then I was doing a broadcast with someone who had a great point. They said, you know, most of you around money, you keep trying to hit a home run. Just learn to hit a lot of singles. And every once in a while, you're going to get that home run. Right. So a couple of things that are available to you right now. There are business loans, deferred payments, protect your credit. I'm just like screaming that from the mountaintops, and protect your family. So make sure you have a will and trust. If somebody gets in your family and gets 6 durable powers of attorney, if you don't have those things, I can help you get them. I have links that I can send you out and get just superb help with you getting that together. Because if those documents aren't together and someone in your family, God forbid, gets sick, you have no control over what's going on. And worse, everything you built is going to the state that you live in for probate. And that is also worldwide, different, vocabulary around that. Let's talk about new money. So I need you to stop bleeding, number one. Number two, I need you to think about new money. This has been my business model for a very long time, right? Books, webinars, previews. Now we actually had a workshop. A lot of people hold tickets to our workshop. If you hold a ticket and you're watching, you actually can come to our virtual meetup and marketplace for free, part of our fulfillment. I have a big table. It's been decades of a mastermind of people learning how to act, think, and make money the way the wealthy do. It's an educational community of just extraordinary people that are in this conversation. And where have you ever had a place where you can just pick up a phone and have a conversation about money, whether it's about insurance, whether it's about your taxes, whether it's about I'm getting divorced, I'm getting married, whatever. Everything that you touch in life has something attached to a financial transaction. And you're either walking through life completely blind and not with any plan, or today, what a perfect time. You aren't running your kids to school. You aren't running your kids to sports. You can't travel. You can't even go out to the bar. Like, you got to learn. It's time. So what I need you to do is and these are kind of guiding principles, is don't ever stop creating revenue. And I'm coaching so many people. I'm actually taking on a few private clients right now in this time, because you've got to keep generating revenue. And a lot of you don't know how to do that pivot. You don't know how to get online and continue to be successful and make money. I'm doing a lot of strategies, like with restaurants. Like we took 3 restaurants, put them down to 1 restaurant. Now we're in a different conversation called May 1. Do they come back up? Do they open? Can they even open for 25%? Right?
Hey, Laura,
everybody's on the.
Hey, Laura, I just wanted to jump in real quick. There's about 5 minutes left.
Oh, no.
We had a special offer with our group. I just wanted to kind of go over the office a little bit. And then also, I would like you to add one thing. If there's any book you would tell people to read right now, even some of your books are fine, but must reads right now, that'd be awesome. So I know you got a special offer. If you can get to that real quick, and also any book you think would be most important for all the entrepreneurs today.
You can get it for free from me or go buy it on Amazon. I go to the text 26786. So again, I can give you these slides, but strategically look at your costs and modify all your offers. I'm going to teach you how to do all of this, because my offer is my online meetup and marketplace, Bill. So most people sell, these are bad behaviors. This is how you serve. These are good behaviors that arrow up. I want to get to my offer, as Bill asked. Marketplace technology is something, again, I built in 2007. It teaches you to make money in 3 to 5 minutes using any platform. And most people say, no, I have to be live. No, you don't. And once you make money, this is probably one of the most important things we're going to have a big conversation about. And during my 3 days, we're going to do 10 hours of content. So it'll be 5 2-hour learning chunks. We're going to teach you the purpose of investing, purposes of ROI, and how to measure wealth. And right now, the greatest transfer of wealth is happening as we speak. So you're a part of it or you're not. So let's participate. So we're doing a financial empowerment class. Again, it's going to be 2 days. The next one is May 13 to 14, 15. It goes from Wednesday night to Friday night, and we're closing the doors at 120 people. So do not be left behind. And you get 2 tickets. So find a guest very quickly that you want to be in this conversation. If you miss it, we'll come back in June. And then you're also going to get 2 tickets when we go out. We're looking at coming back out. Bill, I don't know when you're coming back out, but I've talked about using your facility in Vegas. I think we're hoping to come back out in July, kind of waiting for people to co-create and say, I'm getting a plane ticket. But here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. We're going to really critically get you prepared. I have a 4-hour online course on exactly what to do in this moment. Now we're kind of midway through it, but we are not by any stretch just because we're coming out through the financial impacts of this. Businesses are either going to stay closed or open. You could be their partner. There's a Ford dealership I'm aware of right now that's selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars in a massive urban area. Should be making millions, but it doesn't know how. So you have huge opportunities. We're going to teach you how to make business models, funnels, sell to serve process, be a part of our marketplace technology. You will make money. I promise you that I have a whole sizzle reel. I'm going to show you. People made over $30-something thousand in just a few 48-hour period. How do you get business funding? Some of you need it. Right now, there's so many technologies you can use. It doesn't take a lot of money to make money. In fact, I say it takes no money to make money. That's a lie. And if anybody's teaching you that that's what you have to do, then come learn my marketplace technology. We are going to set up some money rules because I want you motivated. I want you motivated to go out and find new deals. Real estate is going to fall on sale. Businesses are on sale. Private cannabis businesses on sale. CBD businesses on sale. The market not quite on sale anymore. And cryptocurrencies leveled out. So there are so many asset classes to learn about and understand about in this time, and take the time to learn. The greatest transfer of wealth is happening is going to be you. So Bill, what we're doing is, this is normally like a $29.97 offer. We're doing it for less than $1,000. I also just said, you know what, team, let's throw in our real estate tours when we come back. I'm just kind of throwing it all in one big cart and saying, come, let me help you. Because I can tell you, there's a lot of really bad information going on around money, and you need to get this one right. This is the time. If you miss it, a year from now, it's going to be over. We'll still be recovering, but the big opportunities will have passed you.
Well, let me just jump back in here. I just want to tell you that this has been awesome. Let me close down this other part of the stream so we got a bigger screen.
Yep.
Really great content in 26 minutes. I think that's about the fastest I've seen you present ever. I mean, literally, but it was great content and it was right to the point. And I think the big thing that people need today, if they only took one thing, was that how to take control of where you're at today, but also how to monetize tomorrow. And that was perfect for everyone to hear.
Yeah, and I think so many people right now, Bill, they don't realize, there's this sentiment, you can kind of feel it. May 1, yay, Disneyland, everything's going to open back up. No, it's not. It's going to be very, very, very slow. And some businesses, honestly, can you imagine what it's like to open a casino? It's hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I'll tell you what, they're buying a lot of plastic.
They are. And, it's the supply and demand. Here's what I know about businesses. For those of you that aren't in business, if you show back up, businesses will open. So I think what's going to be interesting in this economy, Bill, is that the buyer, right, is going to lead the entrepreneur in a very different way. So
if you're not innovating, you're done.
Yeah.
Today is a day of innovation. Innovation and execution will change the world. And you're seeing it happen in a lot of companies, because a lot of companies right now are not hurting. They're doing great. Whether it's technology or software, some things you've watched software companies have triple growth rates in less than 45 days. So anyway, Laura, appreciate you. Love you. Thanks for your help. Everyone text Laurel right now text Laurel to 26786. Get all the info, get all the intel, get a copy of the slides, maybe even a book. Who knows?
Free book. They're going to get free book.
Yeah, just all you got to do is listen, you guys. All right. Thanks, Laura. I'll let you run. Appreciate you.
Take care. Appreciate you, Bill.
You rock. Bye-bye. Well, that was awesome. I hope you guys got a lot of great stuff from that. This is a perfect time to stretch out. If you have to get something to drink, get something to drink. I will tell you that our next speaker is someone that I've known his whole life. He comes on every week and he gives you new tips on marketing online, internet tips, ways to build better funnels, way to capture more leads. These are things, once again, that we all need to do. If we're not generating fresh leads online, if we're not promoting online, we're missing where all the potential is at. So let me actually bring right to the mainstream My son is here, Austin Walsh, give you guys some great stuff. So, Austin, let me bring you on the stream for a second, for a few minutes. Hang on.
Hello, hello, hello.
There you go.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not lagging. I can actually hear you fine. I see it on Facebook. So maybe it's just my stream. Who knows?
Yeah, you're like it just seems like it sounds like you're lagging a little bit, but I think it's okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
Maybe
Maybe
on
it's
the
just
main screen. So bridge on the main screen. Hang on a second there.
it's just
There
your
we go.
audio.
That's much better. And I'll switch over. I'll just let you go.
Cool. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another great week of Power Team calls. I have my little buddy here again today. He, like, for some reason, just always wants to hop in here when I'm doing these calls and ignore me the rest of the day, but that's kind of how cats are, so it's all good. I think for today I got about 17 minutes to kind of go through some stuff with you guys. And really, I think the most important thing that as we start to understand and start to go through this is that at the end of the day, you really have to start to get some of this stuff done. And we've gone through tips and resources and how to build some of these things and how to, where to go and what places to use and really kind of every little detail that you need to do. But if I only talked a little bit today, and I really want to stress that at the end of the day, you could have, let's just say a squeeze page and your sales page and your whole, let's just say, funnel. You could have this all mapped out, right? Like squeeze page, your sales page, your funnel, all this stuff. But you have to get it done. Like, not having this stuff done is like what's going to crush you. Like, if you don't get these things completed and finished, like you have X amount of time in quarantine, like now is the time to actually get this stuff done. And I think we've gone through resources and things like that every single week. Like, you can use a ClickFunnels, you can use a lead pages, you can use an own developer, you can hire somebody out from Upwork. At the end of the day, it's just about actually getting some of these things done. And so what I really want you to do, I guess over the next few days of quarantine or after you get off this call or the next week, is really map out what is your goal for the next week. Is it to get a squeeze page done? Is it to get your first Facebook ad up? Is it to get your first lead through the pipeline? Is it to get your first YouTube ad up? Whatever it is, I think it's time to start getting more into the concept of actually doing this stuff, right? Like, I think it's great that you come to these trainings and you go to all these trainings all the time, and it's awesome that we're putting these on, but you have to actually do it. Like, I think that's, I wanted to come on today, and I've kind of thought about this the last few days. I'm like, man, I've done these calls for I don't know, almost 2 months now or something like that. It's weird because you start to lose sense of time, but probably about 2 months now. And we've gone through pretty much everything. You've had great training. You've had great training for multiple people. And it's like, shit, it's awesome. But training only takes you to so far. And if you're just going to consistently keep being trained, I don't know, it's kind of useless in a sense. You have to actually do it. And so I really want you, hey, cut it out. Go see. You really have to figure out, you really need to work on and get done. Here's exactly what I'm going to get done, whatever it is, and so you have all these different options and things to do, and you just got to pick, here's what I want to do. And like I said, I don't care if it's your Facebook ad, I don't care if it's your squeeze page, I don't care if it's your offer page, I don't care if it's your CRM system follow-up, I don't care if it's whatever it is that you feel like you need to get done, I think it's just really important to kind of map out, here's what it is, here's what I want to get done, and here's the time frame I have to do it. And I've said multiple times, if you need help with this stuff, we're totally here for you. Power Team's here for you. There's people that are on these calls every single day that are here for you. Michelle's here, Michael's here, Cheryl's here. We're all here to help, and there's tons of experts on these calls that are here to help. I mean, this is obviously a nationwide crisis or thing that we're going through, and I think there's plenty of people that are willing to help you and do these things. It's just about actually doing it, right? There's only so much training, that you can do. I wanted to actually get away from training today, because it's I can come on here and train you guys every single day, but if I don't actually see some results from you, it's kind of what's the point? It's not enjoyable. It's not fun to come, hey, here's how to, I have all this stuff, right? We have all this different content. that we go through, like, oh, here's your whole sales process, and here's your whole, let's see what else we got here. Here's your fears and qualifications and challenges. And like, I can talk about this stuff again, but here's the cool part. You can literally just go to Twitch right now. You can just go to Twitch right now, at twitch.tv/Power Team Global, hit videos, and you can go watch this stuff. You can watch us already talk about it. You can watch all these other speakers that have given amazing content and go through their stuff, right? Like, it's sick, and it's costing you absolutely nothing to do. And I just don't want to repeat myself in the sense that we've already talked about it. So it's not about me sitting here talking about it again. And we're going to have obviously new topics and things like that. We're going to constantly be going over new stuff. And if you have topics you want me to go over, I'm all about it. But at the end of the day, like, there's so much stuff for you that, and I probably get that you've probably already gone through so much stuff and have been trained on so much stuff. Now is the time to actually apply this stuff, like put it into action and put it into work and put it into making it a huge success. I think it's really, really important. I mean, we've gone through so many. I mean, I've almost filled up this entire note page, this entire notebook. I have like, I think 10 pages left just from these calls, right? And in training. And so there's tons and tons of, yeah, pretty much. There's tons and tons of stuff that we've trained about. And I think it's really cool that we have it all available on Twitch, twitch.tv/Power Team Global. And you just got to click that video section. You can go through all that stuff. And so I think it's about like figuring out now, like, who's the mentor or who's the person that you want to work with. And then secondly, like, obviously working with that person or getting their digital course. I know Laurel was just talking. She's absolutely amazing. If you want to work on your financial habits, like, yeah, that's the person you should work with. You should hire Laurel, work with her. If you want to, do stuff with Power Team, we're right here. And we just, I mean, you could text right now, success to 26786 and learn all about the Success Club that we just kind of like retanked and relaunched. I mean, for $100 a month, I think maybe it's less than that, but I think it's like $100 a month. You get training to all of the stuff that we're talking about, plus a ton more, and then access to other weekly calls that just so much more information that is there to help you, right? Like, and so if you guys have other stuff and other things that you want to talk about and kind of go through, like, I'm all about it. We can talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. I love having conversations. I hate talking to myself. I think that's probably why like quarantine is starting to just get like, okay, time to go outside, because talking to yourself is only so much. Or it's streaming's fun and all. I like the online streaming, but so it only goes so far, right? Yeah, I mean, if you want to sell something, you need to build a path for the buyer to buy, and that's what Austin Walsh can do for entrepreneurs. I mean, yeah, but entrepreneurs can do that for entrepreneurs too. Like, and I want to be clear, like, there's nothing wrong with getting help, like, of course, but there's also nothing wrong with just doing it. You know what I mean? Like, figuring out and kind of cranking it out, right? Like, you now have, and I understand, like, I've talked to, I don't know, probably like 20, 25 people in the last 2 weeks who have done consultations with, somewhere around that number. And at the end of the day, like, people are very scared right now to spend money, and I totally get it. Like, it is what it is. And so now is like the greatest time to evolve yourself into whatever it is. And if you screw up, like, it really doesn't matter, because at least you tried. Like, there's not a big need to succeed right now. I mean, if you have to succeed, sure, but if you're having a challenge, like, now's the time to just take on one or two more, because you're probably going to be in the same situation in the next 30 to 45 days. So take on some of these leaps and see what happens. I think it's really, really, you're probably in like, and obviously, I'm somewhat younger. I don't know. I'm almost 30, I guess. But I think like I don't think, hopefully, we'll never be in a time like this again. Like, it's absolutely wild. And so now you have this opportunity to like go and try different stuff that you normally wouldn't try. Like, I know my fiance is like doing like yoga and stuff now, which I would never really think, like, which sounds stupid, but it's something completely different and something random. And, like, you can try and do completely different things. Like, I've tried to cook some meals that I normally wouldn't cook. I've just tried to do stuff that's different. I'm trying to watch like interesting documentaries on financial stuff, like just stuff that's important, or not really important, but you can make important in your day-to-day life now. And I think it's like a cool, interesting time to do that kind of stuff. I think we've been in this very strange holding pattern for a long period of time. And like now it's time. And this is why I'm stressing. I wanted to come and make a point here today that it's not always about the training. Like training is great, but actually doing this shit is so much more important. You know, like I've trained for, I don't know, we've done this, 2 months. So that's maybe a little longer than that. Let's say 15 different calls. I've trained for 15 different calls. And I know, and I've been watching the stream today, a lot of other people come on and trained it. And I think that's amazing. But now I think at some point you have to just hear someone say, training is awesome. Doing it is so much better. I know Michael wanted to join, so you can fire in. Michael's probably like, damn it, Austin's going on a rant. This isn't good.
No, I think it's great, actually, because it is so true to put them into action. No, I had a quick question because I know I get this all the time.
Yeah.
It's as they put this into action, there's this, I don't know if it's a fear around engagement. They'll build their funnels, but then they're either scared to engage with their audience, or do I have to hire somebody? Can you talk just a little bit about engagement and how critical that is?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think there's like, I don't know, like, it's kind of like the dude that gets scared to go talk to a girl at the bar, like, or the dude that gets scared to go talk to the guy at the bar, whatever suits you in 2020, all you know what I mean? Like, but, yeah, like, you eventually just have to do it, right? And like if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's okay. Like you're going to flop, you're going to fail, especially like when it comes to online engagement. Like you're gonna know pretty quickly if your stuff's working or not working. People are either gonna opt in and resonate with it, or they're gonna not opt in and not resonate with it. And you'll find out, especially when you're paying for the traffic, you find out like, are people actually liking this, and is it converting, or are they not? Like you get 100 clicks and not a single person opt-ins, you find out pretty fast. And so I think it all comes down. I've been talking about this since I was like 16 years old. You have to test, track, and tweak stuff. Like the more that you test, track, and tweak, the faster you find out what's working and what's not working. And there's no such thing ever as like the perfect funnel. There's no such thing ever as the perfect website. Like it's always an evolving process. I mean, and I think that goes for a lot of different things. But yeah, it's something that you just kind of like have to jump into. And once again, I don't think it's always about, hiring someone. I think if you're someone that doesn't want to work on technology, that's when you hire somebody. If you're somebody that has already done this so many times and it hasn't worked, that's when you hire someone. If you're someone that's just like, I don't want to do this shit at all, like that's probably not when you hire somebody, because you have to be somewhat interested in it. Like I've worked with so many people in the past that have been like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with the internet. I know I need it, but I want nothing to do with it. Well, then that's wrong. Like, I don't think that person typically doesn't succeed, or it doesn't fail, because they already have a negative mindset about it. Like I think you have to have an open mind and a positive mind, especially about different aspects and different areas of businesses. Like, it's super important to understand that it might not be your favorite or your best cup of tea, but it's a very important cup of tea. And I think, there's a lot of businesses that if they would have focused more on their online the last, 3, 5, 10 years, then they probably wouldn't have like any or as many challenges as they're having today. I think it's they all want to get fit, but no one wants to go to the gym. Well, you can't even go to the gym these days. So yeah, like the gym's at home now, and you got to figure out how to do that. That's a challenge too. So I don't know. Did that answer the question? I think it did.
It did. I do. I think that was a great point you brought up too. What do they know their why, and do they love what they do? Right. Well, I just want to get online because I know people are making money online, even though
yeah, it's wrong.
Right.
It's not going to work.
No, and I think it's all that attitude that you said. It's time to get going and moving, and really, take the information and get. They're sitting in a fear place at the same time. How about just get into action?
Yeah,
because that will put you into a new concept.
100%. I agree.
So, Austin, it's always great having you on here, because the thing is, you're living it.
It's great to be on and just go. I mean, usually when I get to speak, I get to go on some kind of rant. So it's nice to go on a little bit of a rant here and kind of just share. This is the authentic me of what you're going to get. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to show you the hair because it's a little too much, but it's getting really crazy. Even though I tried to do a haircut the other day. And man, it's very hard to like cut your own hair or have someone else cut your own hair. Like it's not, especially when you're using kitchen scissors. It's an interesting experience for sure, and it keeps growing. But got rid of the sideburns at least, so we're getting better. We're getting better. It's a
process, right? See, but the thing is, you took action, Austin, right? You took action.
Well, I mean, hey, listen, I tried. It didn't end up so good.
So
it was definitely attempted.
And you're engaging with us now regarding your. I love it.
I'll tell you all about it. I got nothing to hide.
That's the way it is. Austin, thank you again. And if they want to reach, if somebody wants to reach out to you and work with you, how would they do that?
You could just text internet to 26786 or shoot me a message on Facebook. I'll get back pretty quick. So,
and I know you will. Everybody, work with Austin. He lives this. It's different when you live it, and it's what you do, and it's who you are, and it's what you grew up with. And he understands it. And Austin, you also explained it in a way that even those of us who are a little bit older than you, just a couple of years, we get it. It makes it sensible. It makes it make sense, and we want to get there. So, Austin, you're amazing.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Have a great one.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'm hanging out.
I love it. All right, Austin. See you soon.
Bye.
See, that's the great thing about we're bringing people to the table who are actually doing it, living it, and those are the ones you want to work with because we love what we do. Say, I love what I do. Find that thing that you love, what you love to do, and then do it, and do it with gusto. Wake up every morning excited by it. It doesn't mean that every day is going to be because you're going to have those days you're going to go, and that's okay. And that's why you have coaches and trainers with you too, and you have other people and mentors who help keep you going. You're strong on your why, and you know what that is. And Austin is brilliant because he will do that consult with you. So if you're serious about being online, having your funnels built, and getting that going, text internet to 26786. Austin will be with you on the phone, but it's time to do it. And it's time to do it now. And if you say, well, I'm fearful, he's going to move right past that. So just know that right away. It's time to go. So again, let's give Austin a big, huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Austin, for that. I just wanted to say quickly again, I wanted to welcome everybody to the stream. My name is Michael Silvers, Power Team Executive Vice President for Global Training. So excited to be here. It's just older than some of you. It's the training and the education that we've been through. And at Power Team, we continue to grow. And at this time in the stream, as we click into the second half, share this with everybody around there. Facebook groups, open it up to your Facebook groups, open it up to your friends, post it on Twitch. I'm hosting a Twitch right now. Keep it moving. YouTube, share the links, whatever it takes. So you're giving that information and education to others out there. PowerTeamLive.com, share it around. Because again, sometimes they won't be able to get on the whole day. Maybe they have something. Maybe they're working, right? Essential workers, people who are still working. Look, I live in the Pacific Northwest. We've got Microsoft and Amazon. I can just keep going, and they're all at home working right now. But they take breaks and they want to learn and educate as much as everybody else. So share it with everybody you know. Don't have that attitude because we do. We'll say, oh, they don't want to listen to us. Who knows? Who knows what you're going to get from that speaker that you needed to hear today? And if you like what we've done and you like what we present and you like what's happening through the day and you like to be part of what we're doing, you're serious about it, or serious about taking your business to the next level or online, go ahead and text SBA, Small Business Advisor, SBA, to 26786. I will connect with you. I will give you my schedule. We will have a call. I will get you on our virtual mastermind, and we will do it today. So you're going to get responded by me to literally the minute I put on the next speaker. I look for the opt-ins and I text you right away. You're going to see a 425 number. That's me. But only do it if you're serious. Does that make sense? Because we're busy like the rest of you. We're taking care of our families, working with a large group who want to move forward. We have over 300 events a year. We have virtual events that are live. And you know what? It's a great day to be alive. So I'm about to bring on the next speaker because I see him down there and he's ready to go on time and smiling. It's like, I feel we do this weekly. So information is what it's all about. And it's truly being able to create that funnel, right? We're talking about people who want to move online and virtually. Now you're about to see one of the most brilliant systems you've ever seen to capture the data that you need to have your business go to the next level. Or if you're just starting, it will give you exactly what you need. Jeff Cohen is a serial entrepreneur. He's created a financial services and software company serving the membership space and grew it to 11 million in annual sales before selling it and starting Mind Me. Let's give that a round of applause. He is passionate about sales, marketing, and technology. He's excited to share about his latest venture, Mind Me, all-in-one mobile marketing solution for small businesses. Without any further ado, there goes the paper. Let's give it up for Mr. Jeff Cohen.
Well, thanks, Michael. I appreciate it. I don't know where to start after Austin. I mean, my wife did cut my hair the other day. I'm not going to show you the back because she might have messed that up a little bit, but she did, I think, a pretty nice job. Honestly, she's going to start doing it from now on. I get saved like $50 a time here,
Oh, I love it. All right, Jeff, have a great time with them, and haircutting lessons. We'll do that next week. For sure. No doubt. Hey, everyone. It's so nice to be with you today. I've done this the last few weeks, so why don't we get into it? I don't know how many of you guys, many of you are probably new. Others may have seen this before. So every week we do a little bit of a different demo. Today we're going to talk about, last week we talked about leads and capturing leads from anywhere, and we're going to recap that a little. This week we're going to talk about taking those leads and converting them into customers. It's a perfect segue from the last speaker, Mr. Austin Walsh, who will build you an unbelievable funnel. Our system will let you create, take some of the tools and funnels you may already have in other systems and bring them online. And by all means, if you need help, I definitely call Austin. He's fantastic at what he does. So our platform here is called MindMe. We have a Power Team SMS. We have a collaboration with Power Team. And we have a product that is all set up, and we work with them to empower their Power Team SMS solution. What I'm going to show you today is our new product. It's just rolling out in the next month or so, and how you can get your hands on that early, I should say. So let's get into it. I'm going to hide me just so in case you. Not sure. I never know how much of me shows up here, so we want to show all the slides. So we'll just do a quick recap, and then we'll dig into it. So. And get into the system. The key really in any business is taking people through that funnel, right? Or that process, and from capturing the leads, converting them, organizing them, and then engaging them to really be your best customers. And that typically happens through some type of communication, right? Whether it be email communication, text, print, voice, all different things. Our system will manage two of the main technologies out there, and that's text and email. And we're adding others over time, but including chat, for example, or messaging. But these technologies you've seen, if you look in the live comments here in text SBA or text internet, all these different pieces, this is our technology. Actually, Power Team's been a client for a long time, and they use this platform and this technology to both capture people who are interested in some product or service, and then of course get you the information that you need to help make a buying decision. And that's really what we do. We help empower you and your business, or if you're a marketing consultant, you and your customers, right? That you can create these funnels for them, and these lead capture mechanisms and engagement mechanisms for them. So capturing leads from everywhere means everywhere, right? Whether it be a website, whether it be on premise, if you had a store, that now stores are coming back, retail's coming back online here slowly. So print or mailing, direct mailing you might be doing, signage, whether it be a billboard or whether it be a table tent or whether it be window signage, whatever it is. Online ordering, events and speaking. Here's an example. We're doing a virtual event. We're using a text opt-in, but that works equally well if you're on stage and you're speaking in front of a crowd. It's really an ideal way to do it. So all these different ways to capture leads, and we can do it really in two ways. We can use text and web technology to capture those leads and get them into your CRM or contact management system. Once you capture all these leads, you want to organize them in a way that it makes sense, right? Just having a big list of 1,000 people and not segmenting them to say, hey, these are people interested in this, or these are people that are my January birthdays, or these are my favorite, my VIP customers, or these people came from a certain way I marketed at an event and I used a specific keyword, like for example, text internet to 26786. Well, you can organize those contacts so that that was coming from a specific source. Maybe I made a specific offer, and all those things are tied together. So it allows you to create actionable information when you can capture more information from contacts. And some technologies need to work together for that to happen. So when there's a text opt-in, there may only be a mobile number, but then you can send people to a form and get their birthday or get what they're interested in, and and build more targeted communication for them, right?
And then converting leads to customers, which we're going to talk about today, is a marriage of once they're a contact in your system, how can you deliver the absolute best content that they need to see and need to see now, right? How can you get that to them when they're ready to buy? You know, whatever it is. It could be buying a pizza, it could be buying your internet marketing course, whatever it is, right? And then here's different ways. We have different ways to, you know, leverage that logic or that communication, that almost a sequence, right? Sometimes a funnel, people call it an autoresponder or an automation sequence or a funnel. They're all really very similar when people say that, but it's really just taking a contact through multiple touch points, right? So you can capture information from them and you can deliver information to them. It's just as simple as that. And the more engaging you are, like Austin said, you know, you really have to test things. So sometimes you don't know. You don't know what a certain email or text is going to perform, or a video is going to perform better than a different video. So it's all about testing it. And we let you do all that. And then really it's organizing those contacts, like I said, having a contact management system that's simple, it's easy to use. You're not using Excel, you're not using your phone, you're putting it all in a simple tool that you can organize, keep everyone organized, and work those contacts and those leads and turn them into relationships. So our system to help you facilitate that lets you keep those organized, like we talked about, with lists and interests and birthdays and all that. It lets you keep them organized and up to date. So when there's changes, those changes are automatically captured. So if someone, you know, fills out a form a certain way, or they express, hey, I'm interested in this, then that list gets up to date, updated immediately. And part of it is, you know, keeping track of the data that's important to you. You know, every business is different. And so, you know, you need a system that you can easily say, hey, you know what, if I'm a fitness, you know, if I'm a personal trainer, you know, I want to maybe capture the goal of someone. I might want to capture their fitness level. I might want to capture a time frame, right? All these different things. Right. And then really engaging them for repeat purchases. And part of that conversion from a lead to a customer, we're going to talk about that, but then I'm going to show you how you can extend that to drive repeat businesses from those customers. Right. And here's just an example of some different, you know, landing pages or mobile optimized landing pages you can create with videos or countdowns to create urgency, you know, whatever it might be, a downloadable, you know, element like a PDF that you might want, or a PowerPoint you might want to give to people. So the key today that's so challenging is you need all these are different solutions typically. You know, contact management or CRM is usually different than your email marketing tool in almost every situation. Text marketing, it typically doesn't have a CRM in most cases. Text and email, there's almost no platforms that do text and email together. Video marketing is its own thing. You know, landing pages, marketing automation, you know, digital offers or promotions, you know, capturing responses and engaging. Almost no email platform does that. So, you know, how can you send out a, you know, have someone fill out a form and actually use that and organize your contacts, right? And then chat is the last thing that's going to be coming. We're going to launch our new system here in the next month or so, and then it's almost ready, and then we're going to roll out chat sometime probably later this summer. And then you'll be able to do text and email and messaging as well on one platform, which will be really great. We're looking forward to that. And that is that solution. You know, imagine if you had one tool instead of combining all these things, right? Or figuring out, you know, you have to pay for these tools. You have to figure out how they work together. It's a lot. It's a lot for a big company, let alone a small company or a solo entrepreneur. It's really tough. And so MindMe, you know, through Power Team SMS, we've created this platform that you can actually create a tool. We have a tool that really does all these things. All of your tools in one place. It's easier to learn, faster to use. Everything's designed to work together and extremely cost effective, right? So just to recap quickly from last week, we talked about capturing leads from anywhere, and we talked about it just a few seconds ago, you know, here as well, right? So in this particular example, you know, we have, let's say, a flyer. Here's a form. And at the events here, you can see special offer. You can text Power Team SMS to 26786, and I'm going to tell you what you get when you do that at the end of this. But that's the same principle, right? So you'd have a word that's unique to you, your product, your brand, your business, whatever it is, and we have separate numbers, or with most people, we use our short code, which is 26786, which is easier to type, right, for people. And when you do that, then basically that contact gets created. right? In the beginning, we may just have a mobile number, but over time, you can understand where they came from. You could ask them questions. You can start to build a little bit of a profile so that, again, you can deliver the information that person's looking for, right? No one wants to waste anyone's time. So if you're asking for information, you know, it's important, or if a customer of yours asks for information, it's important you deliver what they're looking for, you know? It's critical. And then the other way to capture leads, one's through text, but the other way is really through a landing page. And you can push that into, you know, you can post that to Facebook, you can add a button on your website, you can do an ad in a pay-per-click, you know, campaign, online ordering, all that. So we kind of went through a lot of that last week, and certainly, and we can get into that. You know, if you guys, you know, get an account with MindMe and sign up, we'll certainly train you on how to do all that good stuff. Today, we're going to talk about converting leads to customers, right? So you already have the lead, you already have a contact in your system. How do you do that, right? And the key to that is really driving that and using, you know, a combination of forms and offers and automation, right? So we're going to get into that now, and I'm just going to hit escape here, and we're going to stop the screen, and I'm going to share my other screen here, and let's see if this works. Let's see. It never seems to. Every week this happens. So I'm going to share my whole screen here instead, because that seemed to work last time. Okay, so that seems to like that better. Okay, all right, so there we go. I'm just going to expand this out here. All right, everyone can see this now. Just going to take a little peek to make sure you can. Okay, good. All right, perfect. All right, so what you're looking at right now, okay, is a little demo account for MindMe, our new system. All right, move this out of the way up here, and then we're gonna create in our fictitious company. We're gonna have a doggy daycare company, right? And we do boarding and grooming and daycare and all that. And so let's say we have a bunch of contacts in the system. I can go to my contact area from the dashboard and hear all my people, and I can go in here very easily, and I have everything organized, right? Let's close that. So I have everything organized. So I can go in here and I could say, well, let me see everyone in my VIP list. I don't have anyone right now, but maybe I have some interest. Oh, okay, let me see everyone interested in daycare. Boom, it's as easy as that, right? In a split second, daycare, or I want to go into boarding, right? Or I want to do grooming. So these are all people interested in all three. And let's see if anyone's interested in all of them. No one's interested in all of them. But there might be people interested in both. And the way you can do that is I can click on someone and we can scroll down a little bit and I can add interests here. So you're talking to someone on the phone, you could say, oh, you're interested in all three of these services, sir? No problem, Bert. Great. You know, so now if I go in here and if I choose all these and I choose all, you're going to see Bert shows up. So it's all organized for you in a split second. It's super fast, super easy to use, and you can easily just create these interests on the fly if you want to. I could say everyone interested in daycare, everyone not interested in daycare. You know, boom. Okay, in 2 seconds. I could say everyone interested in daycare who's you know, a lead or a customer. Okay, let's say these people are leads. All right, so there you go. So there's 4 people that are leads who are interested in daycare. And if I want to save that as a permanent list, I just come up here and I say daycare leads. And I'm going to save this as something called a smart list. Oh, I already have one in here. So we'll just call it 2 for right now. Okay, and now if I go in here and I can clear all this, if I go in here, now I'm going to have my daycare leads and they're going to be right here. So daycare leads, I have 4 people and boom. And there you go. Okay, so it's really super easy to manage this. I can even see people, you know, when their birthday is, I can see, oh, there's someone whose birthday it is this week. Great. You know, probably not with daycare leads. There we go. So it's Bert's birthday this week, and we can see a little birthday cake, and you can see his birthday, and I could send him a campaign for that. So let's get into it. So let's say we have these contacts, and we want to actually send them some information, right? Well, maybe the first thing I want to do is send them an offer, right? So what I can do is we can go into promote, and we can go into offers. And we're going to create a new offer, and that's a coupon, right? And everything's very familiar. So in our system, everything on the right is kind of the area where you kind of build this, and the middle area is your preview area, basically. So if I go to my layout, I can pick that, or I could upload my own image here. I can go into our media area, and I could even choose a video for my offer or an image. These can be sent by text or embed an email or a landing page. And I can come in here and I can do whatever I want. So let's say I have my doggy daycare business, and let's say I say, oh, I don't really have a picture I like, so let's go find one. And we have over 1 million pictures here that you can use. All right. And let's say I pick dog, right, if I want to. And maybe there's some cool dogs that I want to find. And let's say I want to come in here and say, you know what, that's a cute dog. So let's say there's our dog. So now all of a sudden this has been downloaded and it's saved. Okay. And now we can go in here and we could say, let's go in and let's shrink this down a little bit, and we'll go into our offer. And let's say, you know, don't leave your dog alone, you know, at home all day, right? Have him play with us, right? And there you go. And then I can say, well, I could add a description in here if, you know, if I want to, whatever. But I can also say, you know, save, you know, get 1 week free. Okay, get 1 week of doggy daycare on us. Okay, when you purchase one. Okay. And there you go. And you could change the font. I could change the sizes here. I can do all kinds of cool stuff just like that. Really simple. I could go in here into the design and you can change all the background of all this stuff. If I want, let's say I want that one. I want a nice orange button instead of green, right? I can change the offer style. I can change an offer background color. I mean, you really can modify pretty much anything. Just point and click. So super easy, right? And now here's my offer. So I'm going to call this doggy daycare, right? And that's going to be my offer. I'm going to save this. Okay. Now, there are also actions on here, okay, which I didn't really show you. So if I go in and edit this without getting too far into it, there's different actions. So if someone redeems this offer, I can actually add an action. I can send them into an automation sequence, or I can add a tag to this. Or let's say I want to say if they do redeem this, maybe I want to make them a favorite in the system. So as simple as that. Now, anyone who redeems this offer that I send in an email or a text message or whatever it is, now all of a sudden they're going to be a favorite. They're going to be marked favorite in the system. And I can also say if they expired, maybe they let this coupon, they got this offer, it expired, and then they want to actually, you know, we want to actually, you know, maybe send them offers, but maybe, you know, once a month, maybe send them something different, right? So this is how you can take a lead. You can deliver some type of offer, some type of content to them, an offer in this case, but you could deliver video content, you could deliver whatever you want, and then hopefully nurture them along to become a customer at some point, right? So we have this is all set. Okay, let's save this again in the system. Okay, and then how might I deliver this to someone, right? So one way I could do this is I can add this to an email, right? So I could go in here and we can create an email, and I'm going to do it a little bit of a different way to show you, but I can create an email or I can put this in a text. Maybe we'll do it as a text, right? And how do I do that? So one way I could do this is there's so many different ways, but I could go into our automation area and I can create a new automation sequence. And I could just start this, you know, whenever I want, you know, manually. Okay. Or let's say I want to do it, you know, when someone's in a certain list for me, right? So let's say if someone's in my VIP list, for example. So I'm going to go to my list and we're going to choose VIP. I don't have anyone in there yet. I'm going to hit save. So the second someone enters my VIP list, which they could if they text a keyword or they filled out a form, you know, or I manually put them in, either way, then what we're going to do is we're automatically going to send them a text message with the offer. Okay, and I can go to my library. We probably don't have, we do have one text here, but in this case, we're going to create one. Okay, and in this case, this is going to be Jeff's daycare. Okay, and it's going to say enjoy 1 free week of fabulous doggy daycare on us. Okay. And then you just, all you do is you just come over here. These are just elements you can drag over, and we have an offer. We're just going to drag it over here, and we have one already. We could create one right from here, but I could go to the library and there he is, right? Boom. And there it is. And there's our little preview. There's our doggy daycare. And what's really cool is I can even choose when it's valid. So the second someone gets this communication, it could be immediately valid, or it could be valid starting tomorrow if you want to, okay, or valid in, you know, in 5 days, Okay. But let's say we want to give it immediately and we want to have it, it's going to expire, let's say fine, 30 days. Okay. And then I can even have a different message on redemption, on expiration. I could send them, I could do other things here, right? On redemption, I can actually, we're adding the ability for you to, send another offer or add them to an automation sequence. All kinds of good stuff's coming here. So now that we have automation built. So anyway, I have all this. I'm all set. Let's save this. And we're going to say dog daycare offer. Okay. Or we'll call it offer 1. And I'm going to save it. All right, it's going to take a few seconds to generate that preview, and then it's going to update. Okay, so there's my offer. It's all set. It's all ready to go. All right, and then I can even tag people if they redeemed it or they didn't. And then I can do different things. And one of the things there you can see it's updated now. There it is. And one of the things I can also do is I can actually split this. So I could say if they redeemed it, go down this branch. If they didn't redeem it, do this. So there's all different really cool ways that you can actually, let's say we send an offer and then we ask another email and we ask a question in that email. Hey, what are you interested in? Right? Maybe we capture some more information from someone, right? And then at the end of that, we can say, okay, let's say, well, if you're interested in, in boarding, or you're interested in daycare, or you're interested in grooming, then I'm going to do these different things. And you can send different emails or different texts to these people. I mean, this is really awesome stuff, right? And it's so powerful, and yet it's really easy, right? Now you might need, 5 or 10 minutes to, watch a little video and see how to do some of this stuff, but it's really simple stuff. We've got, US-based support for anyone who needs support, phone or email or chat, all that stuff's good. Okay. So anyway, so you can basically, create these sequences. You can nurture these, you can build your communication flow. You can nurture all this stuff. And it really is an incredible system. It's so easy. And it's such a great way for you to, get in there and build some cool stuff. Right. And I'm going to come in here and I'll just show this to you real quick.
Hey, buddy, we're talking to your, hey, buddy, I'm talking to your bouncing picture here.
There you
perfect.
go.
Quickly, any last minute comments as to why they should order this today? Why is it so important they order this system today?
Yeah, totally. So it's really critical because we actually, well, first of all, you have a business, right? You want to get the most out of it right away, So there's customers out there that you want to engage and you want to come up with a way to connect with them. Why start yesterday, right? Start now. Start, make it happen, right? Make your business happen. Secondly, we've got some special offers where we're only taking a few people to do it for you, right? So we can help you get all set up, get started, and do that. And that's actually a special offer on your
I've got a guy that's got a cool idea to do something like joke of the day. Could they
Sure.
do a joke of the day right off this whole platform?
Sure. You could do a joke of the day. You could actually have them all set up.
Basically the whole business.
You could have a joke of the day all set up, so it's there.
Maybe joke of the week.
Joke of the week, yeah.
Maybe it's joke of the week. Maybe Monday and Thursday need a good joke. They're always funny. They're always something to make you laugh. He's quite creative with that. And how about also any other business you think are a perfect fit for something like this?
What do you say, sorry?
I say all businesses.
You're breaking up a little, Bill. I can't hear you.
I say it's all business, but are there any certain businesses you like that have found the greatest success with a system like this?
Oh, I got you. So sorry. Retail, any brick and mortar, they eat this stuff up. Anyone doing any type of internet marketing that needs to communicate or connect, or someone who's writing content, an author, someone doing video content, anyone doing, honestly, anyone doing, network sales, right? Where they want to connect to their audience, especially you can't meet with people in person anymore, right? So
yeah, we've been using this for more than 5 years. It's been great for. I recommend every company use the system. They've got a great special. Can you tell us what's in the special today?
Yeah, definitely. So if you text Power Team SMS, right, to 26786, it's in the comments there, okay? You actually can get this new system for $10 for the first 60 days. And then it's basically $49 a month after that. So it's incredibly.
And what if you want? What's the deal? What's the deal if you want to do like a custom?
So if you wanted, right. So, and then we have a coaching option where we'll do it with you.
What's the deal if they want you to build up the stuff for them?
Sure. We'll do it with you. And that's $497 and it's 3 sessions. and we'll learn your business in that first session. We'll get to know you, understand what you're trying to your product or service you're selling, and we'll work with you to help build that content and get your funnel set up and get your get all your campaigns ready to go, and then you'll be off to the races. So we do it one a week, basically 45 minutes to an hour each week, and by the end of those 3 weeks, you're ready to rock. And it's just $497.
Well,
incredibly affordable.
That is such a great offer. All right, brother, I'm going to let you go. I appreciate you so much.
Thanks
you, Bill. For adding your mobile marketing wisdom every week. We love it. And don't forget, everybody, just text the word Power Team SMS, all one word, 26786. Let them get you set up and running. Thanks again, Jeff. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Bill. All right.
Hello, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying today. I know you've gotten a lot of content. I just want to say a big thanks for being here this whole time. Obviously, you're plugged in, you're home. Maybe you can go outside, maybe you can't. But I do want you to understand that what you're taking away from a day like today is some good connections in the chat line sessions, but also the ability to learn from individuals that you might never see in person. You may never get a chance to go see them live. And our next guest is someone that she's an amazing mom, an incredible individual, has really made a difference and impact in a lot of people's lives. She raised 3 of the most amazing kids that hopefully you all get a chance to meet at one of our upcoming live events. They're the founders of a fun game we talk about each week called House Guests from Hell. They just got featured on WLS AM radio, national press release. If you're quarantined, and most of us are, this is a great game to play with whoever you're quarantined with. So whether there's 2 people that you're, one person you're with or 10 you're with, it doesn't matter. This is a phenomenal way to do that. And they're still offering 50% off on the game. So instead of paying $60 plus shipping and handling, you get it for $29, $29.95 plus shipping and handling, which I'll tell you this, if you're looking for some of the greatest laughter ever, you need to get this game today. But I want to bring on the founder and just ask her a few of these questions and let her share a bit of her wisdom on some of these things. I think it's really fun that they take the time. And we just met today talking about a new game they're launching. So just a lot of exciting things happening. So let me see if I can bring Shelly on the line. Shelly, how are you?
Hi.
I can see you now. How's it going?
Good. It's going great.
Thanks for taking the time today. We only got a little bit of time, but I'd love for you to share a bit of, where did the idea of House Guests from Hell come from? And of course, it's always fun to share a bit of your background, but really, where did the idea of this game come from, and who's the game great for?
The game is pretty much good for everybody, except it's not very good for small kids. But families can play it and businesses can play it. And, the idea of this really came because we actually have been bad house guests. We've had house guests, but we've been bad house guests. So it's coming from both sides of the fence. So we have kind of moved around a lot, and we've had to stay with people at times because we were at certain points in our life, we were very, very poor. So we had to be very engineering. We had to, think of how to get out of some of our situation. And so we've unfortunately have had to live with other people. And so we have been the worst house guests, and hopefully we've been some of the best house guests. So the game actually, we have to point the finger at ourselves for being bad house guests and laughing at some of the stuff we've had to overcome. And then we have actually been the recipient of having really bad house guests. But this game is meant to be funny. It's meant to lift your spirits. If you're, depressed or down or bored, you can think of things. And this actually helps you, gives you some food for thought to be creative in starting your own business. And I kind of really have a special place in my heart for people who would like to start their own business, but they don't know how. And well, that was us. We didn't know how to do it. And so we didn't go, we don't have an MBA or any of those things. So we just have kind of had to figure it from the ground up, how to start your own business and how to be creative. And, the first thing is is your business that you're thinking of viable? And so this game, we didn't make it to market it. We made it just for ourselves, but then we realized it's really fun. We might as well, try to push this and make it into something that other people can enjoy, and then allow it to help you get somewhere, give you ideas of how to, don't just be in the straight and narrow channel, but broaden your horizons and be thinking of ways to improvise, and that it can play to your strengths and do something that's different. This game is different, and so we don't have a gaming background. We just made it, and we make all kinds of other things too. We do. We have some horses and.
You have a copy of the game handy?
Yes, of course, always.
Show it off, right? Move it a little bit too. There you go, right there, perfect. Yeah, that's good. So we put the link out there, and then it's always fun. I always ask you guys each week: is there a certain dilemma? Because maybe explain the game that you get solution cards and dilemma cards, and to win the game, you've got to get rid of all your house guests from hell and get back home. But what's that? Go ahead.
You have each player has one house guest, and you have to get rid of that house guest. So the first person to get rid of the house guest will win the game. But you have dilemmas along the way, like
give us some examples of some of the dilemmas and solutions.
Some of them are easy to solve, and some of them are more difficult. Like this one here, I have a dilemma that your guest has uprooted your prize-winning perennial garden and instead planted acorns. Well, that's not so easy to solve, and it depends on the other players because they're going to vote whether that you solved it or not. And so I have a bonus card that is your great uncle Max is a psychiatrist who loves to write prescriptions. So I think I can try to solve this by saying, well, this person who's digging up my garden has got a compulsive problem and he needs to be medicated now, immediately. This is an emergency. And so I want medication to get him to stop being compulsive. And so that's how I would present how to solve that, at least because that's the card I have. So I'm going to say, well, and then they're going to vote yes or no. And I think, yes, that solves it because that asshole is digging up my flowers. And I was mad. This actually really happened to me. And I was really mad because I had at least $600 in that garden and that sucker dug them all up. Didn't just cut them down. He pulled the roots out. So,
so why don't you tell us how you really feel about that person? Tell us how you really feel about that person. That's great. And I think that's the neat part about this game is that so many of these stories can touch in what I call the reality phase, that we all have sometimes those negative people in our lives that have to go. Because if you don't get rid of the negative people, I talk about this all the time. If you hang out with 4 broke people, you'll be the 5th, right? And so as you're going through this, right, then and tell me about the sales component that you have to sell the table on your idea, which I believe is great to help people with all communication. So, whether it's your kids, whether it's your coworkers, right? Because I know a lot of people play this game at work, not right now, but they do. But what are some things that are going to help them in terms of how do they have to move the dilemma to the solution? And what are some of the tips on doing that? To convince the rest of the table players at the board that your solution will solve the dilemma.
Yes, you have to see. You have to be persuasive because it's not always so easy to figure out how to solve these. So you've got to be very convincing. Like I have a problem. I have a dilemma that your guest smacks and makes unsettling noises when eating. Well, all of us have experienced that, and it's really disgusting. Like when you're in a movie theater and everybody's and it's so bad. But you've got to make your solution. You've got to propose something that is going to scratch the itch for the rest of the players. And some players, sometimes it depends on the group that you're playing with, but I would propose, I have a bonus card that I'm going to try to solve this. A taco truck is around the corner from your house And I'm going to propose that my guest who's doing this I have a nice furniture on the front porch, and he's going to eat his beautiful tacos in the front and be so happy about those tacos. So see, you can see how I'm trying to solve this and make the rest of the players understand. They have to visualize what I'm saying. And then they have to see how intense I am, that I want to solve this with that taco truck. And this guy is going to stop making, if he wants to make the smacking noises, he can do it to the cows come home out on the front porch with beautiful tacos. And so most of the players, most people that you'd be playing with would say, yeah, that works, because everybody wants, tacos from the taco truck because they're really good. So you have to, in a business, you can see how a person who plays this game probably once a week, they are going to be better at the end of a month closing on a sale than somebody who's never played this game, because they start thinking, okay, what do I do to get people to approve my scenario? You have to, you have eye contact, you have intensity, you have determination. You're going to use this to get through your dilemma. And everybody's got these problems right now. We're stuck in the house. How are we going to make more money? We got to get back, and so you use this game to give you ideas. Determination.
A lot of times those ideas are ideas that are already in your head, right? A lot of times what's holding us back is what I call that self-destructive conversation, right? That, you can't. You only got to hear you can't a few times before you know it, you believe you can't. And I think that's the thing too, is that how long does it normally take to play the game? I had a couple people ask that question.
It can take some time, because people start telling stories and it's funny. And so it's usually an hour and a half. Yeah. And this can go on for longer. So it's not a quick fix. Got it. But it's stimulating, because you get to.
We played this game at our events, whether in the Bahamas or in Chicago or in Vegas. We found people laugh as loud as you ever hear people laugh all over the room playing. Because we had multiple tables playing at the same time. And I think that was neat. But I think it was also fun to watch people really brag when they were winning. And they actually won the game. It wasn't like they won. It was like they kicked somebody's ass, to get through the game. So it made it certainly a lot of fun. One of the things too that we found from the game, and maybe you can just share this, is that it does also work with team building. So for entrepreneurs that are listening today, that, if you're trying to create some more team building experience, this game has that potential. And so maybe you could just share a little bit about why it's important, the team building.
How this works in team building is you have more than one person per pawn. And so you would be working as a team. So this game plays up to 6 people, but it can do 12 people and possibly even more than that if you do 3 to a pawn, 18 people. But that's a little more difficult, because you're sitting around trying to figure out, okay, how do we best solve the problem? And so every turn you're getting one dilemma and you get 2 solutions. And so you're trying to figure out, can this duct tape, can we use it to fix the broken coffee pot, or can it for the broken sink? And then there's just garden variety stuff that you've got to fix. And so the team comes together and they're trying to figure out, okay, we can use this to solve it, or we can use this. And you can take people that are actually don't like each other, like in a business setting, and they may not be very good friends, but by the end of this game, they are relaxed, they're laughing, they're figuring out how to solve the problems, and they get instant gratification when they solve them, and people start laughing, because it's just such a positive affirmation, especially people who are kind of introvert and very shy, where their voice isn't usually heard. This game helps them kind of get over that and gives them, kind of a voice. Actually, me and my 2 daughters are introverts, and my son is an extrovert. And we are very quiet. Normally, we just don't talk very much. Bill will tell you, I'm not a big talker. But this game, we've made this game, and it's sort of bringing us out where we're having to, talk a little bit more. And it takes you out of your comfort zone if you're kind of an introvert.
I've got one last question for you, and then I'll let you go. If anybody's thinking about creating a board game, right, maybe you'd give them a few tips on creating a board game. People ask me that a lot. And this is not like a digital game. This is a real board game, sits on a table. Yeah. People sit around the table and play. But what are some tips if they want to create their own board game?
Well, you have to, we of course went through the patent process and the trademark copyright and all of that stuff. And so you have to go, pay the money to get that done, to make sure that what you've developed is actually unique. And there wasn't anything on the market for this game. And so we had to do the search for the type, the name, and then we had to, do a business. We got an EIN number and filed with the state. And so you have to actually go through all the business. We approach this as a business, and that we're going to make money, and that we're filing with the IRS that this is our business name, and this is the game, and our intention is to market it and sell it. And so you have to have that that plan from the very beginning, but you have to make sure that people understand it. And so we've had it test played a lot before we invested, but you have to be really careful because there's a lot of theft, intellectual property theft. So we were really careful. Once we determined that this really was unique and it was fun and a broad spectrum of people could play it, we immediately sought protection, legal protection about it. And we also chose to not print in China because it would have been gone. They're going to bring it to market before we could ever even hope to. And so we went and produced it in the United States, which was more expensive, but we were assured, that we could control the quality of it. And so we tried to do as high a quality as we can, so that when people get it, it's a very good quality game. Even though we don't have experience doing it, we just did it. So I don't know if that's actually answering the question about how to do it, but you've got to make sure that if you're going to take the time and investment to make it, protect it. And so the trademark, we actually have other games. There's things that will go with this. For the trademark, you've got to have 2 games in a series for it to actually be trademarked. But we have stuff that is coming out with this that it would be a trademark. Our company is trademarked, but we have copyright. So not an easy answer.
Well, the last thing is I just want to say thanks for all your energy and your insight and your wisdom. Everybody, once again, please do me a big favor today. Just go right to the website, houseguestsfromhell.com. Order a game, order 5 games. I just had someone want 8 games that was just texting me. They want to get them out for some influencers that like to share something great. Just share them with us. We're always going to have more help, so more ideas. If you've got connections with media, we would love that too, to get us on some TV shows or radio shows. This is a game that every house needs in America because we need to bring the family back. We need more laughter in every home, and they've got the solution for that. So yes. With that, Shelly, I'll let you run. Thanks so much.
Bye. See you again.
I want to say hello. And I think once again that we don't realize just how powerful we become. But boy, if you got a story, got a message, I give them nothing but tons of credit. They took action. Most people have an idea, never take action, never actually bring it to fruition. They watch someone else do it. Stop pointing the finger at what someone else can do and think about what can you do, right? Because now is the greatest time ever to be an entrepreneur. Yes, it's challenging. Yes, it's tough. Yes, it's hard to get capital, right? But I had a friend of mine tell me today that his daughter $900 a week to stay home, or she can get $300 a week to go back to work. And she can get it all the way till August. So she decided to stay home and launch a business. And it's like, why not? If that's going to be the way that it is today, you're putting yourself at risk. Why not think about a digital business you can start right now? Whatever that business is going to be, find your talent, bring it to market. If you don't have a product or service, find someone's product or service you want to work with. We're looking for coaches and speakers and trainers right now. Just text SBA to 26786. Get on the phone with Michael. See if you're a fit for our team. If you like to coach and train and mentor, and maybe you don't have leads, but you'd like to help us work with our own leads, why not get plugged in? This is a good time for all that stuff. So in any case, I want to bring on a very special guest that's on next. He's an absolute rock star. I asked him to come on today and talk about how to break through during the most challenging times of your life. And he's gonna give away a book at the end, a cool little gift for you guys, and some more information about that. But I want to bring him on right away. He, first of all, we call him the Renaissance Man. He's a great friend. Love him like a brother. I didn't know he can cook. Now he can cook too. He's posting videos on Facebook about his cooking. I'm like, well, where's the invite, man? Where's, you can just heat it all up and put it in a box and ship some to me. But more importantly, he's an entrepreneur at heart, total serial entrepreneur, loves to help out and give back. Has played at the highest level in sports. And I'm sure a bit of if sports are with you, because I think anyone that can get to the highest level in any sport, they're going to make great entrepreneurs as long as they'll apply themselves to the same principles to be a champion. I believe in life and business that champions have a set of principles they live by, and that's why they win. They don't win once in a while, they win all the time. So I could go on and on and on about his accolades, but I really want to share with you guys some great information. One of the keynotes. And I'm just kind of take the floor for a while. Just hang on a second. It's a little slow. Dr. Freddie, how are you, brother?
How's it going, Mr. Bill Walsh?
What is that, like a motorcycle in the back, or
that's my studio.
So you're a drummer now too.
Yeah, it's the drum set. It's the, I don't know if you can see, it's the.
Hey, buddy, I know you got a lot going on, and we've got about 25 minutes to have light up the airwaves with some.
Awesome, Bill.
Some
just
things
to make
people need.
Is the connection good? Because you're getting choppy on my end.
Yeah, it's you're solid, Freddie.
You could share.
Am I good?
Okay.
I
think it's my connection. Your connection's fine. It's just my connection.
Perfect. Okay.
So let me just.
And I don't hear anything.
Freddie, we hear you perfectly.
All
You're
you gotta
ready
do
to
is
go.
talk.
All right, good. Okay.
That's all.
Well,
You're live, buddy.
you wanted me to deliver sushi to you cooked. I'm not sure how that would work, but thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Bill. Bill is an incredible friend of mine. I always love learning and hanging out with Bill, and always something new to learn. He's an incredible entrepreneur that I always look up to. He's constantly working while he's having fun. I have not mastered that skill yet, but he's incredible. Just to break some of the tension about breakthrough, let's break through. Let's start off with something important, a joke. And I think I have like 20 minutes, so this is going to be a good time spent. So this dude walks into a bar, orders his drink, and he looks at across the bar and sees this dude sitting over there, this old man. He's all bummed out, and the guy tells him, yo, you see that bar over there? And the guy goes, yeah. He's like, I built it with my own hands. But do they call me Donald the bar maker? No. And then a few minutes later, he goes, you see that window? I built that with my own hands. Do they call me the window maker? No. And then time goes on. He's like, the wall over there, I built that with my own hands. Do they call me the stone wall builder? No. But you fuck one goat. Anyways, if you didn't laugh at that, you need to go get a drink. Anyways, so let's get to this. Bottom line, breakthrough. You are where you are in your life based on the actions you've taken in the past that have gotten you to today. And in order for future to be different, you got to do different things today. It's very important. We always sit here and think we wish. What are you doing today that's going to make this different? Bill did ask me to talk about breakthroughs, and I believe it's very appropriate in today's world because those people that are getting the breakthrough during this time right now, those are the ones that are going to lead us in the future. And it's really important that you're looking at that with that mindset. What is the breakthrough I need to get right now? It will set real from fake apart. You know, the mom and pop shops versus real businesses that have had systems and strategies, like real coaches from these wannabe mentors and gurus, and real entrepreneurs from people that are just theorists. They're thinking about theory rather than doing. So what are the components that gives you a breakthrough? And in my opinion, there's obviously different ways of getting it. But in my opinion, and Bill talked about me being an athlete and having achieved a lot, it's really important that you have a system for achievement. You have a system that you can duplicate what you're achieving. And in my opinion, a breakthrough requires a couple of components, which I'm going to share with you today. Number one is, you got to have the right habits. Okay, and we're going to get into that. You're going to have the right emotional fitness. That's really important, how your emotions work. And you have to have a why. Your why is really important. Why are you doing something, and why a breakthrough is a must right now. It has to happen. And another issue is component is the pleasing personality. We get into that, and having a plan B or not. So based on the definition of a breakthrough is a sudden dramatic discovery of something, or it's a sudden successful activity that occurs. The key word here is sudden. What happens all of a sudden that you break through? And the common factor in the difference or the commonality between a breakdown versus a breakthrough is really pressure. You can collapse under pressure, or you can break through under pressure, but the commonality is pressure. And the question is, how come some people break down and some people actually get through that breakthrough? And the pressure is really important. Now, the question is, when you have this pressure, what is the stuff that's going into your head? You're thinking, if it's painful to you, you're trying to achieve no pain, you're trying to get rid of the pain, or are you trying to gain pleasure? For example, just the verbiage that would come on, like if in today's time, a lot of people are thinking money is a big issue. Where am I going to get the money? So if the question in your head would be, if I don't figure something out right now, my family is going to starve. Okay, that's trying to get away from pain to achieve something. So your breakthrough is pain related, versus saying, you know what, I can't wait to see the smile and joy on my family's face when I bring this food to them. This one is more pleasure related. So the difference between these two is pain obviously has a lot more ability to get you from point A to point B, but as soon as pain subsides, you'll take your foot off the gas. So you need like a combination of both of these. It's really important for you to understand what is driving you. So we talked about habits. Your habits are really important in achieving something. And, many people want to, for example, be an Olympian. They want to be gymnasts. They come to my gym and they're all excited about being an Olympian, and they even put some time in. But just by coming in and not building a habit 24/7, you're not going to be an Olympian. Just the gym time is not enough. Just your work time is not enough. I just mentioned Bill has this habit of being in business 24/7. Everything he does is related to that one push, and that's why he's so successful. It's very important that you have a habit that's leading to something that's going to give you the result that you want. If I want to have, let's say, strong arms, and I'm going and I'm running, obviously that's the wrong habit. So if you're doing something that is not getting you to the right place, you got to consider, am I having the right habits? You could have the right mindset, the right tools, the right strategies. But if you're moving the wrong direction with your habits, it's like tug of war. You have to align your mindset with your habits and your strategies. Everything has to be aligned in order for you to get to point to your destination. So you guys want to learn how to break or build a habit? By show of hands that I can't see. It's really easy. I actually have a 3-component section for this that you guys should jot it down. It's pretty easy to build as a habit. So breaking a habit or building it requires an environment. So that's step 1. The environment is very important. The environment if you're in an environment that is based on losing, guess what? You're not going to be able to achieve much because you're in that environment. If you're in an environment that's constantly achieving and doing stuff, you're going to have a bigger chance of doing something. So environment is step one. What environment are you in? Second one is your trigger. What is triggering you to have this habit that you want to get rid of, or what is supposed to trigger you to have the habit that you're supposed to have? So what is the trigger? The trigger is important. And the third thing is, what is the action that you have to take? So the environment is important. Where are you? If you want to quit smoking, for example, you got to avoid all the environments that are smoking related, right? So that would be an environment you got to avoid. If smoking is happening because you're stressed, then the triggers are stressful environments. So you got to figure out how to remove that trigger. And what is the action? Instead of putting a cigarette in my mouth, I'll reach for, a carrot or something, or whatever it is. So what is that action that has to change? So you can break a habit and you can build a habit. So this is really important. So that was one of the steps. An important part, obviously, is your emotional fitness. And let me make sure I'm on time here. We're good. And so your emotional fitness, how do you perceive the world around you, really matters. And it's at the unconscious level. Like, what do you think that when something happens, do you get angry? Do you feel resentful? Do you get panicked? Do you get stressed out? Do you get hopeless? You want to give up. All of those emotional stuff that come, they're all great. We all experience that, and it's okay to have them as long as they stay with you for a small amount of time. And this is what makes the champions versus the non-champions. In gymnastics, as you guys know, we have 6 events. A lot of times you go on your first event and boom, you fall on your face, and a lot of gymnasts give up. They're like, you know what? It's over. I already failed and I lost the competition. And this is where champions are made. You still have another 5 events to go. So can you put that aside and let it go and move on strong as if nothing happened and to the next events? And this is how you win championships and anything in your life. You got to be able to control what's happening and what you're saying inside of your head as a result of something that's happening. So how many of you have heard, if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it? So in my opinion, that's a crock of shit, especially if you're in business. If it's not broke, what do? We just sit there and think we don't do anything. And that's where innovation is what kills your business. If you're the one that's innovating, if you're the one that's thinking, well, it's not broke, but I got to think about what if it breaks. So those people that thought about, a pandemic, let's say, and they thought about it years ahead and they prepped for it, guess what? They're doing amazing. But those people that never even thought about cash flow issues, they're hurting right now. They have to wait for a handout. So that's thinking outside of the box and thinking when nothing is broke. And it's really important. So that has to do with your mindset. And that the big difference is about reacting versus responding. And I'll break that down for you. When you're reacting, obviously you want to put the fire out. You want to make sure that there's no more pain involved, right? So when something happens, you want to just stop that pain and you react to it. And this is where most of us fail. Reaction usually doesn't allow you to really think the chess game all the way through. But when you respond, not only you can step back, you can anticipate every single move that's going to get you to the next level. And that will have a paradigm shift in your mind that when you're responding, you're actually able to create a breakthrough for yourself that's going to be sustainable. That sustainable concept is what's going to get you to repeat that. And this is what it is. When you learn to win in one area of your life, whatever that is, if you have an incredible relationship, you've figured out how to win in that game, you can translate that into a relationship in your business. If you figured out how to run a business and have different relationships with your customers and your staff, you figured out how to make deals on the other side. So you can take one winning strategy and create others by multiplying it. But that requires that you have a response level. You're not reacting. Okay. So I guess one of the first things you guys have to think about is the label. This is really important. You got to stop labeling challenges as problems. They're just challenges. Problems have a different kind of a connotation in our head. Tony Robbins, one of my main mentors, he says, control your emotions, control your life. And that's so true, because most of the things that go wrong is because of some type of emotional issue that we could not handle. And if we did handle it, we probably rocked it and we had a breakthrough. And that's really what it is. And as a matter of fact, let me give you guys these 3 S's, which are really awesome and everyone should know. And if you know it, get a little review on this, but you should write this down. This is very important. Your emotions and your achievement, your success is dictated by 3 pillars. And those 3 pillars are your state, your story, and your strategy. Your state is dictated by phenomena such as the physiology, the way you're standing, sitting, and your posture, your focus, what you're actually focusing on. Are you focusing on, doom and gloom? Oh my God, economy is going to shit. I'm going to die. Or are you thinking, holy crap, economy is going to shit. What are the opportunities? Where can I monetize? Where can I help and serve? And then the language that's behind that, doom and gloom obviously has a different language versus, I'm going to monetize and I'm going to find the hole that I can break through it. And then what is that meaning that you're attaching to what you're saying? That's really important. So your state is dictated by these phenomena. It's very important. But this is what I call the silent killer. Your emotions are dictated by the stories that you have in your head. And a breakthrough requires that you're aware of the stories that are happening. The stories are there to protect you. They've occurred when you've made a mistake, when you've failed at something, when you've gotten shamed, when something happened that made you feel like you're not good enough. And the story attaches itself to it by creating a story around it not being your fault. And this is so crucial. This is the silent killer. When you think about issues like this, you always point the finger outside. It's very rare that we say, you know what, it's me. Yes, it might not be your fault, but it's 100% your responsibility. And that is where the shift for breakthrough, this is a really crucial part that's required, that you take responsibility for what needs to happen. So, for example, the story can create an unconscious question in your mind. And this is really important. The question could be, something happened and you say, why does this always happen to me? That's a question, right? That your unconscious is telling you. You might not even be aware of it, but it's happening emotionally inside of you. Or you might say, you know what? How come I never get a chance in life? Or I always get screwed. They always screw me up. I always end up with the short end of the stick. So, what I like to say is you ask a shitty question, guess what? You're going to get a shitty answer. And this is really important. This is the unconscious, killer. You got to be aware, what is the story that I have in my head that is running the show without me even knowing? And we all have it. And if you're not checking in for that, a lot of things are slipping by you that you're not aware of. And lastly, the last one, the strategy, is really important. You can work your butt off. I talked about gymnastics, for example. I was a specialist on rings. It was one of my strongest events. I was really strong on rings. So guess what? If I go run 10 miles every day, I'm gonna get good, right? No. Running has nothing to do with me doing my ring exercises and for me to get strong in my upper body. I can go run, do the wrong exercise, but that's the wrong strategy. I might, and you might think, it's going to give you stamina. Yeah, but that's the wrong stamina. It's not going to give me the right stamina. If I want to do a full ring routine, I need to practice the ring routine so I can get good at it. And that's really important. It brings me, to things that Bill does, having the right coach that can give you those specific things that are the right things to do so you don't waste your time is really important. I don't know how many times I've coached people that are saying, I've been working so hard on my business. I've been doing X, Y, and Z, and I barely get any sleep. I'm like, yeah, you're doing the wrong stuff. You got to do the right things. And not only you get to have your, sleep, you get to have your relationships, but you get to have a bunch of other stuff too. You don't have to work hard. You got to do the right thing. The strategy really matters. What is your strategy and where did you get it from? And can it be shifted? So, bottom line, what I'm trying to tell you here is, you change your story, you change your life. If you want to write this down, I really encourage you to write this down. These are a couple of good questions that you should process after we're done here. And the question should be like, what has been the story of my life so far? Like, think about that. Has it been a drama? Has it been a comedy? Has it been a tragedy? Like, what is the story that you're running right now? What is that? Second question, write this down, guys. This is important. What is your new story? What should be your new story? Maybe it was a tragedy, but did it turn into a comedy? Change it. What is it that needs to happen? What is the new story that you need to consciously put in there? And then what are the emotions that are attached to this story? Find the emotions that you want to experience on a daily basis. Add that to your story. How can you get that? Okay? And this is really important, guys. What would I be without my old story? And who would I be with the new story? Change your story, change your life. This is really important for breakthroughs. And, you know, I talked about pain and suffering, pain versus pleasure to you. And this is a really important concept. Just checking in with time, make sure we get like 2 minutes. Pain and suffering occurs when your current life condition, what you're doing right now, does not match what you think life should be about. Okay, if you have a blueprint of life that at, let's say, age 30, I'm supposed to be married, and now you're 29 and you turn to be 30, you have that anxiety of, oh my God, it's not happening. Or if you thought at 30 I should be a millionaire, but you're not, or you were supposed to finish something but you didn't. That blueprint not matching your current lifestyle, that will create suffering and pain for you. Easy question is, how do we change that? Very easy. If there's two pieces of an equation, if you want to change something to match your blueprint, guess what? Do the activities that will give you the result that will match your blueprint, or think about the blueprint. Where did you get that from? Who told you that you're supposed to be married by 30, that you should be a millionaire by 30? What if it was 35? I'm a doctor. It took me 3 board exams and 5 organic chemistry failure tests to get to be a doctor. I'm still a doctor. No one asked, well, did you spend an extra year studying for medicine or 2? No one asked that. No one cares when you become an Olympian. The result is what matters. So really think about the blueprint that you're running. Who gave it to you? Why did you get it? And what are you doing, the activities? And can you modify on both sides? That's the best result. Modify that. You're rigid, you will not have a breakthrough. And I'm telling you this from experience. You have to be flexible with getting a breakthrough. And that means you have to change the way you're thinking. Your way of thinking is really important. I talked about, oops. Sorry. That means we're almost done with the time, right, Michael?
Perfect timing. That's right.
Awesome. I'll do this in 30 seconds for them so they get them all. Is that cool?
Go.
Awesome. So guys, pleasing everyone. This is really important. If you have a pleasing personality, and we're all into personal development, we all love and care giving, one of the biggest things you can do is say no. Because when you say no to the wrong things that get you the energy that you need to say yes to the right things, you can help more people. Learn to say more no so you can have more yeses in the right environment. And I know I talked about plan B. This is the killer. If you want to have a breakthrough, you cannot, absolutely not, have a plan B. Plan B is what gives you the comfort zone to lax. But when you're cornered, when you have no other option, your family is going to starve, someone's going to die, that is no plan B. You have one plan, and that's to break through, to make things happen right there. And for those of you that have heard me talk before, you know that the way I run my life is always think about mediocrity not being there. I always think about what is the excellence out there. And I want you guys to think about how you can raise your higher standards so you can break through. Because when you win, the world will win.
Hey, listen, Mike, you can come back on there, Michael. Hang on a second. You can come back on. So everybody, if you want to get a special gift from Dr. Freddie, just text the word magic. Text magic to 26786. I want to thank you for being a founder with our Success Centers and Power team, being a platinum grad, Rainmaker grad, but really about you stepping out and becoming that much better. You know, every time that I see you speak, you get better. You know, and today you were on fire, which I love it. You know, so whatever you're doing, keep doing it. But there's no doubt you have a big story inside. And I want you to thank you for just going down those 3 S's. That was powerful. And I love you like a brother, man. So keep going. Michael, I'll turn it back to you. Dr. Freddie, I'll let you go, buddy.
All right. Thank you, everybody. You guys are awesome. Bye, Freddie. You know, it's a great day. So Freddie is somebody you definitely want to work with. He's done it all. Look, he's got a whole studio behind him, too. But he really, he sets his mind. It's willing to keep moving, and you want to text magic to 26786. Do it right now. Get on your phone. It's okay. You can bring your phone out right now and text magic to 26786. Magic to 26786. All right, we are moving right along, and so we know to do that. The other thing I just wanted to say is, first of all, do a little bit of a stretch, move around a little bit. We are powerfully going to move through some of the 3 most powerful speakers you're about to ever hear. And one of them is going to be our CEO, Mr. Bill Walsh. If you've liked what you've seen today, if you want to be part of it as we grow, if you want to know that this is the place you want to land, Text SBA to 26786. That will drive you right to me. I'm head of global training and happy to talk to you, happy to get you in our virtual mastermind, and happy to see where we fit with you, you fit with us, and how that's going to look. Text SBA to 267. I've done this all day long, right? Text SBA to 26786. Do it now. I'll take those texts. I'll be texting you the minute I put on the next speaker. We'll connect. We'll have that time together, and we'll see what it is that fits for you. So now our next incredible speaker. He has built businesses that have dealt with people around the world. He's lived in other countries. He's brought virtual assistants into the lives of thousands. He's showed businesses how to do it, how to work with them, how to take things off their plate, and also at the same time, how to use artificial intelligence to build your business and drive it to the next level. Without any further ado, I'm going to give the stage up for Mr. Daniel Meyer.
All right. Thanks a lot, Michael. I appreciate that introduction. Thanks to you and Bill and the Power team for having me here today. And so today you've heard a lot of great speakers. If you've been here since the beginning, like I have, you've heard just a lot of people talking about what you can do to help your business, or if you want to grow a business or even launch it. And one of the things that you're going to have to do if you want to scale is bring on virtual staff. You're going to have to be able to look to find people that you can delegate things to. If you're able to do that, then you'll be able to focus on what you do best. So I'm going to take about 10 minutes to talk about really how do you get yourself out of doing all the work yourself, and how do you figure out what to delegate or outsource. And once you do that, how do you make sure that you get yourself a rock star virtual assistant? So before I go any further, though, I want to share with you a bit about my story. As Michael mentioned, I've been doing this for quite a while. I actually set up my first business in the Philippines about 10 years ago. And it started just a couple of virtual assistants for a client here in the US. And within a year, it grew to 100 people. I had 100 virtual assistants, my team, working for clients all over the world. And what we found is a couple things that made us very successful. The first is that we figured out how to really help peel away what keeps you busy. And that's really where I want to start. Busyville, as my mentor Bill calls it quite often, you get stuck in Busyville when you're doing the same things over and over again every day. When you find yourself not having enough time, when you're too busy, that means you're probably stuck in Busyville. And what that looks like is that you're doing all your own social media, you're replying to every email, you're calling everybody back that calls you, you're constantly juggling to figure out, how do I get my business to grow? And you're trying to do too much. And when you do that, you get yourself stuck in Busyville. You get stuck in a place where you lose the ability to focus. You lose the ability to learn new things. You lose the ability to make more money. And this is what kills a lot of people when they first start out as entrepreneurs and small business owners, is they get stuck there. I know, I was actually there myself. When I launched my first business, I tried to do it all. And it was a struggle. And it wasn't until I figured out that I needed to actually delegate some of the things I was doing to other people that is finally able to start growing my business and become profitable. So in those learnings, I figured out what were the best things to delegate. And the fact that I was in the Philippines setting up a business there gave me access to a pool of talent that is world-class. Maybe some of you have had virtual assistants before. Some people have maybe tried Fiverr or Upwork, and anything you do like that, you're probably going to get 50-50 chance at best at having success. The things that you want to be successful when you set up a virtual team or just hire a virtual assistant are things that I've put in practice and I've helped my clients do. And those are the kind of things that I can share with you so you can take advantage of all the talent around the world to be able to help grow your business. Some of the things that you probably should not be doing that you could delegate to somebody else include things like Facebook ads, just general social media marketing, designing marketing materials, doing your email campaigns, using MailChimp or whatever to send out newsletters, doing your own bookings for events like this or for conferences when we get back to doing things in person, doing data entry, entering business card information into your CRM. I could go on for quite a while, but what you start to think about are all the things that you're doing in your business that keep you busy. And when you do that, it's really hard to grow. One of the data points that I always like to talk about is what it would take for you to make $1 million. So if you're somebody who's just starting your own business or trying to scale your business and you have a goal of making $1 million profit, not for your company, but for yourself, if you want to make $1 million that you can use to be able to do what you want to do with your life. And if you were to pay yourself an hourly rate to make that $1 million, it breaks down to like $520 an hour. So anything that you're doing in your business right now, like being on Facebook and doing a bunch of Facebook ads or doing your own email marketing, if you're doing those things, you're costing yourself money and time, because those things can be done for somebody probably for less than $10 an hour. So instead of paying yourself to do these things, you should be paying somebody else to free your time up to focus on only the things that you can do. You're the face of your business. You're the one that's going to grow it. You're the mover and shaker. And if you can't take that time to be out there networking and developing relationships and being in front of people, whether it be virtual or in person, and if instead you're spending your time at your desk working on your laptop doing things, you're probably never going to grow your business. And these are the perfect things that you want to start bringing a virtual assistant in to do. I mentioned before, like talking about social media. There's a key to being successful on social media, and it has to do with being consistent. It has to be with being clear, having clarity. You have to have these things in your messaging. You have to post things at a consistent time. What your audience wants to see from you when you're on social media is they want to expect certain things are coming certain times of the day, certain days of the week, and they get used to that. They built that into their routine to look at your social media, to follow you, to see what you're doing. For example, every Tuesday, maybe you want to launch some kind of blog post or video that's talking about technology in your industry or in your niche. Maybe every Tuesday or every Thursday, you do like a throwback day where you talk about how you got here. What are the lessons you've learned that got you to the success you're currently at? Every Friday, maybe you do a funny meme. The thing is you want to be able to consistently post these things. But if you're like me and you're trying to run your own business, you don't have a set schedule that allows you to post things on that kind of every Tuesday do this and every Thursday do this. So you get disjunct, you get disjointed. You're not doing things smoothly and consistently. A VA, if you have them do that, that would be their primary job function, to make sure that your message is consistent. So whether it be publishing newsletters or keeping your CRM updated, optimizing your mobile opt-ins, whatever you're trying to do, these things that VA can do them consistently because you hire them for them to do these things as their primary job function. And it frees you up to, again, be the face of your business, right? Things like turning a bunch of images into videos, editing your videos. A lot of us record a video of us as we're talking and walking and doing things. And it's like, yeah, it's cool. You know, we're sharing stream of thought and we're able to kind of get what we want out there, but it doesn't look very polished. It doesn't have a big shelf life. If you have somebody that can take the time to edit the video, just to put a little intro and outro music on, to put a couple of graphics, just to do something more so that it has a little bit more professional appeal to it, then it probably will have more appeal. Not everything does that, but a lot do. And these are the kind of things that you can have a VA do. Right? If you're a speaker, an author like myself, and you want to be able to get your book out there, you want to make sure that you're able to attend conferences and speak at events, you should have your VA do that for you. You should never be the one booking yourself or promoting yourself to be able to sell your book in a bookstore or whatever. You should have your VA as your administrative assistant or executive assistant, whatever you want to call them, have them be the one to get you speaking engagements and book you for events. These are the kind of things you can do. It's just a tip of the iceberg. Basically, anything you're doing in your business that takes up your time, that's not something that needs a rocket scientist to do, that's not something that you have to do yourself, you should think about trying to delegate those things. One way to do this is a simple exercise. You take out a piece of paper and you break it up into 3 columns. The column on the left, you write down, what do you want to do in your business? What's your dream? What would you do if you have unlimited time? Put that in the column on the left side. In the middle, write down what you actually do. What are you doing every day in your business? And notate how much time it takes you. What are you doing that's taking up a lot of your time? And then in the column on the right, write down the things that you want to delegate to a virtual assistant. You want to move things from the center column that are time-consuming, that are manual, that don't require you yourself to do them, to somebody else so you can focus on the things that you know will grow your business. So this is what I specialize in. I've been doing this for 10 years. I have over 100 VAs in the Philippines. I have a half dozen VAs here in the US. We can handle just about anything that you're thinking about delegating. So if you want to set up a chance to talk to me, you can text the word data, D-A-T-A, to 26786, and I'll send you back a reply where you can get started. You can fill out a form about what your requirements are. We can have a conversation. I can set up time to talk with you to walk you through what we do and how we do it. what our process is to find the right VA for you and match them with you so that you have somebody who can not only do things that you need done, but eventually start to learn how to do it in your voice. One of the keys to being successful with virtual staffing is having people do things the way you would do it. So it's a consistent message. And that's really key. And you can find that person to be able to help you do that. So this is the kind of things that I do. I can offer you a lot of tips as well. I do coaching. So if you're interested in getting out there and getting a virtual assistant, I can show you how. We have a special package that we're doing for people that are watching this event. So if you do text the word data to 26786 today, you can avail of our special pricing. We're offering a special entrepreneur package for $500, actually $497. It retails for $997, and it's up to 40 hours per month, 10 hours a week of having a virtual assistant take away the most painful, time-consuming, manual things you're doing and have the VA do them for you instead. So that's what we have to offer for today. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Michael, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Nope, we're just moving on. That was fantastic. Give yourself a round of applause, Dan.
Thanks.
So text data to 26786. That's text data, DATA, to 26786. Get somebody to do the things for you. Let Dan walk you down that funnel, and he's brilliant. Dan, have a great day.
Thanks, Michael. It's my pleasure.
All right. All right. Now, after everybody's texting data, so move around, sit down, and now we are moving into blown away time, right? This is really our next speaker. She's been brilliant. I'll tell you a little bit about her, but I'll tell you, just working with her and knowing what she does and seeing her on hundreds of stages, radio, everything that she's done, it will make a change in your life. So listen up, get ready, and I'm going to pull down the data part. There we go. And here we go. Our next speaker, Angel Tussey, one of the foremost authorities on media and marketing in the country today. Angel is a best-selling author, award-winning radio host, and she travels the globe as a professional speaker, sharing her marketing wisdom. And this year, Angel has spoken on over 100 stages in the United States, plus London, Toronto, the Bahamas, and Cancun. Angel's ideals will transform the way you think about media and marketing, using some of the best ideas she learned from hosting over 2,000 radio broadcasts. Such as she's worked with, I was reading something for, just make sure the team didn't need anything, using some of the best ideas she learned from hosting over 2,000 radio broadcasts and interviewing over 5,000 guests, such as Sharon Lechter, Michael Gerber, Seth Godin, Jackie Collins, Bill Walsh, and many of the Sharks. Angel openly shares how to multiply and monetize your exposure using media marketing. Without any further ado, give a huge, thunderous round of applause for Angel. Hi, Angel.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Very good. Very good. Thanks so much for having me today. I'm super excited to be a part of the Success Summit with Power Team. Woohoo.
You know, and it's great. And actually, we're going to, we drive everybody, just to let everybody know, to powerteam.com/freedom, where you'll be able to find a lot of the speakers today and Angel too. So Angel, have a great time with them.
Fabulous, fabulous. I was texting Michael right before, and I know I distracted him, so I apologize. I wasn't sure if I could give my opt-in or if we were sending everybody to the Power Team one. But you might as well grab that Power Team code right now, because when you opt in and you connect with me, you are going to get my 10-day media exposure, my 10-day media challenge as part of that gift with connecting with me. You're also going to get, I'm just telling you what all your freebies are, all your gifts are, right? So you know what your gift with sign up will be. You're also going to get my press release, my 52 weeks to putting out press releases. So all sorts of fun goodies. My name's Angel Tussey. I am your media exposure specialist. I am a Power Team Rainmaker grad. I'm a Power Team Platinum Speaker graduate. I'm a Power Team founder. I drink the Kool-Aid, and I am so grateful to Power Team, to Bill Walsh, to Michael Silvers, Cheryl Brenner, Jennifer Nichols, the entire Power Team, and all of my alumni Power Team speakers, Platinum graduates. You've seen many of them here today on stage, just pouring out gifts and gratitude and their expertise to you. And I'm super glad that you guys are here. So I just have a few minutes as well. I want to inspire you. I want to encourage you that your story is too good not to be shared. When we talk about media exposure, there are unlimited number of media outlets, journalists, event hosts, podcasters, summit promoters. They are looking for guests. They are looking for fresh new content. If you are out there trying to figure out, how do I grow my business now that we can't go out in person? How do I build it from the comfort of my own home? How do I get more people to say I've heard of you? How do I get more people into my sales funnel? The answer is exposure. And the answer to exposure is OPP, other people's platforms. So I'm going to teach you today how to get media exposure, how to build your business from home, how to bring more people into your sales funnel, and in a super really fun way. And I just want you to know the good news is there's unlimited opportunities for you, even more so during this pandemic. And I am super excited to bring that to you. Before I give you all of those tips, give you just a little bit of my background. 10 years in media, hosting a radio show from Denver, Colorado. I was the host of a 2-hour business talk show that ran every day, nationally syndicated, coast to coast, award-winning, best morning talk show, best talk show team. And in a 6-minute commercial, we would shut that studio down and race around the corner and get set back up, and I'd run a second 2-hour Christian lifestyle show. So right before I retired from radio, which was 2 years ago, I was hosting 4 hours of talk radio every single day. And that puts me in the top 1% of my industry. There's less than a dozen women across the country hosting 4 hours of talk radio every day. And now I'm doing a 1-hour morning talk show that I broadcast. We started doing just during the pandemic, a morning talk show that I just share off of my personal profile, my Facebook personal profile, or on YouTube when Zoom and Facebook don't want to stream well together. You can follow me on YouTube as well. During that time, also as the host of a TV program. We hosted or produced our own magazine, our own networking event. So I have 12 years experience in the behind the scenes of what it takes to get booked on media. A huge database of PR professionals and media connections all across the country. And that's the piece that I bring to you after graduating from Platinum, from Power Team's speaker program. Bill, of course, saying that our story is too good not to be shared. We're too big to play small. And the day they dropped me from my radio station, the very next phone call I made was to Bill Walsh, saying, I'm going to hitch my wagon to you. I'm going to take a stab at public speaking. And for the last 2 years, I've spoken on over 170 stages, teaching entrepreneurs the power of publicity, how to build influence, how to build credibility, how to have that transfer of trust, how to create familiarity, all getting booked on radio, television, magazines, podcasts, summits, webinars. This now looks like what we call media mastery. We host a boot camp 3 times a year where we bring you in for 3 days and teach you step by step the 90-day system on how to get booked on media. And it's been a game changer for hundreds of entrepreneurs over the last couple of years. And I'm super excited. I'm super excited to be here. But as you think about growing your business, there's a couple of lies that business owners have been taught as small business owners. Right? Number one, we've been taught to build our business one-to-one. Right? And maybe this is something you were doing right before the pandemic, right? You're going to networking events, right? You're going to trade shows and you're exchanging business cards, like one person at a time. And you're doing one-on-one coffee meetings, or you're going to the leads groups where you're talking to the same people over and over again. We're trying to build our business one-to-one. And this is why the statistics of small businesses failing in the first 3 to 5 years exists. Because it doesn't matter how good you are, even if you have copy and paste LinkedIn messages, if you cannot scale a business, you cannot build it fast enough, building your business one person at a time. This is what keeps you busy but broke, right? Entrepreneurs, not you, but entrepreneurs, right? Busy but broke. This is why less than 6% of entrepreneurs ever hit that $100,000 mark. Because of that, building your business one at a time, one person at a time. You just can't build it fast enough. So we need to build it one to many. That's the power of OPP, other people's platforms. When you're a guest on somebody else's stage, they have a built-in audience, a fresh new audience that's never heard of you before. So you get to be you get to be the hero, the superstar, the influencer, the celebrity. The reason why you see people who have been featured on radio and television and other people's platforms, you see them, right? They put the logos on their business cards, on their PowerPoint presentations, on their flyers, on their social media pictures, right? Why do they do that? Because those brands are familiar. You aren't yet, but those brands are. And anytime we can attach our brand to something familiar, we shorten the sales cycle. We start to attract clients instead of chasing. So that first myth, number one, is that we're taught to build our business one-to-one, and I want you to build your business one-to-many. The second piece is that we mistake engagement for exposure. So once we've met people, right? Once we've met somebody, we put them in our sales funnel, right? We send them emails, they're on our email list, they're following us on social media, and we just hit them over and over again. Right? We send emails to them, the same people we sent emails to last week. We post on social media to the same people who were following us last week. And we do this over and over again. It's engagement, but it's not new exposure. Exposure comes from getting on a brand new platform in front of a brand new audience every single week. And so the goal is 2 platforms a week, right? Whether that's a podcast, a summit, a radio show, a webinar, a feature in a magazine. If you're following the Rainmaker or Power Team this week, there's a rock star. She's just crushing it with her media exposure, and that's Miss Melanie McSally. She is a Rainmaker graduate. She's also a Platinum Speaker grad. She's on the National Speaker Tour, and she had 3 different media opportunities drop within the last couple of days. Normally they space them out and you have a little bit of a break in between, but she is just crushing it with media exposure this week. She's had over 14 brand new media opportunities in the last 3 weeks. 14 opportunities in the last 3 weeks. Maybe you follow Meredith. She actually has had 49 brand new media exposures in the last couple of months. I think it's since the pandemic, in the last 6 weeks, since all of our events, 20 speaking events, live in-person events of mine got canceled that I was scheduled to travel and speak to, but I've replaced every single one of them. And we've done over 25 media opportunities and speaking opportunities, all from the comfort of my own home. So we're going to build your business right from home. I always put on my sleep mask to tell you, all you have to do is wake up in the morning and you can share your juicy goodness, right? You can impact hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands without ever leaving home. This is what we've been teaching for the last 2 years. And we've been teaching it because of time management, right? Just so you didn't have to go to networking events and hustle and build your business one-on-one, right? We've been teaching you to build it from home. And now that we've all been trapped at home, or we get to stay at home to stay safe, my clients and everybody who's been part of our boot camp in Media Mastery, they have just had so much exposure. They're filling their funnels, they're building their leads, right? They're attracting more clients every single day. And they're doing it virtually. There's so much opportunity right now. And I just want to encourage you. The opportunity that you are looking for did not go away because live events went away. In fact, if anything, it's accelerated because people don't have anything else to do, right? They don't have any conflicts with their schedule. They don't have to travel. They don't have to fight in traffic. They don't have to get a babysitter, right? And in many cases, they're not even paying for tickets to go to a lot of these events. So even though their revenue and their income might be a little bit skewed, so are their expenses right now. So it's just really an exciting time to be an entrepreneur and to share your story. So 3 things that you need in order to get media exposure. 3 things. There's 3 documents. 1 is your media pitch. 2 is your book, and 3 are press releases. And how does this work out? The first thing you need to do is position yourself as a content expert, a topic that you are the expert on. So think about this. What do people want to pick your brain about? What is a topic that without even preparing, you could speak on for 30 minutes? This is the thing your customers, your leads, your prospects all want to come to you, and you are the content expert on. When we position you as a content expert, we take off your sales hat and we put on your publicity hat. This is what we can put into a media story. We can position you as this expert and put a media story around it, following the trends. I teach you in our Media Mastery Bootcamp how to follow the trends in media, newsjacking, how to use Google Alerts to get those alerts on what's trending in the media so that you can infuse your voice into the conversation. Right now, they are looking for, of course, anything that has to do with COVID-19, anything with the pandemic, the quarantine. Melanie she's been featured because how are you handling your business during the quarantine? Anybody can answer that question right now, right? It could be you. There's so much opportunity to be featured. Magazines and journalists, they are looking for your stories. And we put that into a program or a document that we call a media pitch. It's really a cheat sheet for media. So number one is to position you as the content expert. So think about this. And if you are, if you're following on social and you want to put in the comments, right, what are you an expert at? What is your topic that you could speak on for 30 minutes with no preparation at all necessary, right? This is the thing that you can do in your sleep that keeps your clients up at night. This is you are their guide in their jungle. The second, when we're leveraging media and free media and being a guest on other people's programs, it's not an infomercial. I mean, you're not there to sell. You didn't pay for advertising. In many cases, you're there as a free guest, as an invited guest. It's called earned media. And so yet there's one thing that you can sell if you have this item. Even if it's a stage you can't sell on, right, where there's other people sharing, right, and selling, and you can't sell on that stage. If it's radio show, television show where you haven't paid to be there, they will let you sell this one item. In fact, if you have this item, they will tell their audience to go and buy it for you because they don't consider this selling from stage. And if you don't know what that item is and you haven't guessed it yet, it's your book, right? If you want to be a published author, right, you're an expert. In fact, you wrote the book on it. I call it a food book. It's the book that puts food on the table. It opens up two doors. Number one, invites you to be a guest in the media, right? You get invited as the expert, right? You've written the book on it. And the second piece, because this is what makes it a food book, is it attracts your perfect clients. It's a 100-page love letter to your customers. And we teach a program at our Media Mastery Bootcamp called CPP, Copy, Paste, and Publish, where you can have your book published in the next 90 days. On average, our clients are getting their books out in about 60 days using our proven system. This is my 11th book that I've published. And then this last year, I've helped 49 new authors get published. And I'm not in the publishing business. Media and exposure. We want you to work on exposure and revenue every day. You've got to ring the register, right? Those are Bill Walsh words, right? I just love having him as my mentor and coach, and you're going to love having him as your mentor and coach as well. So the second piece, so number one, position yourself as a content expert, right? Pick your topic that you are an expert on. We'll create your media pitch you out to the media, right? As the expert on that topic. The second is your book, right? So we want to position and publish you as an author. And I encourage you, right? That book took about 60 days. On average, we're taking 60 days, but we teach a 90-day system. This is my 9th book. And then this is the one that started the whole process of helping you to become a published author in 90 days using CPP, of publishing your food book. This one was from start to publish. It's my 9th book. But from start to published, taking the intellectual property you already have in your computer, in your head, that you're not monetizing. These are those frequently asked questions, the items that you're already telling people about. Right? This one only took us 3 days from start to published. I'm going to give you 90 days. So write the date down, 90 days from today, that you're going to be a published author. And then the final piece is your press release. Right? A press release is a document that speaks to the media. It's current events. You should be submitting a press release quarterly or at least monthly, at least quarterly, but ideally monthly, in order to put your story out to the media. So I see Michael is here.
Yes, I am.
I thought I saw a couple more minutes. I didn't. Obviously, my timer is slow. I didn't start it fast enough, but I'm Angel Tussey. If you have any questions about media exposure.
That's right. Let her finish up. It's okay. Keep going, Angel. You're on a roll. Go ahead and finish up your last comments.
Roll it, Angel.
I'm rolling.
Okay.
Right? Right.
We're
So
good.
your press release is that third document that's going to get you media exposure. It's going to get you featured on ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, and it is the quintessential document that if you are not using one as a small business owner, you are missing out speaking to the media. There are unlimited opportunities for you. I want you to connect with the media in your local hometown, share your story, get featured, become an influencer, elevate your brand, attract more leads, get them into your sales funnel, and ring your register every single day. My name's Angel Tussey. I am your media exposure specialist. Thank you so much for your time.
Angel, you're so amazing. You know, and for those of you, you have no idea what it's like working with Angel, but let me tell you, you'll just get it done. She will get you out there. She will get you to the right people. She's been through Rainmaker, Platinum Speaker. You're one of our founders, and we're so honored to have you here and what you've done. And when you made that shift and then hit 100 stages, you know, you're living it. You're living the dream, but you're actually doing what you say others should do. And that's the beautiful piece about what you do. So, Angel, thank you so much for myself, Bill, and Power Team. You're amazing. Have a great day, Angel.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So work with our speakers today, whether it's it's that mindset, it's your business, it's diving in. Go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. The speakers are there for you. Pick the ones that rang out to you. I would pick them all, but do it seriously. You're not, because again, remember, it's their time too, but it's your time. And it's about being serious about that time. And that will make a big difference as you go through your life and how you build your business. Now, without any further ado, I get to this next gentleman. I am so honored. He has rung our bell. We shifted. He said, let's go. Hundreds of live events to this huge virtual juggernaut, which will continue on as we do our live events. That doesn't change. Things that are launching, places for you to go for content, and information. The fire hose is about to start. He did turnarounds. He now takes small businesses to that next level. He's always there for you, bringing the next piece. Our CEO, my mentor, and just has changed my life. Everybody give a thunderous round of applause for Mr. Bill Walsh.
What's up, brother?
Hey, it's like a travel log. You're in a different room. I love it.
Well, I got a new jacket on, a new shirt. You know, I figured
did.
while I'm here. But I want you guys to look over probably let's see, it's over on this side over there, right back there. If you guys can see that, I guess it's over my right shoulder. That is probably one of the most important pieces you'll find when it comes to creating more success. And I don't always talk about this, but I will tell you that the most successful entrepreneurs are also some of the most successful students. And I don't mean that they're great students when sitting in class. I mean, they're great students at application. Taking knowledge and applying it is a whole lot different than just being a great student. What most people do is they're great students without the application, and they wonder why they don't make it. Well, on that picture right there, there's a guy, I want you to write his name down. His name is John Wooden. John Wooden, Wooden, and he wrote a whole program on the laws of success that you've heard other speakers copy, talk about, utilize. But at the end of the day, success is a way of life. Success is a way of living. And John Wooden, as a coach at UCLA, he won 10 years out of 11 the NCAA the Basketball Association, the NCAA. He won the championship 10 years out of 11 with obviously some of the same players year after year. But to be able to be that good started with a process. And today I want to talk to you about the process. And I think that's something that we don't spend enough time on, is the process. And I want to, first of all, thank all of our speakers today. Every speaker we had was awesome today. I thought they delivered great content, gave you some great ideas. And I want to thank the audience. I want to thank you guys for staying on all day. You know, this is a lot of 5 hours of content and ideas. And, you know, what do you do with all this stuff when you have all these notes? Well, part of it is obviously about the execution side, right? It's adapting from where you're at today to where you know you need to be. And what does that look like? You know, at Power Team, we offer a lot of programs, whether it's business training or speaker training or live masterminds or virtual masterminds or access to coaches, access to great leaders, speakers around the world. I feel so blessed, and I thank God every day that we've been able to serve people. And I want you to write this down tonight, is that what is going to be the ripple effect of your life? What is going to be the ripple effect of your work? And I think this is something that we need to think about as entrepreneurs. And I want to also thank Michael and Cheryl and Michelle for all of their hard work today in terms of adding content, adding new stuff, right? But I think most of us don't take the time to understand that what is the ripple effect of work what are you going to leave behind? You know, and I want you to start with that today, not next week or next month. I'd like you to take some time tonight, and I'd like you to write down the ripple effect of your work. And the ripple effect of your work is never shown in your success. It's shown in the success of those you've served. So the ripple effect is really about who have you served, right? And what have they done with it? And it's critical that as we talk about this tonight, that you take ownership of it. I'd like you to write down that, you know, what is your area of greatness? What are you really great at that can help a lot of people? But what is going to be the ripple effect? If you don't have one yet, what would you love to see that look like? You know, in your area of expertise, just whatever your area of expertise is, take a pad of paper, right? And I'll see if I can find a marker, but take a pad of paper, and I want you to write down on the top of the paper. It's going to be hard to read with this pen. I'll see if I can get a big marker, but you know, what is your area of expertise? I know it's sometimes hard to read this when you do it this way, but I'll put it right on the screen so it's big, right? That what is your area of expertise? And if you could Gantt out or schedule out the next 3 to 5 years, right? What would it look like if you could literally plan today the ripple effect of your work? So this is not about how much money you've made. And I want to hit that home with you really clear today, is that it's not about the money you've made. It's about, did you make a difference in other people's lives, right? How many customers do you plan to serve? Because I'm going to challenge you tonight that if you'll really focus on serving lots of customers, the market will open up for you. You know, it wasn't that Ray Kroc ever wanted to make hamburgers, but he knew if he could serve billions, they would earn billions. Most companies go out there with the intention not just to make some money, but to make a difference. So when I talk about the ripple effect of your work, I need you to really think tonight is that whatever my area of expertise is right now today, good, I got that. I'm going to write that down and really hone that skill set to become, you know, you go from, and many times in business, you'll start out as someone that's new, or what I would call an innovator. So at the highest level, when you're looking to really dominate your area of expertise, I want you to just write down innovator. And if you're less than 5 years in business, put your name right next to innovator. Put your name right there, right on top there, innovator, and your name's below it. People say, what do you do? I'm an innovator in this industry. And as an innovator, you have to be the one that does it all. You have to, you know, you have to set up the chairs, and you have to go to the printing place, and you have to make the phone calls, and you have to do these different things. And what happens as the innovator, you're going to start to realize that over time, you know, that 10,000 hours to be great, because I believe sometimes it is 10,000 hours to be great, but if you have the right mentor, you can shorten the time. You can condense the time frames. If I gave you a Rubik's Cube here tonight, believe it or not, you could solve it blindfolded. Did you know that? You can actually solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. But I want you to get this clear. It'll take you 6 billion years, but you could do it. Now, of course, if I put you with an expert on the Rubik's Cube, you could solve the Rubik's Cube in less than 2 minutes. So if you're here tonight and you prefer the 2 minutes, put the number 2 in your comment box. If you like the idea of 2 minutes versus 6 billion years, just write down the number 2 so that I know you're playing full out with us. But I want you to make sure that below your name, if you knew what you do, that you're an innovator. People say, what do you do? I'm an innovator in this industry. Because innovators are the ones that are crazy enough to change the world. And when they actually do what they say they're going to do, they sometimes do. I love that. Michael, thanks. You know, and Jesse, thanks, no doubt. And so when we talk about moving from the innovator, we move from the innovator in a space, and I want you to get this and get this down. We move from the innovator to the expert. So an expert is someone that probably has 3+ years in the space. You see, John Wooden over there, he paid his whole life. He went well beyond the expert, right? Because as you go from the expert, and this is what's important that you understand this, because most people don't. They'll never put the 10,000 hours in to be great. Angel Tussey, she paid the price. She did the 100 events. People come to our Platinum Speaker program because you're damn good at what you do. You just don't know how to monetize from the stage. And you spent money and time and dollars trying it on your own. Go do your own event. Go rent a hotel. Go try to run some ads. Go see how much it costs to fill that venue. And then don't forget you got to fly there and you got to pay for a staff and a team. And if you don't sell something, you just drop $10,000 to $50,000 before you know what happened. See, what I believe is, as an innovator, innovators are also someone that'll invest in their education. And so do experts. And so does everyone else through the process of building something great. But the building something great needs to start with, what are you really great at? And what's the ripple effect going to be? See, the ripple effect is something that moves you way beyond the normal daily method of operation to say, wow, that person's crazy. See, I don't believe you're crazy. I don't believe John Wooden was crazy. He just had a bigger game plan. His game plan was not to win occasionally. His game plan was to win every game. They never went onto the court saying that we're going to leave in second place. They went onto the court saying, why are these guys even here? We are so much better prepared for battle than they'll ever be. And believe it or not, he started every year with a simple exercise, how to put your socks on. I know that sounds crazy. And the students, they laughed at him. They're like, what are you talking about? He said, if you don't put your socks on right, by the end of day one, you'll have blisters all over your feet. And by the 10th day, you won't be able to make the practice. And if you can't make the practice, you certainly can't play on the team. If you can't play on the team, we can't win. And he talked about principles to win in life and principles to win in sports. But he talked about creating a legacy. And the legacy doesn't start with that big picture legacy. The legacy starts with what is going to be the ripple effect of your work. And as you're going through this process, right, that, well, you know, I've been down the innovator path, but I'm always innovating. So no matter what you do, just check this box, because no matter where you're at, you're always innovating. Does it make sense? You stop innovating, you're done. You stop innovating, you've already made yourself obsolete. You just don't know it yet. But as you go down that path, right, is that then you become something called the guru, right? You've heard this, oh, they're a guru, right? They're a guru. Yeah, they're a guru because they've had the failures. See, the way to move from expert to guru is you failed so many times along the way. People don't tell you about their failures because gurus have failures all the time. Experts have failures all the time because they're always testing. They're always pushing the limits. When everybody else says one thing, they're looking at different options. They don't run and jump. Does it make sense? The expert doesn't run and jump. And the guru moves even slower because they've already seen all the things that haven't worked. They've already tried the different things that on the outside, wow, that person's so brilliant. On the inside, they know that two things, persistence and failure, has driven them to even greater success. But to get to the guru status, you have to be moving what I call, and this is where I want you to think differently tonight, is I want you to really think different when you look at the ripple effect of your work, right? And I want you to think of this like it's a meter, right? Like it's a meter. And are you moving the meter from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, right? And this all goes back to the number of the people that you've served. And of course, more importantly, have the ones you served, are they moving the needle to the right? So as you look at the picture, right, are they moving the needle in the right direction? Because wherever you're at in the left-hand side of customers you've served, begin to look at people like Dr. Freddie, right? I mean, it was 2 years ago he went through platinum. I watched Rhodey today just knock it out of the park. She is so on fire with great content. You know, but you've got to dig deep inside and figure out, you know, is this where I'm going? Because if you're not going to focus on the ripple effect of your work, you're going to live on your laurels. Here's what I did before. I don't give a shit what you did before. I've had all this success. I don't care anymore. Your success in the past is not going to dictate your success in the future because the rules in the game have changed. I've had these gurus telling me how successful they are, but they're broke because they're not willing to change and not focused on the ripple effect their students will make in the world. So I challenge you today that begin to really think differently about how you see your success and see it through the lens of other individuals. To watch Shelley Pritchett get on today and realize that's probably only her 10th presentation or 12th presentation, but watch how she changes, how she owns the screen. She has no problem communicating effectively. You watch how Laurel got on today and she's pivoted, she's innovating every day. You know, and the fact of the matter is all these best-selling books, but she's had plenty of failures too. She didn't just all of a sudden get to the top. No, she's failed her way there. She's had big losses and big wins. But if you look at almost all entrepreneurs, so did they. Many of your bigger entrepreneurs, and that's the crazy part, is that as you start to grow, right, and you get that guru status, well, then you move to something else, and this is where it becomes fun, right? Is that then you move to legend status, right? And this is only because you focused on that. People just can't wait to spend some time with you. People, and you don't even know it sometimes because you're just in the moment. See, once you've moved through the expert to the guru to the legend, you're in such a place of being omnipresent, right, to what's happening all around you. And you're seeing things at that level that people just can't see. But the only way to gauge this so you live into your greatness, right, is that you really have to study the ripple effect of your work. Go online and look at, are the people you serving, are they serving well too? Are they helping other people? And so if they're helping other people, then you can feel it from the inside. You can watch it on the outside, but you feel it on the inside. Nothing makes me feel better than to watch students or people that I've trained or coached or been through our courses or our programs go out there and not hit a single or a double. They knock it out of the park. But they all know in advance that you got to put the time into it. You got to go from innovator to expert. You got to put in those 10,000 hours to be great. You got to keep feeding your mind with good content every day. I'm not going to tell you it's easy. It's tough. You know, I can show you. Listen, you want to see planning? There's planning. I'll show you. We are always planning. Try to count all those Post-it notes. You think that's easy to do that? No, that takes a lot of time. That's a lot of work. People don't want to do the work. But see, to razor your game, to get sharper every day, you've got to focus on not just your greatness. You've got to seek the greatness of others. You've got to see the greatness of others. You've got to see their potential. I look at some of these speakers and coaches that are out there today, and I had a call this morning. I said, we're in the buy now mode. We're looking for speakers and trainers and coaches that are not doing well right now, that we can buy into their companies. And the thing is, I don't need cash to buy into their companies. I can buy into their companies because we can bring bandwidth. We can bring them more exposure. Boy, if they got something really good, let's team up. You'll see a new project coming out very soon called the Aristotle Group. You'll learn about it. It's going to be exciting. I've got brilliant guys to team up with, right? I'm involved with Daniel's company on the power team, the VA side, right? Text data right now to 26786. Figure out if you qualify for a VA. You're talking about getting 40 hours a month for less than $500. Do you know what it would cost to hire a loaded full-time employee for 10 hours a week? Let me tell you, a whole lot more than $500. Pick 3 of the 10 categories and get plugged in. Utilize those services to buy back your time so you can focus on what you're really great at, right? Is to move down the path from innovator to expert, expert to guru, guru to legend. I'm not telling you it's easy. I'm telling you it's possible. What we do at Rainmaker, we build champions. We build champions. The process is not easy. There is no get rich quick. There is no magic or golden dust. It's about building a better plan, having better systems, having a better team. You heard Susie Carter kick off the event call today. She works with people day in and day out to really help them elevate their game around their habits, around their mindset, around their financial planning. And she's good at it. But you've got to plug in. Like, well, maybe I should take the 20-minute thing. Maybe I shouldn't. Any coach that offers you time in an area you need help, take the time. I don't do free coaching. I just don't have the time for it. But I'd love to learn about your business. I'd love to figure out those ways we can team up or partner together, right? We put people through our Rainmaker program that it's a couple grand for the year. Or you can do like 5 payments of $500. But we're looking for how can we do some JVs together. See, if you're not willing to invest in yourself, why would I invest in you? Why would anybody invest in you if you're not willing to invest in yourself? People will go out there and pay $200,000 for a college education only to have, when they finish, a big pile of debt. Do you understand that's called, that literally is planned that way? Their job was to have you get a great education, owe tons of money, so that you wouldn't be an entrepreneur, that you'd be the job creator. You'd be the person that fills that vacancy in the job pool. Because they know they'll get you to work to make sure you pay those bills. And see, what I'm going to share with you today is that I don't say quit school. I don't say quit your job. Keep them all. But make sure that you're building an income stream from your intellectual property that was God-given to you. You were given a gift at birth. No kid comes out and say, hey, look, there's an average one. It never happens that way. No, they say, hey, look, there's a miracle. I need you to write down, I am a miracle. Let me just type this, and that's how important this is, right? I am a miracle. Can't spell it right, but I sure can get it out there. Eyes are getting tired. It's at the end of the day. I think that's right. But if you don't write that down, you don't frame it to yourself every day, right? You're missing it. I don't want you to miss it. I want you to own it. I want you to own it from this day forward, that when someone tries to put you down, or there's a hater, or they're negative, or they want to complain and bitch and moan, you know what? I am a miracle. Do you understand that when you face challenges, if you know that God is on your side, you're bigger than any challenge you face. And what kills almost every entrepreneur is something called self-doubt. Henry Ford said it best, whether you can or you can't, you're right. So, I love you guys for plugging in today. I'm so grateful that you could take the time to be here. But if you think for a fact that you could use some help with your business, listen, just do this right now. Text system to 26786. I know you got a lot of texts in today, but this is one of the best all day. And that's why I don't mind going last, because it's okay. I get to learn from everybody. But if you think you might be a good fit for our Rainmaker, our Entrepreneur Champion Builder program, right? Our success program for entrepreneurs, just text it in. Our team will call you. And yes, it's work. But if you understand the power of building a ripple effect in your life on what you're surrounded with, you become unstoppable. And to me, that's where the fun is at. All the fun in life and business is, it's a great game of chess. It's the ability to build something awesome. When Rockefeller, and I tell this story because I think it's a great way to finish some of the days, when Rockefeller at 26 or 27 years old had an idea to corner the market in the refinery business. He was not in the oil business. He was in the refinery business, right? And he needed to have someone that could deliver his oil barrels up to the refineries in Northwest Indiana, which at the time was one of the wealthiest communities in the country, right? Believe it or not. People don't know this. He couldn't get the oil there, and so he was paying too much, so it was a loser. So he teamed up with a guy named Vanderbilt, because without Vanderbilt, there was no deal. And he was supposed to go to New York to meet with Vanderbilt, and when he went to go to the train station, he was 10 minutes late. He missed the train. And the train crashed that day, and all 131 people on the train died. And he didn't make the meeting. Took the train the next day, and he went to the meeting with a demand for Vanderbilt, not an offer. He said, you're going to need to move our oil to $1.16 a barrel or $1.61, or we're just not going to be able to do business. And Vanderbilt took the offer because his position was that God was on his side, and that's why he didn't make the train. And you've got to go from a position of thinking about things. Maybe I'm going to do it. I don't know. You don't get a second run. You better leave everything on the table right now. Give it 1,000%. But build it around a ripple effect so the people you can serve, they can go out there and make a difference. They can go out there and make some money and make a difference at the same time. We give them the right tools and systems and process and programs and connections that nobody else is going to give them. And this is the thing today is that, to really understand the biggest part of the game is that, and what really changed the entire thing for Rockefeller is he went from that to a myth. He went from the innovator to the expert to the guru to the legend to the myth. And how did he go to the myth? Well, he went to the myth by becoming much larger in the social impact he created in the world than the money he made. And within 5 years, that's all, 5 years, everybody, 5 years, he became the wealthiest person in the world. He was under 35 years of age. So please stop telling me what you can't do. Let's focus on what you can do. Let's team up together and create some big wins. Let's go serve lots of great people. If money's the issue, there are so many sources for money. I can't afford 2,000. I can't afford 5,000. If you can't afford 2,000, you can't afford $1 million. See, when you keep talking about what you can't afford, I promise you, you'll come up with more ways not to afford things. But the minute you put the path out there and you're open to the unlimited possibilities of our universe, I will promise you that the money shows up. But you've got to be willing to put the time into it, put the 10,000 hours to be great as an innovator. Become the expert, serve a lot of people. Focus on not your money, focus on the ripple effect of your customers. Outwork your customers. Always innovate, no matter what level you're at in the realm of life and in business, always be innovating. And if you get people to put you down, that's okay. Always understand the negative people, they're just cheering for you. People want to quit, they don't believe in you, that's okay. They weren't supposed to be in your life in the first place. Does that make sense? They were not supposed to be in your life in the first place. When you let the negative people go in your life that like to bitch, moan, and whine, you're doing nothing but making room for the right people to show up. And that's my feedback for today, some of the input. So if what I've talked to you today resonates, text the word system to 26786. Get plugged in. I'd love to learn about your business. I'd love to hear what your ripple effect's going to be. And certainly that it really is a journey. And life is not about a destination. It's the dash in between. So make the dash memorable. Make the dash so powerful that when you look back on your life, you got no regrets. And of course, be thankful. I talked last week, faith and gratitude will take you wherever you plan to go. So listen, everybody, I love you guys. Thanks for having me today. And thanks for being on with us today. And we can't wait till next week. We got more next week. So get plugged in, share with your friends, share with your family. We've got incredible speakers from all the way from Singapore next week. One of the best-selling authors in the world and someone that you'll definitely want to hear from. But with that, Michael, I'll turn it back to you. Thanks for managing the entire broadcast today. You did a fabulous job. Thanks, everybody. I think you're muted, Michael. Take your mute button off.
Yeah, now I'm unmuted. There we go. All right, Bill, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being on the stream today. Thank you, Bill, for what you've created for this day of education and learning for everyone. The team together, Cheryl, Michelle, everybody that was typing for us. And you've learned about systems. You've learned how to take this to the next level. You learned the importance of starting as an innovator. And so what I'd like you to do is tomorrow, take this information. You can even do it tonight, right? Take this information and number one, plug it into your business. How does it fit into my business? What did I learn? Make sure that you go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. Pick all the coaches you want to work with. Take it again into your business. Number two, plan out how that's going to feed the people coming into your business. Number three, how do you be of service, which is typically number one, but how can you be of service to others? How do you solve their problems? And with what you learned, how you can take it to the next step. We are Power Team. We're excited to be here. If you want to grow with us also, make sure that, first of all, to take your business to that next level, you text system to 26786. If you want to work with us, be part of us, see what we're doing from coaches, trainers, to everything we're doing to virtual masterminds, text the letters SBA to 26786. Text the letters SBA to 26786. I want to thank you all for being on here. It's been a great day for me, hopefully for all of you. Take the education, the learning. Have a great morning, afternoon, or evening. We will talk to you all very soon. Goodbye, everyone.